keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass, they won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPO.
Keep running, Invictus look at a numbers advantage. Chris will arrive and captures in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The realm walk from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And FunPlus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And FunPlus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
First match here if you'd like. As you can see, Newcastle lining up, we know, with Daxru and Kenzie, but they've sort of run a four-man roster for a little bit of time. So question is, will it be Jaden or Scorpio? I feel like it'll probably be Scorpio, who plays from the Nintendo Switch.
He does play from the Nintendo Switch, yeah. I believe he is maybe still the highest ranked Nintendo Switch player. He was definitely at one point. But I think looking at the teams or the players in the lobby, we do have Dax, Kenzie, and Scorpio. So it will be the man on the Switch himself who will be playing for Newcastle.
And then, as you can see, Kingston's lineup, though, respectively, as well. You got Rickson, Ishak, and Arden, who I believe I'm saying them names all correctly. Players that we may be less familiar with at the top level of UK University Rocket League, but they've been invited to this tournament. They're going to show what they've got, and who knows how far they can go. Like you say, all day today, all best of sevens.
Yep, and it looks like we are going to be getting into Game 1 very shortly on Manfield. I think Game 1 is really going to dictate this series. If Newcastle put their mark on it and it does end up being a bit of a stomp, then I think Kingston are really going to struggle to get back into it. I hope that we see an even game. On paper, we've got two GC2s and a GC1 for Newcastle compared to a C2 and two C1s for Kingston. So on paper, this matchup is pretty heavily one-sided, but we'll see how it pans out as we get into Game 1.
That is where all eyes are here at our fantastic event here. Of course, the Times Higher Education, thank you so much to them. And of course, the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London for having us here today. If you're interested in studying in the UK, you know, at these universities or at any universities, as DAX is going to open up the scoring for Newcastle, make sure to visit the Times Higher Education Virtual Student Festivals. Of course, we're just one part of it, but there'll be a link that you can find below the stream there. You can join thousands of prospective students from all over the globe. I would imagine, you know, leading universities and student brands. You can discover pretty much anything you'd want to know about studying in the UK, as that is going to be 2-0 from Scorpio. Would you look at that?
Yep, 2 very quick back-to-back goals from Newcastle. The first coming from Dax off the backboard. This one launched by Scorpio. I think there was a demolition onto a Kingston player as well, and that just opened up the defence. So Newcastle, they've taken an early 2-goal lead here, only 30 seconds gone. I mean, if that continues, I'd like to do some quick maths on that, but we could be into double figures in this game.
Oh, it's certainly a good advert for Newcastle, as they've had plenty of ease in these opening 30 seconds, but maybe Kingston will be able to adjust here. They started a bit of an offense there, but you see it breaks down quickly. It's a lovely demo on the back line, taking out Scorpio to keep the defense intact. But how long will it stay intact for? It's Dax, and it's 3 inside 1 minute for Newcastle.
Yeah, a bit of a crazy start for Newcastle, but something that we pretty much expected. It seems like the aerial ability on the defense just isn't quite there, and Dax is obviously such a speedy player in the air. Got up for that ball so quickly and placed it perfectly into the bottom right-hand corner. So Kingston are struggling at the moment, but I'm expecting that they might be able to warm up into the series as things go. You know, sometimes when a lower-ranked team plays against a faster-paced team, it does take them a while just to kind of get on pace with that team and start to make their mark in the game.
Yeah, and it's good experience and practice no matter what. You imagine that they should get stronger as they start to adapt over time. You already saw the great demo on the back line, the best play they've probably had so far from Rickson, but they're going to need more than just good defense right now, especially in this first game. Already finding themselves 3 down, but things have started to cool off a little. Of course, 5 minutes per game. They've got plenty of time to work with, but that one dangerous off the inside of the post. Scorpio is going to come in and clean it up.
Yeah, once more Kingston just a bit slow on defense to react, and mistouch from Ishak went over the side of all of them, and net just left wide open for Scorpio to bury that one. Didn't even need to place it in the end, and now 4-0. Not even halfway through this game. That will happen at 2 minutes 30. So.
Oh, the kickoff! Oh no!
Oh no! Kenzie is going to benefit from that one. It is 5 for Newcastle. They're halfway to double figures already, and this game is very much turning into what we expected.
That's such a disaster. Unfortunately, if you're watching this and you're new to Rocket League, now you may not be a scientist. It depends. But I'm sure you'll be able to figure out that it is very advantageous to have someone going for the ball on kickoff. Maybe just a miscommunication, who knows. But Kingston, they'd be disappointed with that one. They sort of tripped up over their own shoelaces, but they can still pick it up. The positive of being 5 goals down in their situation is they still have more than half the game to work with. Is there any believers? Are they going to bring it back inside 3 minutes? I'm not sure where I'd put my money around.
It's hard to say. It's I think it's now becoming a game of can Kingston score in this series.
Honestly, I'm down. I'm a Kingston supporter for the rest of this game.
I'm going to go with you. I believe that they can. I think Newcastle probably at some point will make an unforced error. It could even be a Newcastle own goal. Yeah. Like, given how Newcastle can be, or sometimes, as I thought Scorpio was going to put that touch straight over the top of his own head.
All right. Well, Kenzie, he's going to have control on the back line. You see it? Little mistake on the flick, opened up a chance and a little double commit. I mean, Newcastle far from immortal, but there's a big difference between thinking you can do it and knowing you can do it. On the side of Kingston, who get their first shot of the game through Arden there. It was a solid one, low, but towards the keeper, and it's oh my! What? That's you can't do that. You're already up 5-0. You have no license to do this, Kernsey. This should be illegal.
How has he just gone for this? He literally just jumped into thin air and Rickson just slapped it straight onto the face of his car. Okay, coming out from Ishak. I think that's a pretty justified response, being 5-0 up and just throwing yourself at the ball like that and getting lucky with it, as Kenzie takes another shot there, fired over the top of the bar. Scorpio is up for this one. Arden with no boost in there. This could be really bad. Scorpio, I think, ran out of boost at the last minute and couldn't quite tuck it under the crossbar, though.
Kenzie isn't quite going to find the luck there, as Dax and Arden were having a romantic moment on the front post. The shot will come through for 7 from Scorpio, and well, we're yet to see Kingston get on the board.
They have had a shot though, and it was quite a good shot as well. It was a low shot that almost caught the defense off, but unfortunately no one to follow from Kingston on that second shot. So they have had a chance. They looked like scoring at the very least, but you know, against the defenses as good as Newcastle's, it can be quite difficult for a low-ranked team to generate that sustained offensive pressure.
That's fair. That's fair. I was just wondering whether we start counting Kingston shots as goals. They'd still be losing by quite the margin, but hopefully we don't have to debate that as this series goes on. Maybe a back pass, maybe Messi. It's turned into a free pass for Dax, as Kingston rushing a little bit there uncomfortably. That's just a painful one to watch go in.
I think it was a little bump there from Dax onto Ishak as he jumped to try and get that ball. That's what brought that miss out, but that 8th one going to go in for Newcastle now. Still on pace for double figures, I must say. We'll see if Newcastle slow down at all in the next games, because I think, you know, I have been the victim of casters' curses before, but I think this one is well and truly decided in terms of who is going to be taking game 1.
Dax clearly playing so well because he's got the BDS decal on, right? It's available new in the esports shop now.
That's the old one.
Yeah, is it the old one?
That is the old one.
It's the old one. Imagine using that old one when the new one's out. I mean, Scorpio's looking cool in the Stormwatch, but BDS decal also there for Rickson. I feel like that's... Is that the old one? I think it's the new one.
100% the old one.
Okay.
I literally made it.
Alright, I respect that. You know better than I. We've got the lightning there. Who's winning the fashion game in game 1 here?
Ooh, that's tough to say. I'm seeing a lot of dark cars, which is very enjoyable as a caster who has to cast blue and orange teams and everyone is black and white.
That's true. Oh well. 20 seconds.
Don't think we're going to reach double figures, Tyler.
No, they're not. They're not. It's definitely, I think, safe to call game 1 at this point. Newcastle have been dominant, but Kingston, they have plenty of time to adapt. This is a best of 7. At worst, they go down 4-0, but a single elimination will mean that they go home today with nothing. Unfortunately, we do have a prize on offer for our winning team, £150. That's good for them, but even second place, you go home with nothing but pride to show.
Yep. Absolutely, and Newcastle coming in as the first seed, you would expect that they're the favourites to win the tournament. I would say, looking further down the bracket, that Exeter on paper have quite a strong roster down there in the 4th seed, and if they win their game against University of Manchester, we will have a semi-final between Newcastle and Exeter. That will be coming up quite a bit later. We've still got 4 matches in round 1 to cover first, and the first one has started off emphatically for Newcastle. They are currently walking all over Kingston, and I can't see any way that they wouldn't continue to do so.
That's all good. I mean, I don't know if we've got anyone moderating the chat, but if we can start a channel point prediction on if Kingston will get a goal next game, that would be a tough call. We could get some real predictions on that one. I mean, our second series of the day, of course, you mentioned Exeter. They'll be playing against Manchester Hive, University of Manchester. That'll be a similarly epic game, I'm sure. Our previous matches following that will be in Imperial College against the University of Glasgow. Double checking to make sure I don't get this wrong. And of course, Cardiff will play against Coventry. All single elimination, best of 7. As game 2 will be on Forbidden Temple and will be lovely when we get the players in the lobby for that. Kingston, after that first game, probably taking some time to digest. Like, okay, that didn't go ideal, but what can we change?
Not a lot, really. I imagine that they've kind of just gotten in and gone, yep, we lost. You know,
it's not very constructive, though.
But you know what? In a tournament like this, it's not the winning; it's the taking part that counts. It's about, you know, representing your university, getting out there, and you know, showing what you can do at university. It's not all about studying and exams. You can get involved in university esports.
You can, and if you're interested in university esports, then you're in the right place. You go to the NUEL esports.com, and you can check out and try and find your local gaming society or club, whether you're new to university, already at university, or yet to come to university. The NUEL is the place to be and find out where you should be when it comes to playing video games, because that is what we all want to do here. That is what we're all enjoying. We just know that in this particular matchup here in the first round of our tournament, Newcastle are probably enjoying it a little bit more than Kingston.
Yeah, they definitely seem very relaxed and were able to kind of just play their own game. And I think that's kind of what we expected and what you would expect to see from a mid-GC ranked team against a champ ranked team. It's just the speed, the consistency. Newcastle are often trying to find each other, whereas you will often see Kingston just giving away the ball, and Newcastle are there to pick up the pieces from that.
It's tough, you know, when you feel like, and certainly when you know you're up against a different sort of caliber of opposition, to not sort of, I mean, not going to lose concentration, but sort of composure and panic a little bit, because you're not used to the pace of play that Newcastle are bringing to the table. There was a nice bit of backboard defense from Arden previously, but there's no backboard defense to stop Scorpio getting this opening double touch.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite smart from Ishak, because he thought Scorpio was going to potentially catch that, go for the flick, and it would have been well defended had he done that, but saw the opening, went over the top. Beautiful double touch to finish it off from Scorpio, and once again Newcastle on the board very quickly here in game 2. Oh, Dax with a flip reset though. Is he getting the second one? Can't get back to it, but it's in anyway. Dax styling in game number 2 now. Gets the flip reset beautifully, waits for it, uses his last bit of boost to get that pre-flip over the top of everyone. Not going to be saving that one. Our Kingston, and 2-0 now is the score to Newcastle.
That was a lovely finish. Such a clean connection on the second touch, and you just got to admire it sailed over the defence as this one whisks right on past it. It's not the first kickoff goal we've seen conceded. It is 3 inside the first minute again. Ishak desperately trying, you see, to be so fast to that ball. He flipped early because he's just trying something different, and not being as used to it, didn't get the contact he needed.
Yep, that's the thing with those speed flip kickoffs. They work when they work, but if you're not super consistent at them and you're missing the ball like that, they can be very costly. So high risk, high reward plays I think Kingston are trying at the moment, and can you blame them really? They don't really have any other options against Newcastle, who are just barreling at them at every opportunity. Dax forced to touch one off his own backboard, is going to be able to follow it up, looking for a style play again, might go for the flip reset under Adam, didn't get it, almost managed to force it through, but not going to be the fourth for Newcastle just yet.
A good last-ditch save from Rickson. That's a lovely block as well from Arden. The defense stepping up right now for Kingston, but can they keep it up there? A slight double commit means this next wave could be difficult to deal with as Scorpio plucks it towards the centre, but no one there. Pre-jumping by Newcastle, a little overconfident on the offense, but they've certainly proven they have reason to be. Ishak, that's a big dunk towards the centre, but so fast to get back are the boys from the north.
Yeah, and here they come again. Scorpio with no boost isn't going to reach that one. Kenzie behind, looking for the touch off the ceiling. Might have been able to just score that straight away, but I think he was trying to look for the flip reset. He's going to have another chance here. Never mind, it's taken away. Scorpio there to pick up the pieces though, trying to get the touch towards net. Does find it, trying to send it middle. Can't quite get it there. It's an open net actually. It's a 1v3. Dax is back. Gets the 50-50. Ishak able to try and get back just to make sure that that ball doesn't go the full length.
That's a good chance as well for Kingston. They might have a good chance here. It chooses to take the shot, does Rickson, but it's a little over the bar. You could say the pass was available, but it would have been just as difficult to execute. And with the man back for Newcastle, a lot of the time they're proving here that they just need one player back, and they've pretty much got it covered. But it's certainly fair to say that Kingston are getting more opportunities.
Yeah, this is a different game from game 1, sure. Newcastle still seem in control, they're still taking their shots and scoring their goals, but by this point in the previous game, I think it was about 6 goals that had gone in, and they'd all been relatively comfortable. I think Newcastle are having to work harder. They're having to work harder to keep a clean sheet, that's for sure. But as I say, they still do seem to be the dominating team here.
It's a nice little passing play between Dax and Kearnsey to open up that opportunity. They could just break through with raw power of the defense and individual skill if they wanted, but playing it as a team there, it's a nice link up from this roster that has been in place for at least a year now, I believe. longer than that as well. Like I was saying, there's whispers on the wind and certain tryouts of Jaden, of course, coming and stepping into the fray for Newcastle. Maybe we'll even see him today. If he wants a little bit of a run out there. Of course, they're still figuring out which 3 they want. Kenzie, he's yeah, I mean that was a goal.
That was a goal. That is probably the goal we will see today. Yep. I don't know. I think Kenzie was trying for a flip reset there, but I don't think all 4 of his wheels made contact with the ball, and he just kind of flopped onto it. And at that point, Kingston were expecting one thing and they got another, so weren't able to adjust to it quite quick enough.
It works, it works. Kenzie, he will take it.
Oh, almost the own goal doink from Dax. That would have been quite phenomenal to see that. I really want to see Kingston score. Bear in mind, this is a Game 7, so they have another 2 and a bit games to do it, and they do have a bit of pressure at the moment. Oh, that's Kenzie. I thought that was one of the Kingston players. I was ready to shout, but wait. Newcastle definitely starting to leave some open nets. I think they're, you know, becoming a bit too comfortable. It's not going to cost them in terms of the game.
Right. I mean, no, he's back. Kenzie's back. A little bit of an oops in the chat. You probably can't see that, but the players, they're having good fun, as you would expect. And sent high into the Newcastle end here. Kingston are really been pressing this last few minutes or so. I say few minutes rather than few minutes, because they have sort of been pushed back every now and then when Newcastle come through the midfield like this with pre-jump passing plays, as you can see. But it is sort of being jostled back and forth. You imagine at the start of Game 3, Newcastle will want to re-stamp their authority. The question will be whether they actually can do it, or if Kingston, they really are growing into it.
Yeah, I like how we're talking about a 5-0 as Newcastle, not stamping their authority though. It definitely seems that Newcastle are on their way to a victory in round 1, as we expected.
Oh, there it
with
is.
A 6th goal coming through now with less than 20 seconds left on the clock. First game was 8-0, I believe.
It was.
This one is 6-0. So, I don't know.
Close. Nearly on the defense.
It's getting closer.
It is getting closer, but you have to say Newcastle do feel like they're cruising.
Yeah,
a little.
no, that's a good word.
Laying off the gas pedal, which is understandable. Like we said, they are having a great time right here in the first round, but they could get too comfortable. Never really know when that confidence will come into Kingston. That pre-jump has come through from Scorpio. It's messy on the goal line, but it's not going to find its way to the back of the net. Challenge to the midfield. We're assuming Kingston won't get a chance here. Newcastle, they might if the recovery with the wave dash is good enough from Dax. And it's flicked towards the midfield. Scorpio tries to keep it up. He has kept it up. Amazingly, we're still up in the corner here. Kenzie pokes it back into the mixer. Popped back out off the backboard. Can Newcastle get 7? And no, they can't.
They cannot.
Killed off well by Kingston, who improved to a 6-0 loss.
Yeah. By the end of this, they should only be losing 2-0, which is actually quite respectable.
That is actually, that's not bad. They actually put up 5 shots in that game. And a couple of them were very, very close. And we joke about it because, yes, they absolutely can score and they are being competitive, but it's hard to keep that up when the defense is being broken down so consistently.
I mean, for anyone watching this as well, we're talking about Kingston as if they're a walkover. Like, this team is still very good. On the relative scale, the average rank in Rocket League is Gold 3, I believe.
Yeah, it's literally Plat 1.
Yeah, and these guys are all Champ 1, Champ 2, so they are very respectable players. It's just, against competition such as Newcastle, they're always going to look second best. So, big props to Kingston for actually, you know, coming out playing, giving it their best shot, and they are doing pretty well against Newcastle, to be honest. You know, one of the, I would say, top 20 teams in the UK.
Yeah, that's fair.
And at Kingston, we've never actually seen on stream before. This is their stream debut, so big props to them.
I'm happy to see them on stream. You know, it's nice. You wouldn't, if you had to choose your stream debut, you probably wouldn't choose losing 8-0 and 6-0. But they have got 2 games to correct that and give themselves something to show for. Hell, if they really get the ball rolling, then maybe run away with the series. They've opened up on the aggressive here at the start of Game 3 on Urban Central. It's been skewed down the left side by Newcastle. Can they convert early on and get 3 inside the first minute again, which is what we saw in the first 2 games? Yeah, so far we've seen them score within the first 20 seconds. That hasn't happened this time, but they definitely look likely. Scorpio with a read, can't get it on target though. Rickson out to clear that one. It's only as far as Dax, so couldn't get the dunk. Danks might be able to get it over to, misses the ball and almost fox the defense by going underneath. But
Bit of a scramble by Newcastle at the moment as Kenzie trying to get back for it. Rickson now in a bit of an awkward spot, and he isn't going to make the touch. Can Kenzie convert here? Tries to fake out one with no boost. Dax looking for the double touch. Actually gets bumped by his teammate. Might still find the angle. Gets the flip reset as well. Looked for it. Creative play from Dax, and it is going to result in a goal from Scorpio.
I think both defenders there pre-jumping, respecting the flip reset double touch from Dax. It meant that the net was completely open for Scorpio, and it's hard, again, when you're playing the likes of Dax through in Newcastle, given that he's already scored a flip reset this series, not to end up giving your opponent that much respect. And it's sort of just resulted, though, in the Ninjas getting that freebie, and it's kind of a deflating one, but we can look at the positives again with the Copium and be like, yep, just one inside the first minute, still very much doable, although it could be two. That's a great stop on the defense, but will it last? No. Scorpio again with the cleanup.
Yep, 2-0 though. The goals are much more spaced out for Newcastle at the moment. A bit of an unfortunate read there on the defense, leaves another wide open net. It does kind of seem that that's how a lot of the time Newcastle are getting their goals, where we just see players coming out, using their flip, and then ending up not being able to get back in time to clean up and block those shots from Newcastle. It's just the unrelenting pressure, I think, is proving a bit too much for Kingston to handle.
Spilled mid towards Arden there, who maybe had a window to take a shot, but the contact he was looking for, not quite there. I think it's just a product of, hang on a minute, I'm watching Rickson in the 1v1, good stop by Dax there, had to stand tall to get that block, and he did just that. Kingston still denied here, and they're going to be pushed back into midfield. The point I was making is that it seems so quick for Kingston to end up on... Oh my goodness, it's happened! They've ended up on offense. They've got themselves a goal with a crazy dunk in the midfield from Arden.
Oh my, Kenzie went for a flip reset for some reason. Dax too far up. That ball just went straight over the top there, and Kingston, they have got one on the board. It's actually a close game. We have a one-goal game.
We do have a game here. Oh,
never mind.
Every single time. A kickoff goal a game keeps the doctor away is the motto that Kingston are living by here. Ishak again, he has made contact that time, but it's not ended up much better.
That time, if anything, he was too fast, and he hit the ball straight into Scorpio, who knew nothing about it, when he just plonked the ball off the front of his car and straight into the Kingston net. So Newcastle got that 2-goal cushion again. They don't look as comfortable though. Like, yes, they look comfortable, sure, but they don't look as comfortable as their 8-0 victory in Game 1, for example.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Kingston challenging them much earlier, and I think it's, sure, not always working out for them, but it's a product that's making them play better as a team. What's often being the downfall is the second Newcastle are growing on offense, you see how quickly Kingston go back and huddle, like penguins kind of, in front of their own net, and it leads to them having two players going on the same ball so often, and if any of them don't get the touch that's required in the spot, it just leads to many open opportunities where Newcastle, as you see there, are they're racing each other to get to the ball.
Yeah, Kenzie might have a shot here. Is going to have it onto the crossbar, up and down it goes. Dax last one back here. He's going to make the touch, but only as far as Arden. That one's sent high. Kenzie should beat to this. Scorpio going to take this one to the left-hand side, getting challenged by Arden. Goes underneath. Is that one going to go all the way in? Kenzie, okay. Flip reset touch to the ceiling. Sorry, pre-flip touch to the ceiling. Could have been an opportunity. The bounce did not favour Kingston though.
Still got it in the midfield here. It's slammed towards the backboard by Arden. Scorpio's not made contact, but I don't think Rickson expected it. So the shot, he's not able to take it straight away there as the net was begging for just a second, and Newcastle are gonna get away with that one. They're challenged in the midfield here by themselves. That was Guernsey out challenging Scorpio. Still, it sits at 3-1 heading for the final minute, but Kingston, they could definitely have been back within one again.
Yeah, although here comes Guernsey. I thought he was going to look for another mechanical play, but no boost to be able to go for that Scorpio with the shot and the demo as well. Oh no, that was a Scorpio being demoed there just after he took that shot, but it was on target and it is going to go underneath that player. So finding the bottom left-hand corner was Scorpio there, and a 3-goal lead for Newcastle. Once more looking, again, still to be the more comfortable party in this series.
It's a shame. Kingston have definitely been better this game. They're going to have a chance here. It was open. It may still be a chance for them, and it's not going to happen. All three of Newcastle had flung themselves at it, hoping to get the next clip, and ended up looking quite silly, but unfortunately Ishak did not convert on the chance, and that's going to happen. That's life, and sometimes you get an open net and suddenly it becomes more difficult because you realise it's open. In a very noisy mind, you have to try and quiet. It's a lovely save on the other end he's going to get, though. Flying, saving his flip for so long. It was beautiful.
Yeah, great save from Ishak there. You know, we've definitely seen flashes of brilliance from Kingston, showing they're capable. That is another flash of brilliance from Kenzie, but the save denying that mechanical play from Rickson there. Dax has sent this one up high onto the backboard towards Scorpio, who's trying to get it back to him. Seems like we've got a bit of a freestyle Friday going on now. Newcastle are trying to link up in the air, and with decent success, but you know, it's high risk, high reward plays. You're not always going to get those.
Well, it will be 4-1, maybe, unless barring a 0-second goal here in Game 3 for Newcastle, who move to match series point here. They're one game away from advancing to the semi-finals of our 8-team single elimination knockout tournament here with Rocket League, featuring lovely universities such as Newcastle and Kingston. But, you know, regardless of the university that you're hoping to go to, make sure to check out all of the festivals here at the Times Higher Education Virtual Student Festival. We are just one part of it, but I certainly wouldn't say go anywhere else, because I want to find out if Newcastle can indeed see the series out here.
Yeah, reverse sweep, question mark?
I personally wouldn't feel that confident in it, but the hardest game to get in a reverse sweep is always going to be that first one. I can see we'll be on Neo Tokyo for Game 4. Maybe that's Kingston's home ground. Maybe they're just a completely different caliber of team there. I probably believe it when I see it.
Yeah, we'll see. So far they have a total of 1 goal. And
it's okay.
Compared to Newcastle's, how many? 8, 6, or 18.
18.
Currently 18-1 in favour of Newcastle. So if you're a betting man, you'd probably go in favour of Newcastle at this point. Your odds would be terrible. You'd probably get about a penny back from a £1 bet. But you know, if you bet on Kingston and then they come and reverse sweep this, you're going to be a very wealthy man.
Okay, thank you for that advice. I might take it, maybe. I'm not sure. Brixton. He's putting hope into it. You see that win in the midfield? He's also going to get the shot that opened up for him, but that's twice now that Newcastle have got away with whiffs on the defensive end. And again, it's tough because Rickson feel like they have to give them so much respect. They're going to get the opening shot of the game and force a save out of Dax. That was on the defense, but it's still, as this series goes on, as we were expecting, Kingston are getting stronger and stronger. The question is, can they really make up the difference in time?
I want to see Kingston get a lead. Like, if they can get even just a 1-0 lead, and then
that's not going
to happen. I will continue though. If they could have gotten a 1-0 lead and just parked the bus, then they might have had a chance at a game win, but that is going to be very swiftly denied as I'm talking about it, as Newcastle once again within the opening minute are going to get an early goal.
And Scorpio is again, like he's just constantly been the thorn in the side for Kingston, especially so. I don't know how many of their goals he has put into the back of the net, but it's a crucial one here in a potentially series-winning game to get Newcastle their lead and keep their command over this series as they turn it around in the midfield. That man Scorpio doing it again. He got a demo, but before he was taken away and respawning in 3 seconds, Ishak did get a nice clear downfield.
Yeah, as we tick down, we've got 3.5 minutes left. Newcastle still only got 1 goal, and the opportunities from Kingston have been there, as we see one have to be saved on the goal line by Dax. Golden opportunity there for Kingston to try and level the scoring, which would be huge for them, because, you know, level the scoring, they can take a lead. Dax looking to stop that, not going to have enough boost to reach that one. Should be a follow-up happening from Kernsey. Also looking to go to the backboard. I think Newcastle starting to identify that, you know, the defense from Kingston is not very strong up high and on that backboard where you have to make those difficult reads. So Newcastle are definitely trying to exploit that. Also, perhaps, you know, just styling a bit, going for those mechanical plays, just feeling themselves. But we'll see how things continue here, as we are now about halfway into what could be the final game of this series.
Still just the one difference though. Kingston keeping it alive as they're having to on the defense there. Arden using all the boost in the tank, but isn't going to be able to get the ball clear as it's sent high towards that backboard that you highlighted again, but this time answered well by Rickson, who he is also out of boost in the tank and not going to get any. It feels like, oh, he is just about going to yoink that corner boost away. Maybe it will help Kingston keep up some sustained pressure here as they win out the ball in the corner as it's down towards the midfield. Arden couldn't quite work the angle. Kernsey was on the back foot as he's popped it up here from the 50, challenged well by Dax, and Rickson though deflected away to the side, and we still stay at 1-0, but for how long? Towards the front post. Kernsey, he gets the save.
Yeah, Newcastle flailing a bit though. That was a double commit. Dangerous in front of net. Can Rickson sink this one? 3 players, everyone going for it. I think that was about 5 misses in one there on one ball. Scorpio now with a shot. Dax going to hold it up over to Kernsey. Should have taken the shot in my opinion. I don't think it's going to come through for him. It is, as Rickson can't get back to make the save. Sloppy plays on either end, but it is going to result in a second for Newcastle now.
Oh, so stylish from Kernsey though. He could have taken the open net, but chips it over the defender's head. And even though he stumbled and fumbled a bit at the end, it still got bundled in to the bottom corner as it's 2-0 Newcastle here in Game 4. Match point. Is it going to be the kickoff goal? It is. And it's always the 3rd goal that is a kickoff goal. I think it has been every single game this series.
Yeah, it's a strange one. It could just be, is it Dax that's taking that kickoff every time? If the game is deciding that. I believe the previous kickoff goals were against Ishak, but that one wasn't. And it wasn't a direct one either that time. That was a bounce off the wall and an own goal to finish it off. But it's going to be a double touch from Scorpio. Very tight angle. Thought we were going to have a Rule 1 there. They are trying to, I think they were trying to reform it there. They realised that they broke it immediately and were like, oh no, go back. We need to fix this.
Take it back. It was a lovely moment in the corner, but I don't feel like Kingston will be feeling so lovely about the situation they're in right now, needing 3 goals in just over a minute to stay alive in the series, as that ball's just about stayed out the back of the net thanks to a bounce off the woodwork, but Scorpio immediately plucking the ball out of the midfield here. Kernsey's able to pick it up. He's not quite got the touch he was looking for, but it's worked nicely down to Scorpio. Can Kingston counter-attack here through Rickson, who takes it direct down the middle, but not going to be able to get it past the final defender.
No, and it is only a 3-goal lead for Newcastle this time. If we want to talk about, you know, improvement through a series, Kingston have been a prime example of that. Like, they're a much lower ranked team, but the Kingston that we're seeing in Game 4 is worlds apart from the one we saw in Game 1. They have, you know, tried their best to catch up to Newcastle and match that pace, and while they haven't quite been able to do it, can you blame them? You know, on paper this team is far lower ranked. They have really put in a respectable effort here, and they are. Oh, I thought they were going to get a goal there. Dax just coming out of off camera there to make that save. So massive props to Kingston, but they will not be advancing in the bracket. It will be Newcastle, the top seed in this tournament, advancing in round 1, as you would have predicted. But yeah, as I say, massive respect to Kingston for playing their game and improving throughout.
Yeah, thank you very much for Kingston for putting on the show. We celebrated their one glorious goal. It was a moment to remember for us, but unfortunately for them, they will be the first team eliminated from the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament here today. But my goodness, we have so many more games to come. Newcastle, you're right, they move on to the winners semi-final. They'll be playing the winner of our next series. That series, of course, will be Exeter against Manchester, and I'm excited to see that one just as much. Again, all best of 7 here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Thank you to Red Bull, by the way. It's quite nice here, isn't it?
It's very nice. It's very what is the word? Was the word underground? Is the word I would use. Yeah, and it's a great venue. So big props to Red Bull for having us, and also thank you to the NUEL for hosting the stream, and also, if you are interested in esports, you can be sure to check out the NUEL when you get to your university, and you can also find your local gaming societies and clubs on thenuel.com.
All right. Well, like we said, next series will be Exeter against Manchester. We will head to a break and set that one up as quickly as we can. We'll see you after that break.
great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to and have been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day. It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that is pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
It is Twist, he's very dangerous. Glaive can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's gone past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
I'm pretty happy I completed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually had never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And the Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
But he can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1, and that's it.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm done with yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm done with yesterday.
I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm started to fall. where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. Falling, falling, falling,
Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass, they won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPL.
Keep running, Invictus looking at numbers advantage. Chris will arrive and captures in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The rail call from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Talacto, joined by Orion. We have just seen the Newcastle Ninjas demolish, I think is the word, poor Kingston. They were Well, they did get a goal, and we're moving on though to our next series. And like we said before the break, it is Exeter against Manchester. The Exterminators. Will they exterminate Manchester in the bracket? I think it's fair to say that they come in as favourites.
Yeah, on paper, definitely favourites. We've also heard as well that Manchester's most highly ranked player, Tarek, sadly won't be playing. He is GC3 and has been replaced by, I'm going to pronounce this in its entirety, CD Goodwill over 9,000. Yeah,
nice.
Work that one out. He is a champ 1, so a bit of a downgrade for Manchester, but also Exeter with a slightly weakened roster. I've been told that Misery, who is GC3, is being replaced by Teamstar, who is GC1 though, so less of a downgrade for Exeter, and I still think on paper Exeter are the stronger team over Manchester.
Well, reminder, of course, that it will be a best of 7 here in this single elimination knockout bracket. Exeter and Manchester are both in the lobby. They're both ready to go, so I'm sure we will hop into the game soon. But how do you feel about this one for Manchester? Because we've already seen a team that, in terms of quality on paper, they're just a little bit outclassed. That was the situation Kingston were in, and Manchester would have been watching that series. How was it, and what was it that Kingston did during that series to the fact that they improved over time? And can Manchester do that too against Exeter?
Well, yeah, as you say, there is a rank disparity between both teams. It's less so between Newcastle and Kingston than it is Exeter and Manchester, that's for sure. So Manchester have, they probably can be slightly more competitive, you would imagine. But I think what Kingston did really well, ultimately they didn't really make any mark in the series, but what they did really well to improve was they started trying to, imitate Newcastle in many ways. They really tried to get up to the same speed and just get those early challenges in, and tried not to let Newcastle play their game. And so I think with a lower ranked team, if you can just frustrate that higher ranked team and try and stop allowing them to play that they want to play, then they possibly might start to struggle against you.
That was a great passing play that opened things up from Exeter, though. There you saw Pads rifling that shot towards the bottom corner off that pass infield from Tevenin, but I'm sure the camera will pan to it at some point as well. The car, here it is, that CD Goodwill over 9,000 is using. Look at this vehicle. The red alarm clock topper. I mean, that's just fantastic. Clearly trying to tell Exeter that their time is up as favourites in this matchup. And the first minute has passed, and we are scoreless.
Yeah, we are. This is, I think, the longest it's taken so far during today's matches for an opening goal, although we might see one quite soon as Exeter, they do pile on the pressure when they get into that final third. Here is Teamstar looking for something. That ball's not going to go off the ceiling. Can he get back to the double touch? No. Tevenin with the shot. Teamstar, almost managed to get the doink over the top. Trying to send it back in, but it's GM that's going to be carrying this one away down that left-hand side. Blocked out by Tevenin, though, and straight back into that orange half.
Manchester are doing a good job. Their rotation, very defensive. They're accepting that they're going to be on the back foot, but the organisation and execution as well on the defence has been, you have to say, far superior to what Kingston was early in their series against Newcastle. Maybe the nerves of playing up here on the big stream got to them, but Manchester seem to be handling it very well.
Yeah, so far Manchester look pretty comfortable, I would say. Like, they haven't really been scrambling despite being tested like they have here. That one is going to go in, though. Nobody at that near post to defend. Pads of Exeter going to get that opening goal using the bronze banner as well. I do love when high-ranked players use that bronze banner. It's just peak comedy for me, really. Yeah,
for the opponents. I mean, that was a lovely pass floated in there. I believe it was by Teamstar there getting the assist. Very, very nicely floated over that Manchester defence, working it around. If they want to park the bus and chock-a-block it on the defence, then they will patiently break them down. Manchester yet to show much of an offensive play, but they have got the structure and they can certainly build on it. That's a great save from Westy, dropping down from the crossbar and keeping us at 1.5 time.
Yeah, I thought that was a dead cert goal there. It looked to be nobody there, but as you say, that drop down from the crossbar, able to get his car in front of it. Long shot coming out at Tevenin. dealing with that one well. Pads might be able to get the drop down here. I think he might have even got a touch there. It looked like a ghost touch on that ball, but couldn't quite find his teammate. Sent over towards GM, but he chooses to rotate out. Pads now trying to pressure this ball. Couldn't get the boost to use to get that ball to the inside. Bit of an awkward spot, and oh, that actually came off one of the Manchester players there, I believe. It was just put on to the top of, was it Pads?
Westy.
Oh, it was Westy.
Yeah.
Pads with the goal, and yeah, not much you can really do about that one, unfortunately.
I think GM was getting bumps on the back line
That's
as
also
well.
true.
Fair enough. It's sustained offense continuing to
another
prove
one.
the answer. Is that the third goal of the game, being a kickoff goal? Are we cursed today? Are the overlords looking down at us? I do not know, but it is a kickoff goal to put the difference at 3 here for Exeter, who are starting to run away with game 1.
Yeah, 3 goals for Exeter, 3 goals for Pads as well. Been that star striker so far, capitalising on that open net off the loose ball on kickoff. So Pads at the moment getting all of those goals for Exeter. He's going to look for another one here. Can he get the ground pitch centre towards Team Star? No, but Team Star able to get the block. Can't get that one. It's to the corner. Tevenin with the shot now. Fired onto the crossbar and saved by Westy. Here comes Pads with another shot. That one is off the post. It's just about to go in. Chaos on the defense for Manchester at the moment. Team Star looking for the flip reset. He has found it. He's found his teammate. Tevenin can't get it in either. What is going on, Tylacto?
I have no idea, but it's still 3-0. Exeter looking comfortable here. Surely they will get a 4th this game. Will Tevenin get it? He will. There it is. Speak and it shall appear. Pads not allowed all the goals, though. Pads has rightly been the standout player, as we were probably expecting in this game. Opening up the highest rank of any player on the field here at Grand Champion 3. What rank are you up to this season?
I don't play ranked anymore.
You don't play ranked anymore? I respect that. I respect that. I mean, Pads clearly does. Pads is on the grind, and it's showing and making the difference here. As much as I have to say Manchester have looked very respectable on the defence and impressive at times, they haven't really been allowed past the halfway line quite some time.
No, I definitely agree. They very much
maybe now.
Defending their own half. Team Star, what a save.
There
That
it
one's
is.
going to go in, though. CD Goodwill over 9,000 is going to be credited with that goal. GM, beautiful shot, forcing a save out of Team Star, who couldn't get back to it. That one put high over the top, and Manchester on the board, but I think Tylacto too little too late now from the Manchester side.
I mean, it's a good sign. They've got one. They've still got time to get more. Of course, I was just mentioning them not getting past their halfway line, and immediately they go and score. So maybe there's more to come here. CD Goodwill over 9,000, of course. We will pronounce that name in full every single time. It's too amazing here. The flick not quite there from Westy, however. The GM maybe with the clean-up. Team Star easily shutting that one down. An important win there as well to try and take the sting out of this game. You don't want Manchester getting too confident. If you're an Exeter fan, student, just supporting them in any way, you'll certainly be happy to see them playing keep ball at the end here. Make sure that they really confirm their control, which is not a way to do it. CD Goodwill over 9,000. Is going to get a second, not quite up to a total of 9,000 goals yet in this series, but we do have 6 in this game 1. Maybe another kickoff goals and we could see a miracle.
We could. That was almost an own goal. It probably was going in without the touch being helped on. Tevenin just saw the ball flying at him and kind of, I suppose, just button mashed, and it ended up going back towards his own net. So a bit unfortunate there, but I think for the majority of this game, Exeter, as you would have expected, have looked in control. They've given away 2 goals within the last minute or so to Manchester, but Exeter definitely seeming to be the stronger side at the moment.
Strong 4-2 performance, but there was some cracks shown. You have to say 13 shots to 4, though, in favour of Exeter is not something that's going to be easy to overturn for Manchester. But of course, if you are watching here, enjoying today like we are, if you're a student or looking to be a student and looking at going to either of these universities or any universities at all, of course, we're here at the Times Higher Education virtual Student Festival. I want to get that right, nearly. But you can check a link actually below the stream as well to check out the other parts there are to see. Any questions you might have about going to university in the UK, whether you're coming from abroad or different parts of the UK, Doesn't matter, all your questions can be answered there with leading student brands, leading universities, so much, so make sure to check out that link below the stream as we head into Game 2 here on Forbidden Temple. And I'm kind of excited. Manchester, it feels like they shouldn't have been able to make that game so close, but I kind of hope they do it again.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it was Exeter tripping over themselves a little bit as well, you know. It's easy when you're 4-0 up to kind of get complacent and think that you've won the game. Conceding 2 goals at that point isn't such a big deal when there's not that much time left on the clock. So, you know, credit for Manchester to taking their opportunities, but I would say that they were gifted to them by Exeter.
We'll see how Faverson and friendly Exeter are feeling in this game as they open up with a much earlier goal from Teamstar, who strikes from high up near the halfway line, and Manchester going to be on the back foot earlier than in the first game. GM not quite getting back in time. He couldn't quite keep that one out.
Yeah, that's a really tough one though, coming from, you know, a position where you're too far in front and that ball's just got a little bit too much speed. Tried his best to get it onto the crossbar and almost succeeded, but as you say, very early goal. Could be an early second goal now for Tevenin, getting one on the board. I believe that's the first goal hit that he's scored in the series so far, assisted by Teamstar off the crossbar. Was it a double commit? I'm not sure that it was, but Manchester not able to collect themselves on defence.
It was just smart from Tevenin. He saw that GM had been forced to commit to the challenge, just popped it over him, and there was no one else back in terms of numbers. Not soon enough. Backs to the ball from Manchester, who have been caught napping at the start of this game too. They were probably feeling reasonably confident after a solid showing in the opener of this best of 7, but suddenly Exeter have come along and slapped him in the face here, and they might even get a third. They will. It's Pad, and we're still inside the first minute.
Yeah, it was a beautifully powerful no-flip shot from Pads there. Cancelled his flip excellently and placed that ball over the top of Westy in net there. Going to be the third now. Pads is on supreme form right now. Is looking like the star player on Exeter, and, you know, going into their next matchup, assuming that they beat Manchester, Newcastle, a very stiff opposition. This could have easily been our grand final. They are, on paper, the 2 best teams coming into this. So you've got a player like Pads that's really, you know, popping off and showing how good he is. That's really positive for Exeter.
I mean, credit for Teamstar as well, right? He's been involved in so many plays and not usually on the starting lineup for the Exeter Terminators, as they somehow keep this off defense for Saw. He's going to get the save as well. Just as we were talking about, and Misery not in the team. Maybe he'll get back mid-series, but if Teamstar's making saves like that, why would you take him out?
Yeah, Teamstar is definitely looking like the mechanical player. It seems like you've got Pads, who just converts every opportunity that is given to him. You've got Teamstar, the mechanical player who can kind of distribute the ball and create opportunities. And then Tevenin getting a couple of goals of his own. Seems to be the star saviour on defense at the moment, and it's kind of just the glue holding Exeter together. So Exeter at the moment working as a really well-oiled machine and starting slowly to make Manchester crumble.
GM 667 here, looking for the dribble, just brute forces it through the defense here. It's still early days for Manchester. They've still got time to get themselves on the board and maybe start a comeback here in this second game, but they've really got to show some interest in adapting here. Given that you're watching this stream, if you're interested in esports in general, which you probably are, as Pads will put in a fourth, be sure to check out the NUEL, of course the channel you're on, but the NUEL community. Whether you're going to university at the moment or looking to go to university, please just go to thenuel.com and make sure to get in touch with your gaming society or club, and you can take part in tournaments just like this, and, well, you can be winning 4-0 if you are on a strong enough team and you're playing well enough, and that's exactly what Exeter are doing.
Yeah, and it is important. Rocket League esports especially, you know, there's esports across a whole variety of different games, but if we're talking about Rocket League, the breadth and depth in Rocket League esports, university esports in the UK, is actually surprising. Like, we have players all the way from Gold, I believe, all the way up to Supersonic Legend, and a couple of Bubble Team players as well. So if you're interested in Rocket League, and even if you're just a new or casual player and you want to play it with your university, then go and see if your society will allow you to do that at your university, as Talactor said, by going to www.thenuel.com.
pull out the keyboard and start typing that in real quick here. Okay, actually I don't have a keyboard, I didn't think that one through. But we are here in the lovely Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. There's plenty of keyboards if we were looking for someone, but what I'm looking at is this game too. And the fact is Manchester haven't been able to generate the offense to pull themselves back into this one. Again, they have conceded 4, but can they get 2 goals to show for like last time? Don't know really. Exeter are starting to look strong, but they are beating them out on the defense like this. It's just that GM has gone for an aerial there when he probably had about 3 times left boost than what he needed.
Well, that was a good shot from Tevenin. Went for the pre-flip early, almost caught the defense out, and in the previous game, both of Manchester's goals came in the last minute from, you would maybe say, unforced errors from Exeter. But it looks like Exeter looking to finish this game strong. Pads, for the first time this series, missing a shot, and Exeter have just done an Exeter again. We literally saw almost the exact same thing. Is it going to be converted? No. CD was not able to get the angle. GM might be able to. It's onto the backboard. Pads over the top, getting bumped out of the way, and now over to Tevenin. Up high, Team Stark going to be in control of that one. Passed into the middle by CD Goodwill. Again into the midfield. Is he going to be able to chase this one? No. Westy over to the right-hand side, but turning as far as Tevenin. Westy again in control. 0 boost though. Pads is just waiting. It's full boost. That's beautiful. Look over the top, but then misses the double jump. Goal could be going in for Manchester here. Gonna stay at 4-0. I think Exeter are well on their way to keeping a clean sheet in this game now.
They've still got a long way to go in this series. This game 2 will put them halfway towards the semi-finals, but Manchester still wanting to try and put up a fight. I mean, before the series, we were drawing comparisons to our first game of the day between Newcastle and Kingston. In terms of goals, you know, Manchester are already doing better. As a total, you could say that Newcastle won that series 22-1 in terms of goal margins. That's pretty steep. And granted, it's not ideal here. It's 8-2 in favour of Exeter, but Manchester have to. They know they can break down the defence of Exeter. They put up 6 shots in that game as well, as you can see. It's just putting it all together at once is so difficult when Exeter seem to have slight edges all over the field.
Yeah, I couldn't have really put it better myself. Exeter just look like the better team. That's just how it is sometimes, unfortunately. And Manchester, we saw Kingston improve throughout the series. We saw them, you know, less goals were scored. Newcastle kind of became a bit more relaxed and a bit more complacent, and Kingston slowly and steadily grew into that series whereas Manchester, we saw that first game 4-2. It was close towards the end. Exeter looked in control, but it was, you know, only a 2-goal scoreline. This time they failed to score. 6 shots and no goals. Not really what you want to be happening, because you want to kind of progress throughout the series. So yeah, Manchester at the moment going the wrong way, but we'll see if they can right it here in game number 3.
Well, Urban Central will be the host for game number 3. That's already onto the back line of Manchester, but this time Vesti is back to make that save where they were not before. It's a big game for Manchester Hive here. They need a response. They need to get the save there, as they do. If they don't, this game they'll be down series point, staring down the barrel of elimination. The time. Higher Education Rocket League tournament, which Exeter are trying to take the lead in, but that flick off the backboard was not answered till now. 3 goalkeepers, 2 of them rise, and Westy will get the save to his name, but you have to say, Manchester are already turtling up.
Yeah, and the line being held by Exeter now. They're just picking up the ball in the final third and shooting at will. Pads is going to be the one. Obviously, it's Pads to get the goal in the end. Just absolute chaos on the defense. No one was actually back in now. I think there were 2 players going for boost, and Pads found that gap in the middle and sent the ball straight through it. So another opening minute and another goal for Exeter here.
It was just tough. You know, they were stacked up so much on the defense, and well played to Exeter for forcing Manchester into that sort of formation, but it's so easy to break it all down at once when all the players are in the same part of the field. A couple of them dipped for boost, 1 bump onto GM, and the net was just open, and that was how Pads is going to get another to his name here in this series. Not quite going to get the double touch off that corner. It will be redirected towards net by Team Star, but GM was able to get the block. Now it's ran downfield by Manchester with Vesti, who's gonna not quite get the boost in the corner, gonna pay with his life. And unfortunately that offense fizzles out all too fast. Oh no.
Well, did it maybe looked like Pads was going to hit this one again. Was he boosting at it? No, he was not boosting at it. I think they thought Team Star was going to be the one to go for a 50-50. All parties missing that ball. It's just going to bounce straight into the top corner. Unfortunate for Manchester, but Exeter will, I'm sure, take that and get a 2-goal lead. Now it could be 3 as here comes Tevinen on the back ball. Was actually looking for the demo. I don't think he had any intention of hitting that ball at all. Just wanted to get the demo and allow the ball to drop in front of net. Exeter continuing their relentless pressure as a dunk came through, going for a demo in net. Here is Team Star taking his time, trying to get the flick over one, but blocked out right at the death. Is this one just going to trickle in though? Westy is there, but another shot coming through. Exeter absolutely relentless, and quite a fortunate double touch at the end from Pads is going to find that 3rd goal.
It certainly looks great. Running rings around the defense were Exeter. You can say it's fortune, but it had been coming for a while, and it's not the situation that Manchester will be wanting to be in. 3 goals down in the game, about to be 3 down in the series unless something changes. They're off on the defense again from the kickoff. So many demolitions and physical plays coming out from Exeter, who are really living up to their name.
Yep, the Exeter Terminators, that is what they are called, and that is exactly what they are doing. And we've had less than half the game now, and we're already at the scoreline that the previous game finished in, so it does seem Manchester still going backwards as Exeter just continuing to get stronger and stronger here.
Yeah, we were comparing them and mentioning how Kingston had got better through their series, but if this keeps up, unfortunately Manchester are going in the wrong, opposite direction. Things are declining. Maybe Exeter are just warming up and getting all that stronger, but you see the formation there, all 3 players back. It's so passive, defensive, and it's what they're being forced into, right? Because Exeter are sort of reiterating the quality that they have and forcing Manchester to be responsive, but it feels like you have to take a risk, right? You're down 4-0 with just over 2 minutes left. Something is going to have to change, and 2 demos is certainly going to help that from CD, Goodwill over 9,000, and Westy, but it's still not quite leading to them getting out until now. Maybe there's a chance with the control. The pass over to GM, the strike just put and tipped away by Tevinen.
Yeah, Tevinen on the back line again, proving that he is a solid defender. Here's Team Star though, that is an open net for Tevinen. Oh, he's not the best at shooting though, unfortunately. That could have been the 5th for Exeter. He's got another chance here. Oh, never mind, that was Team Star. Here's Tevinen, taken away by Team Star. He had an opportunity to redeem himself. This ball is just on the goal line. Here comes Pads for a 4th goal. I don't know how that ball wasn't cleared off that goal line there, but straight down. CD Goodwill over 9,000, over the ball as well, and Pads to take a 5th goal for Exeter.
Oh, such a bizarre scenario for CD Goodwill over 9,000 to be dropped into as that ricochet down off the Manchester crossbar. Tried the double jump to make contact, but it just wasn't quite there, and it ended up with this comedic finish to a even stranger period of offense for Exeter, who do get their 5th. It's a record for them this series, but they're not quite putting up Manchester numbers just yet. They are keeping it in the orange half, but Manchester are breaking up. They had a couple chances on the counter, but they haven't been able to take them, and we were highlighting, maybe harshly so, that in that first game it did feel like Exeter had given them gifts, and you don't like to say it at the time, but now that Exeter have cleaned up those defensive mishaps, the goals really have all dried up for Manchester.
Yep, I think you're completely right, as that one is going to be another one for Team Star. I think that might even have been a team bump in net there for Manchester, unless it was, I think, no, it was Tevinen that was looking for the bumps there and did find one, so that was why that goal was not saved. And Exeter improving their record of goals in a single game to 6 from 4. How far can they go, Talacto? Can they start putting up Newcastle numbers? I believe our record so far today was 8-0 Newcastle in game 1.
It was 22 goals they put up in their series, whereas we're down at just 14 for Exeter. Like, come on, 14 goals in 3 games? Chop, chop. I mean, step it up. It's just not good enough here. Maybe they'll get a 7 in game 3 as the demos are coming through from Tevinen, who is whipping out the physical play, but avenged by Westy, who gets to take out Team Star here as it's getting a little personal, a little hot in the kitchen between the 2 teams. Pads is going to get a demo as well. But Tevenin, he's up with the ball, and that's what matters the most. With the flip reset sailing down towards the crossbar, but kept out by another good save from Bestie. Will there be a late goal from Pads, who tries to coast it over towards the top corner, but the defense holds again from Manchester. If only that was the story of the game all game long.
Yep, but unfortunately it is not, and we do find ourselves now on match point in favour of Exeter. Manchester, in a very similar situation to Kingston, are finding themselves staring down that barrel of elimination in this single elimination bracket. But, you know, as we say, Exeter, they were the stronger team, they on paper, and you would have thought coming into this that they would be clear winners, and that's exactly the reality that we're facing at the moment.
16 shots to 2. That game here, the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. We're comfortable settling in for Game 4. Can Exeter see it out here in a clean sweep? Based off what we've just seen, you'd probably say yes, but based off, say, Game 1, which feels like a long time ago now, you do not know. But Neo Tokyo will play host to this showdown. Exeter, I just feel like it's almost like unnecessary bullying. The amount of demos they're getting to go along with the scorelines they're now putting up, it must be taking a toll on the Manchester mentality.
It's funny though.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
It's quite funny. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bullying. You know, it was back and forth. We saw demo on one team, and then a car would become another car as another demo happened. So it was very back and forth. You know, if you give it, you gotta, or what is it? If you dish it out, you've got to take it as well. That's the saying. That's how it is.
You've got to be able to take what you dish out.
That's it. Thank you very much. And that's pretty much exactly what was happening. So we'll see if we get those, you know, aggressive plays. I don't even think, to be honest with you, as we see the first goal from Pads going in this game.
That was an own goal. Wait, what? That was definitely an own goal.
But Pads scored.
VAR?
Unclear.
I think Tevenin bumped CD Goodwill over 9,000 into it. I'm going to say bumped. CD Goodwill over 9,000, you are not the imposter. I'm saying you were bumped, okay? So please don't prove me wrong. We'll see as he sent it goal bound here. Not the ideal opening for Manchester, you could say. But GM has done a nice challenge there to keep them on offense for all of an extra half second before Exeter are beginning to strike back. And it's down off the ceiling. Could it be a chance? GM, oh, it's a heavy touch. The 50p head there, that was, yeah, feel like it had to be a better touch. It's just tough. But Tevenin, he shuts it down early. Even when even when they do get the control, Exeter are there to shut them down. And it feels like we've seen these good glimpses out of Manchester, but every time
GM almost peaked to it. GM there, almost able to get that redirect. He was just pixels away from getting the perfect touch on that ball to send it into net, and that would have been a game-tying goal for Manchester there. Only 1-0 in favour of Exeter at the moment. They haven't quite had the same shooting form and clinicality that we've seen from them in the previous games. Manchester, I think, have taken a step up this game. I think we can, you know, give them credit where credit's due. They
you shouldn't have said that. Why did you say that? Why would you say that? They've owned gold this game, and now
they look better.
I mean,
until
to be
that
fair,
point.
CD Goodwill has been so faked out there, like completely bamboozled on the defense. I don't think it was as bad as it looked, but it didn't look great. I'll give you that. It's 2-0 Exeter here in potentially match point deciding game. Manchester, their backs to the wall here. They're being pushed back against the ropes. What do they have to show for it here? It's reverse. It's been stuck into from CD Goodwill, but it's a double commit and an open net. But it's
oh my god! I can't watch.
I'm looking away.
Oh, who was this? That's so unfortunate. It looked so open. Teamstar actually missed the shot, and Westy at the wrong place at the wrong time. From the demolition, his car gets careered into that ball and it goes top corner. You literally could not script it.
Well, they've scored 4 goals this series, technically, if we count them at both ends. Manchester getting creative with their offense, but they're looking to still get off defense here, and it's still not too late. As we joke and jeer, they still have 3 minutes on the clock here, and they've been putting up a solid performance, and certainly better than Kingston ended up with, as much as they also fought valiantly against upper sort of echelon end of, you know, UK University Rocket League team. You know, Exeter, a team that will be making I would say like top 30 is like the sort of zone I'd be putting them in, but we don't really know in terms of we'll be seeing that likely exciting semi-final against Newcastle that I'm looking forward to much. So I'm assuming this series goes the way as it looks as they put in a fourth, but maybe it's just a sign. 4-0 in the game. Will it be 4-0 in the series? But there's a kickoff. There's another kickoff goal. Okay.
Yeah. How many is that? That's got to be like 5 kickoff goals now. I think it's
6 kickoff goals for the
just
day.
a speed flip kickoff. CD Goodwill just he didn't know. He had no idea.
He was being creative, innovative, breaking boundaries, pushing limits, but not going for kickoff soon enough. I mean, to be fair, it could have worked. We've seen delayed kickoffs work very, very well, and if you're down 4-0, needing 4 goals, then this is the time to try things like that as they're rising up on the defense, resting for a nice read around the side. It's forced again, but Exeter have just been so solid in the midfield, nearly unmatched unless they've sort of double commit and let the space go. More demolitions come through, an absolute war zone. Tevenin is hiding on the inside of the Manchester net with 9 boost. He has no license to be there as Team Star fakes out one and 50's another here. Pads is going to come through with the support and flick it teasingly in front of the net as one flies by, but no finishing touch here. We're down to 2 minutes and Manchester still need 5.
Yeah, this game, honestly, Manchester have needed to like be on offense. But as you say, for pretty much the entire series, they've just turtled up. It's like, you know when you're playing a game of air hockey and you're so much better than the other person that they're just not hitting it and you're hitting the ball off their own backboard or the puck off their own backboard and you're just constantly shooting and eventually something goes in. That's how the series has felt so far.
They just sort of put their I mean, I don't even know what you'd call it. Like their, what would you call it? What is that? A paddle? I think a paddle's a good word for it. Someone's going to need to help us out here. Let us know in chat. What do you call the handle things that you use in air hockey? Nice top corner shot, by the way. That was asked. But we've got a really pressing matter here. What do you call the things in air hockey? I'm going to call them paddles. I feel like table tennis. Yeah. But yeah, you just end up with it parked in front of your net, watching the other person play.
Bang,
swing ball.
bang, bang.
Swing ball when it goes back and forth as well. That is what this game has become. It is 6 for Exeter, which is a shame, because game 1 was very competitive, and Manchester, you could see the confidence that they had, but they've really had nothing else to thrive on as the series has gone on, and it just sort of feels like that game 1 was a bit of a flash in the pan, and it just fizzled and sizzled out just all too soon.
Yeah, and I think we can draw kind of comparisons. Oh, what a touch from Tevenin. That was beautiful. Took that so cleanly over the top of his car and then just lined up the shot and went, thank you very much, that's over the top of you, CD Goodwill. But yeah, drawing comparisons to the Kingston series, Kingston warmed up, whereas Newcastle kind of got their foot in the door and then stayed constant. In this instance, Manchester have never really kind of got going, whereas Exeter have just gotten better and better and better as they've warmed up. So it's really not favoured Manchester at all. And with a 7-goal lead now, I think we have got a pretty hype semi-final shaping up though between Newcastle and Exeter. We've seen both of these teams play. We've seen how good they are against lower ranked opposition, and I think we're going to have a very close series in that semi-final. But that won't be our next series. Our next series, we are staying with round 1 with, you know, I think it's
Imperial College against Glasgow. Very, very far apart the matchup be. Quite the distance between the two. You know, I was going to say, we do have it. We had the 7 goals set up for the Brazil, and it's GM who gives us it with 16 seconds on the clock. The pop from the defense, too much to deal with, and GM strikes.
Yep. Good placement on the shot. They just needed to do more of that earlier. I think that's probably one of the first times that we've seen Exeter properly scramble on defense and look a bit panicky, and it's just come too late, unfortunately, for Manchester. It was a great shot from GM, saw where the 2 defenders were and placed it the opposite side of the goal, and it is going to be, I think, 3 goals total for the series for Manchester, so tripling what Kingston managed against Newcastle. Is it going to be 8-1? No, I think we are going to keep the Brazil unless Team Star is able to keep this one up, which he is. Looking for the air dribble, doesn't have any boost left though. Pad's able to keep it up. Tevenin, can he get the shot on?
We deserve the Brazil.
We do deserve the Brazil, and we are going to get the Brazil to finish the series. Exeter are the team that will be advancing to that semi-final matchup with Newcastle. Manchester, unfortunately, being eliminated in round 1. But again, big respect to them for turning up and playing. And yeah, they put up a good fight, but ultimately Exeter, the better team on paper and the better team in reality.
Yeah, I mean, sort of glitters of brilliance from Manchester at time, but they were constantly forced to play in the shadow of the Exeterminators, who move on to the semi-final here at the Times Higher Education Rocket League Tournament. All best of sevens, you're with us here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Our next series will be Imperial College going up against Glasgow. What a series that could be as well. We'll see you after this break.
Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass. They won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPL.
Keep running, Betis looking at numbers advantage. Chris will arrive and captures in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The rail call from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Jimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down. All around this empty town, we're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air.
Situation onto Zipex. How much can he do by himself? There's one, the straight transfer.
You could be a hero. Scream your name. When the world goes crashing down, you'll take the pain.
It's been such a great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to and I've been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day.
It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
In his twist, he's very dangerous. Glaive can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's gone past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
I'm pretty happy I competed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually have never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And the Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
But he can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1, and that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Times Higher Education Rocket League Tournament. You're joining us for our third match of the day. It's Imperial College against Glasgow. Orion, talk to me. Will this be another 4-0?
Difficult to say. Again, a rank disparity is how it works in round ones. The high seeds play the low seeds, so there's always going to be a favourite. The favourite in this instance is Imperial College London. That is the roster of Eden Crow, M6LI and X-Troys, and then we have Glasgow, who is Ashi, Izan, is it Izan? Izan for me, and Omwom Groff Lol. That's a mouthful. Like, can you not pick an easy name for casters? Come on, you've got to think about it.
I mean, you can see the rosters for yourself here on stream as well, so you can decide on your own pronunciation. I'm going to go with Omwom Groff Lol. I think it's a beautiful game, but when we try and say it at high speed, we're probably going to start to hate it. But it's fair to say that the Glasgow Grizzlies will be the underdog in this matchup. They got a fully Champ 2 lineup that's still very competent, but they're going to have their work cut out for them, surely.
Yeah, I think they will. Imperial College London, 2 GC2s and a GC1, whereas the Glasgow Grizzlies, a full team of Champ 2s. Okay. So I feel like we're going to see a very similar to match to the previous two, where one team will probably outclass the other, namely Imperial College outclassing Glasgow, but you never know. Really, I honestly think that Glasgow might be able to get a game out of this. I think it's going to be closer than the previous two series.
If they can get one, why can't they get more? And the teams will be joining the lobby. I can tell you that game one, as always, as you see, will be on the lovely Manfield as the teams line up to get ready to go. It will be Imperial College in the blue, Glasgow in the orange, as Imperial College certainly come in as favourites. The team name, I See Trees of Green. They've had plenty of very respectable finishes in UK University Rocket League, especially NUEL as well. They have great finishes here. Speaking of NUEL, if you're watching this and curious about Rocket League or esports in general at all, just be curious to go over to thenuel.com and find your local gaming society, because you may not have many people that you think are playing the same games you do, and maybe because you haven't found the right place to ask. And the NUEL is that place, so make sure to head over there if you haven't already while you're watching these fantastic games that we have today.
Yeah, and in terms of this game, pretty even start. We haven't seen an early goal just yet. Both teams look pretty competent so far, as X-Troy's actually put that one right in front of his own net. That was almost an unforced error very early on, as it's now looking for a flip reset. There was some iced caramel latte there. I believe
that's M6.
That is M6, okay. He's gone for his favourite Costa coffee drink, apparently.
Maybe he's like an iced caramel latte business. He's trying to like increase the stocks. Maybe. It's just a professional businessman, Ezzy. We do believe it's M6, of course, we get confirmation, but we'll call him Iced Caramel Latte until then anyway. Or on the side of Imperial College, who we were saying came in as favourites, but that's the second time that Glasgow have ricocheted a shot off that post.
Yeah, Glasgow are looking competent, they're looking strong. As I say, no goals coming out yet. X-Troys might be able to get this read, but a beautiful post pinch there. Glasgow are really absorbing everything well so far, and they're creating decent opportunities themselves. So I said they were a full Champ 2 team. They definitely don't look like it right now.
Eisen's going to work it well off the backboard there. Ashy in support and send it down that left-hand side, but nothing like an ice caramel latte to stand in the way of them and then start the counter-attack in that breakout. Eisen again required on the backboard, but less convincing this time as the shot comes off the woodwork of Glasgow this time. Still, we have no breakthrough goal with 3 minutes on the clock. Eden Crow, nice interception in the midfield, and this is an incredibly back and forth game.
Yeah, finally we're seeing a close game of Rocket League now, Tylacto, and it is an exciting one. Yet to find an opening goal either of these teams. We're already about halfway done in this match, so game one is really open for anyone to stake their claim on it right now. It's a bit of an awkward ball as Ice Caramel Latte is going to find one over the top. What a save from Eisen. Going to try and keep it alive. Actually, probably not the best touch there from Ice Caramel Latte, who didn't allow Extroys to come in and take that one. Eden able to get the dunk. It's up and down. Who is going to be there first? It is Eisen getting the dunk as well. Here comes On1 Grothwald. She on the backboard trying to read Extroys' touch. Should be able to get a touch too. This is not very much out though, and a double commit leaves a bit of an open net. A bit scrambly on the defense, but they have managed to sort it out for the time being, and a miss shot from Extroys is going to open things up here. Ashy might look for the fake, looks for the shot instead.
There it is.
That one is going to go in for Eisen of Glasgow. Glasgow on the board first.
Yeah, they strike first. Who would have expected that? Ashy creating chaos in the Dingo, and Eisen beating out the defender who I believe with, and the Scottish University will strike first here. We called Imperial College the favourites. Oh my goodness, they're going to have to come up with an answer here, but how quickly could they find it? Troy's hesitating on the shot there, did he? As Ice Caramel Latte unable to force it through, but this one's up and dangerous, still central, but popped high and away. Eden has to fetch it up towards the ceiling, and Ashy is able to get across and make the block. It's not tidy, it's not organised, but it is working for Glasgow so far.
Yeah, it is. They're starting to park the bus a bit, and I mean, really, can you blame them? You know, coming into this match as the weaker team and finding yourselves in the lead, you're really going to want to hold on to that and not allow the other team to start to try and make their way back. I think a goal here for Glasgow could be disastrous, you know, having to fight their way back into the lead. They want to stay there now as they have got it. They might be able to extend it here. Here comes Ashy, block off the backboard, and the shot is good from Eisen. Reading that bounce beautifully and sending it into the near post.
Eisen, for me, this is his second already. As we're in the final minute, Extroys couldn't make the save off the inside of its post. And Glasgow here, what a performance in this first game, but it is not up yet. There is still time for Imperial to find an answer, but they're on the back foot again. Ashy is trying to pop it back towards the centre. They want more, but they may have got greedy. They may have bitten off more than they could chew as to commit. It's Bill being forced downfield by Ice Caramel Latte, who doesn't make the contact for the pass. It's still popped in field, but again, it's scrambled away, sent back towards the midfield. Will the shot come through? Ashy, it's still scrambled in front of the net, but no shot on target. The defense somehow holding.
Yeah, and I think that could be it. Now we've only got 20 seconds left and 2 goals needed to be found by Imperial, who haven't scored all game, and it's Glasgow still looking for opportunities. Actually trying to send it onto net. Eisen looking for his 3rd goal. Has been absolute. It's been so impressive, Eisen, in this game so far. It is going to be one back though, so we are going to hold the phone a little bit here. 6 seconds left for Imperial to find an equaliser and send us to our first overtime of the tournament. Can they do it, Tylacto?
We've seen a kickoff goal.
We have. We've seen many
series
goals
so far, but this is not the 3rd goal of the game. So clearly the answer is no. It can't happen. Well, maybe it can, because it has opened up well and it's high and dangerous. But Ashy wins it up. It's still, the ball has to touch as Ice Caramel Latte challenges it, and it bounces high and around. Touch from the backboard is there, but dangerous. Extroy's there with the shot, but the block comes through, and Glasgow do take game 1.
And by the skin of their teeth, actually. That was close in the end. Imperial left it right up until the last couple of seconds to try and win that game convincingly, and they almost tied it. We almost had an overtime, but Glasgow coming in as the 7th seed here, no less, against the 3rd seed of Imperial College London, have taken game 1. Now, you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Tylacto. It's a best of 7. It can go a long way. It just hasn't so far because it's been 4-0 sweeps. But, you know, these best of sevens, there can be so many swings, even within individual games. We'll see if Glasgow can hold their momentum. If Glasgow get a second here, we really could be in for a bit of a thriller of a series that I don't think either of us were expecting.
And Forbidden Temple will be home to game 2 here. We're asking about sweeps. I think it's certain that it won't be on the cards at this point. Glasgow may have taken that first game, but Imperial, they still outshot 10 shots to 5 in Imperial's favour, and they certainly looked dangerous in that final minute when they knew they had to go and pursue them goals to bring it back. They did get one, but it was too little, too late. So Glasgow have the advantage here, having taken game 1 in this best of 7. They'll still need 3 more, and something tells me that Imperial will certainly have something to say about it.
Yep, and they've got an early opener there. That's exactly how they would have wanted to start this game. Goal within the first 10 seconds. A little sloppy there from Glasgow on defense. Ashy not reaching it, and Onwon Broflol thought that Ashy was reaching it, and so just couldn't adjust himself in time to block what was actually a relatively weak shot coming out from the Imperial side there. So early opener, lead now for Imperial for the first time in a game. The series going to be quickly doubled with a banger from Ice Caramel Latte.
Yeah, that breakout, getting such a good shot, and you feel like it was exactly what Glasgow had to avoid. The sort of spell that they had over their defense somehow in game 1 that was holding it together so narrowly. It's been broken so early in game 2, and you wonder if the floodgates will open. So often did they benefit in that first game from being able to fall back and defend the lead that they had after just 2 or 3 minutes into that game. Fair play to them before that for playing the game even, but this game 2 is a very different beast for the Scots, as they are going to have to play from behind for the first time, and you worry that that's just going to lead to them conceding more.
Yeah, well, I said in a best of 7 you can have many momentum shifts, and I think we're experiencing our first one here, as that could be a third no saved by Onwon Broflol, but kept in that orange half by Eden Crow, now cleared down and helped on by Eisen. Is he going to get the double touch here? No boost left to his name, and that angle was against him there. Here comes Eden Crow to try and send this one long. Beaten to it by Eisen again, looking for it off the backboard, but couldn't get back to it once more. Here comes Ice Caramel Latte in that breakout, looking for the pass infield, didn't get the power on it that he wanted to. Ashy almost having a shot there. This could be a powerful one, but not able to wrap himself around it there was Onwon Broflol. Eisen now trying to chase it, gets the bump on one, and Ashy able to clean up. Eden Crow in a bit of an awkward spot with Ashy hounding it, but does well. Gets that one down to the centre, only as far as Eisen, but we are back to a bit more pinball style of play, Tylacto.
We are, and I was just thinking that while we may appear to have a spicy game on our hands here in the quarterfinals, we are not the only part, of course, of the Times Higher Education Virtual Student Festival. And of course, if you're interested in studying in the UK, whether you're in the UK right now as a student or yet to be one, you know, whether you want to study at these universities or any university as we're brought back within one, then please do check the link below the stream. You'll join thousands of other students from around the globe, you know, leading universities, leading student brands, and anything you could possibly want to know or ask about studying the university in the UK, such as how do I play in big matches like this? Well, of course, go to the NUEL, but do click that link behind the stream as well. It's 2-1, and it's an important goal for Glasgow to get back.
Well, yeah, you're saying about how to play in big matches like this. Just look at what Glasgow are doing. They're definitely the underdogs, but they're putting up a great fight. One game ahead, and they're starting to claw their way back now with that goal to cut the lead of Imperial in half. And they're trying to keep going with it as Ashy sends it into the corner. 24 boost to his name. He is able to make the read and get that one to drop down. Ice Caramel Latte with the clear, but only as far as Onwon Broflol, who has the boost to be able to chase this, but well read by Eden Crow. Keeps his flip for a while there as well. Ashy away though, it's so back and forth. There's barely any midfield play, it's just black and white. Either it's up one end close to the goal or it's up the other. That one has been sent across net. Eden Crow all the way down to the other end of the field. Ashy again trying to get that clear off his own backboard, seems to be in control. Looked for the dunk, but no boost left to make that. And it is Eisen now sending that one into the corner. Bit of a fake there on Eden Crow, who gets bumped out of the way, and it's another bump. It's an open net. Onwon Broflol with the shot. Ashy now with the shot, and finally it goes in. 2-2, Glasgow managing to make that 2-goal deficit disappear, and with 1 minute and 48 left, they've still got plenty of time to win this game if they want to.
But what a play that was. What a bump from Eisen. He makes the plays off the ball as well. I think he bumped Extroys into Eden.
He did. Yep.
It was like a pull shot bump, and because of that, Glasgow have come from 2 down. They might even get more here. It's off the inside of the post. Oh, Eisen, for all he's done this series so far, you feel like he could have put that one away. But still, Glasgow are on offense here at Imperial College. How the mighty have fallen. They look a shell of them former selves in this game. The confidence has been shot. They need to get the wheels back and the engine back started, because things just have not been going smoothly for them, as they will finally traverse onto the offense here. But again, the possession. Glasgow take it back. You feel like the nerves might be getting to Imperial.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this has been a game of 2 halves so far. Imperial looked like they had the momentum in their favour with those 2 very early goals, but Glasgow have clawed their way back so far in this game, and they do look to be having the best of pressure so far. I haven't seen too much from Imperial in the second half of this game, and as we dip below 1 minute, oh, Gruffalo with the shot off the post, so close to making it 3 and completing the comeback for Glasgow. Eisen with a shot of his own. Here comes Ashi onto the backboard. Onwon Gruffalo dropping it down. Ashi just there to make a touch and disrupt that defensive rotation. And it's going to be a dunk from Ice Caramel Latte, able to carry this one forwards now. Might look for the pass into the midfield towards Extroys, but it's just gone past him. Ashi now trying on that counter attack to break forwards. Here's Eden Crow though, carrying it out and clear, saves his flip, tries to get the dunk, almost near post, but off the post it was. Ticking down towards overtime now, 10 seconds left. Onwon Gruffalo blocks that one out. Ashi is trying to get it clear. Every single Glasgow player is trying to get it clear, but it's dropping down in front of net. Can they keep up here? Ashi, he's got the ball, he's got the boost, it's tried for the flick, but he couldn't get it over the top, and overtime we have Tylacto in game number 2.
It's our first overtime of the day.
It is.
Between Glasgow and Imperial College. This game too, can Imperial take it? They were 2-0 up, and they could be 2-0 down in the series if they lose out concede this next goal. They will be losing game 2 if that's the case. That's exactly what Glasgow will want, but it's loose in their midfield. The shot from Ice Caramel Latte was not convincing, but it might have done the job. That's a little bit hasty on offense. Imperial tried to pounce here, but now they're on the back foot. Suddenly it's downfield. Glasgow, the dunk from Onwon Gruffalo, and the Scottish University Glasgow are 2-0 up.
That was a very fortunate goal for Glasgow as well. Eden Crow saw that that ball was loose and saw that Glasgow were about to counter-attack, tried to nick in front of it to get it away from them, which he did successfully, but there was a player from Glasgow in the right place at the right time, sent it downfield and managed to convert, and in an overtime, that's all you need. Like that one separating goal. Glasgow now coming in as underdogs with a 2-game lead in the series.
And who'd have thought this? You think about the disparity, guys.
Yeah.
This is Champ 2s against Grand Champ 2s. There is a difference, even though it may not be super significant. It is notable, and Glasgow are just taking it to them. To come back from 2 down, the fortitude that they've shown to then take it in overtime. Imperial College from the other end of the island, they are not going to be happy about that. It's going to be shaking and quaking in their boots. Any lead that they get from this point, this series is not going to feel anywhere near as secure. And I mean, Glasgow have already got 2. They only need 2 more. We could be looking up quite the upset on the cards.
And bear in mind, that game as well was Imperials for the taking. They were 2 goals up within 30 seconds, and then Glasgow just took control of the game bit by bit, and in the end won that overtime. So that's got to be a real kick in the teeth for Imperial, who must have felt like that game was theirs for the taking. I said right at the start that the momentum had swung in their favour, but as I said before, the best of 7s, you can get so many, and we had 2 in that game, and it ended up with Glasgow coming out on top.
Extroys here is going to try and open up Imperial on the front foot. It's a beautiful goal as well. He pokes it towards the top shelf. They pick up similarly where they left off at the start of game 2. Really taking command here.
Yeah, Extroys just came straight across that one, ripped it top shelf. Brilliant angle as well. Despite 2 defenders in there, 1 defending front post and back post, he was able to thread the needle with that and get another early goal for Imperial. As we saw in the previous game, they have a lead once more. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
Certainly will be looking to expand it as they did, but 2 wasn't even enough. Last game in Game 2, Glasgow, they'll still be feeling confident despite the 1-goal deficit. You could say underdog's advantage, less expectation, less pressure, but my goodness, are they making the most of it and putting up some entertaining Rocket League here. Eisen, he's been a standout player. He's going to get a 50 there, but a 50 that followed one strongly by Ice Caramel Latte. Oh, that was a close chance. I think it was Extroys couldn't quite get himself over that ball.
Yeah, Eisen again with a 50-50, might even be able to get back to this one himself. Ashley's going to leave it for him. Eisen coming in for it, looking for a demo as well. Could have opened things up there, but Ashley's not able to make contact in the midfield. Here comes Extroys trying to touch this one down into the corner. Ashy has control of this one, not able to get it clear though, and a bit of a scramble on defense there for Glasgow. Bit panicky. I think that's the first time we've really seen them lose their composure, but they were able to deal with it, and now carrying it forward once more is Ashy in that black bingo. Not able to really generate any chances though. Extroys has made a bit of a mistouch here, and it is going to keep pressure on for the time being. It's now Eden Crow who is taking it forwards. Might be an open net to shoot at here. I think he went a little bit early there. Could have just bided his time and waited for it, but chose to send it quite early on. Eisen now down to the left-hand side. Ashy trying to cover his teammate. Going to have to make an awkward save here with no boost, and gets it beautifully onto his own crossbar. Pressure coming out on both sides, but that 1-0 lead still sticking for Imperial.
Oh, nice plays from the Londoners, you have to say. They've done a great job this series of making and moving Glasgow around on defense when they've got that pressure. They set the tone for the first couple minutes of Game 1 where they were, Glasgow were messy and disorganized on defense, but it did work for them. And the point is that often Imperial haven't been as clinical as they need to be. But you look at touches like that from Onwall Groffalo, even though he's got to make that touch and it's not ideal, keeping it so close in the corner means that no direct shot can happen off of it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Glasgow are playing very smart. They're not just giving the ball away to Imperial. They're coordinating between themselves most of the time, and they are able to orchestrate plays quite well, I would say. I think that's been the difference maker so far, but we find ourselves with Imperial still with that 1-goal lead very early on in the game. Glasgow, despite their best efforts, haven't managed to find the goal to get them back into this game just yet, as they did in the previous one. But still 2 minutes left, and I would honestly say that this is still anyone's game. We'll find out as the next goal is scored by Eden Crow, doubling that lead now and making Glasgow's job even more difficult. They came back from a 2-goal lead before, remember, but that was with 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Now they only have 1 minute and 45 seconds.
What a slammer from Eden Crow that was. He had so much time to line it up, and he just pelted it away on the left-hand side of the Glasgow net there. They, like you say, are far more stripped for time, and this time it might get even worse. It's gonna be 3. Imperial College have been controlling all of this Game 3, and boy, do they need it in this series. If this keeps up, looks like they might get it.
Yeah, here we go. Another momentum shift. Imperial now looking like the stronger team with those 2 very quick goals. 1 minute 36 still, though, for Glasgow to find a way back in, even if it's just a couple of consolation goals to keep their confidence up, as we almost see one go in here. It's on the goal line. It's very dangerous, and it has gone in for Ashy. Very important that that goal was scored so quickly. So 1 minute 30 left, and a 2-goal deficit is still, they can still come back from this. I would say Imperial still look to be the better team. But, Glasgow, I don't think at any point now we should count them out based on their previous performances.
That is true. I mean, you could, I think you can kind of call that a kick-off goal. Went straight towards the net. There was a little bundling in front of it. Hang on a minute, Eden Crow, easy piece. What a save from Ashy at the other end. I mean, Eden Crow was just focused on putting it on target, dropped it slowly, and somehow Ashy made a miracle save at the other end. Credit to them. That's going to be a frustrating one for Eden Crow to digest, even if they do end up taking this game, but they've got a minute to play just yet. Glasgow are pressing forward. The defensive touch has to be there, but they're there for the loose ball again. Eisen patient, but what a pitch from Ice Caramel Latte in that breakout, just forcing it downfield, buying a lot of valuable breathing room.
Yeah, and now as we tick below 1 minute, the job is going to become harder and harder for Glasgow to try and try and make it 3. If Glasgow had won this, we'd be looking at a sweet point. I didn't even really think about that in the context of the series, but before we went into this game. But this was a crucial one for Imperial to win, and I think now that is the nail in the coffin from Ice Caramel Latte. Open net left by Glasgow. Can't really blame them, you know, chasing that equalising goal, and I think Eisen got a bit bumped off that one as well. So Imperial staking their claim in this series now. I think we are going to be going to a 2-1 series scoreline, and it really is up to Imperial now, as you know.
That is one.
That is, yep. It really is up to Imperial now to keep this momentum. I think that's the most important thing in these series.
Yeah.
When you get that momentum swing in your favour, you have to keep it. If you allow it to go the other way, then it could spell disaster for you.
It was quite a quick hat-trick as well from Ice Caramel Latte. That's pretty much a minute or so hat-trick, I feel like.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And certainly what, you know, Imperial need. I mean, I certainly was being critical of their clinicality. But 5 in game 3, certainly a good way to right that ship. It certainly could have been 6 if we were doing Ice Caramel Latte again, but maybe it will stay at 5 unless this net is just a draw.
No.
Okay, maybe it won't. You know what? Maybe it won't.
I think Ashy had packed his bags and gone on holiday and then realised that he'd left something at home. Like he just did a 180 and realised that it was actually bouncing into his own net.
That's a big scoreline though.
That is, yeah, that's a statement.
Reaffirm their confidence, be like, yeah, we are meant to be the better team here. We can put this Glasgow team down convincingly, but we need to play our own game and do it concisely. They did that this game. Glasgow, for the most part, were kept quiet, and Imperial strike back here. But the series score still 2-1 in favour of Glasgow.
Yeah, and that time 9 shots put up by Imperial there, 6 of which were converted, so that's a pretty good shooting accuracy, 66% give or take, if my maths is correct. So yeah, Imperial now looking strong, as we were expect. This is what I expected to see from Imperial.
Can they keep it up?
So
it's one game.
I'm really glad Glasgow got those 2 games, because you know, these round 1s where the high seeds play the low seeds, they could have easily been sweeps, but Glasgow have been like, you know what? We're not here to follow that trend. We're trend breakers. You know, we're not sheep. We don't want to be like Manchester and Kingston. We want to put on a show, and that's exactly what they're doing. We've really got a series on our hands here. I don't think we can even count out Glasgow yet, despite that scoreline from Imperial.
The question for me is, can Glasgow get an early goal here? Not even early. It just has to be the first goal. We've yet to see Imperial have pretty much any success when having to play from behind, and the amount of momentum and confidence they have coming off the back of that game 3, they'll be definitely wanting it to steamroll and carry on. But look at that, and would you look at that as well? 15 seconds is all it took for Glasgow.
Well, I think you're some kind of prophecy maker, Tylacto, because you said they needed the opening goal and an early goal, and they've done both. So
yep.
15 seconds in, Glasgow have got the lead. Imperial are going to need to find a quick answer. They might find it here off the kickoff, as it does go in their favour, and they are going to get the goal. Seems like I've become the prophecy maker now, as I predict exactly what needed to happen for Imperial. That was an angle.
So difficult to execute. That might not be flamboyant or look too flashy, but that was a difficult angled shot. You can see that the Glasgow defence just didn't expect like the audacity to just even attempt that from Ice Caramel Latte, who has been firing and on point ever since the start of last game, and clearly it's continuing, and they've answered my question at Imperial College. They can play from behind, and it's a quick response they get at that. What should we prophesize next? I'm going to say that this game's going to be 10-9 on goals. I don't care which way it goes. How about a 10-9? Is that might be a bit much to ask for?
Perhaps a little bit. Oh my goodness, I thought he had just gone for the psycho full court there. Here's another shot from Ice Caramel Latte. That shot still had the angle, but wasn't quite able to generate the power. But we do find ourselves pretty much back at square one now with those 2 very early opening goals. This game is going to feel a lot like it started at 0-0 and stayed that way. As you know, I imagine quite open play. Potentially a goal coming off a mistake. And it's not going to happen there as the pitch goes off the post. It seemed like time just stood still for a second there as the players scrambled to get to that ball, but they were able to get it away. That one now is dangerous. Ashy I think he might have had the angle there. Yep, Xtroys is credited with the save. Another shot put on target. A bit sloppy at the moment from Imperial, and they're not going to get it clear either as Ice Caramel Latte running out of boost. Eating Crow might have been looking for the flick, opted for the 50-50, is in control. No challenge from Ashy just yet. He's just taking it on a Sunday drive up the pitch, but runs out of boost in the end. Stuck in this corner at the moment. Perhaps a sloppy goal imminent if Glasgow can't clear their lines. It was put centre. Ashy has slapped that one clear. Omon Groffalo looking for the redirect, or maybe even the drop down. Didn't really find either. Still 1-all as we get to about halfway in this game now, and I think we're pretty much at even Stevens. Like, no team really looks like they're going to be the one to take hold of this game just yet.
I just think back to that scramble on the front post, of that front post of Glasgow when it was a pinch and like 4 players committed to it and it just flew away. And credit to Imperial, they've stayed stable and challenged this well in the midfield as they're going to do here. You wonder, given that they were trying to take the upper hand in the series and game, whether they get frustrated being denied from such close range, but no, Xtroys is going to finish from similarly close range on half-time, and Imperial have the lead again.
Yeah, Xtroys there recognising that there was no player on the backboard, forcing Ashy to go up for that one and make a difficult read, which he wasn't able to do. And then, yeah, pretty easy goal to finish it. So we've just crossed the halfway mark. Imperial up by 1. Glasgow, they need to try and come back here. If Imperial win this, we are at a level 2-all score in the series. On one Groffalo, can he get back to this? No, end up driving across the post, and now it is a 2-goal lead in this game for Imperial, starting to come back in the series.
Oh, it's so stressful. Omon Groffalo not power sliding in time. The turning circle couldn't keep up with the little amount of pitch he had left before tripping up off of his front post. That's painful to watch, but just as amusing. It's 3-1 for Imperial College, but it's 3-2 immediately. He makes the difference at the other end. Does that man on one Groffalo? That's a very quick response.
Yep, you know, these bronze tournament winners are just built different. Like, I don't know. I have no idea how these people get these tags. I don't understand it. Like, I'd love to know. I'd love to have one. Let me see if he can, you know, hook me up with one of those bronze tournament tags, because that probably reflects how good of a player I am now that I haven't really touched the game in the past month or so. But
pretty harsh. At least silver.
I'd want the bronze one, just because.
You do it in once. You rank your once. It's not something you should really do. No, then ruin the experience of bronze.
No psionics. I would never do that. I would never do that.
No, you wouldn't. But imagine you are a bronze player trying to queue in at a tournament innocently, and then people are just farming it for titles to use at higher ranks. That must be so annoying. But hey, it's annoying for Glasgow. They still want to be on match point, and it could be the second time they're denied doing just that. They still do, however, a minute to respond here, but Imperial have been keeping them quiet since that quick response, although they nearly challenged it and it nearly went into their own net by my eyes.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd challenge from Xtroys. I think he was maybe looking for a bump or just something to cut out the play. Oh, it's gone in! 3-all now. Eisen, I was just about to say that Glasgow have scored the majority of their equalising goals in the final minute, and we're very close to that. We saw them come back quite late on in game number 2 and then take that overtime. A minute left now, all tied up. I mean, you said this was going to be 10-9. It's currently 3-3.
It's not bad.
So 6 goals scored. You know, in terms of an in general high-scoring game prediction, you're pretty good on that one.
Talk about it being 3-3. There was all 3 players back for Imperial, and none of them could keep that shot out, which, as well placed as it was, didn't have that much hot sauce on it. You imagine they'd be disappointed to have let that one go in at such a costly time here. They could really do with this game, but it's a double commit on the defense and a pinch away from Glasgow. It's sent up and back down into the mixer, but Onwell Groffalo with the touch away to the corner as we cross 30 seconds remaining on the clock. A whiff in the corner. Iced Caramel Latte found the mark from a sharp angle earlier this game, but just a little off the mark that time.
Yeah, Onwell Groffalo was best Poggers impression there, just trying to work something out. 10 seconds left now. This is a very tense closing. 10 seconds as Ice Caramel Latte looking for the angle again onto the backboard. Can Xtroys find it? Oh, I thought it was going to be an own goal there. Oh, that was such a scary touch, but we go to another overtime, second overtime in this series. Glasgow winning the first one after about, I would say, 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll see who appears to be the better team as this overtime progresses.
Delicate play. Poked over towards Ashley and back towards Eisen, then linked up delightfully downfield, but they won't be able to keep the possession, or will they? It's a disappointing bit of defending from Imperial College, who are they going to really get away with that? My goodness, what is happening on the offensive end? Both teams at a stakeout standoff, call it what you want, but neither expecting the whiffs that came through, and we're still not going to have a breakthrough of the deadlock in this overtime. But like you rightly highlighted, Glasgow did take the one earlier in the series. They know how to win under pressure here. Still the underdogs, as we call them, but they could get to series point just by scoring this next goal.
Yep, that's true. 2 games up now, and so could be on to series point here. It's so close between these two teams. I was expecting not a walkover. I thought this game was going to be closer than the previous 2. Sorry, this match was going to be closer than the previous 2. But we really are seeing like 2 very evenly matched teams go head to head here.
Sent down. Imperial College try to link up in the corner, nearly a demo from Edencrow, but not quite finding his target. On one Groffalo flipping early, expecting to be challenged, but turns it into a patient 50, and he's still on the ball. Pokes it out the corner, but I don't think his teammates nor us were really expecting him to be able to get that far with that little resources. And Imperial College try to play down that right-hand side again, but not quite linking up as they desire. Now it's Glasgow on the counter-attack, up for the challenge, but denied by Iced Caramel Latte, putting in the work at the other end of the field now. As we approach 2 minutes of overtime, the nerves get more intense for the players. The hands start shaking, and the sweat will be dripping from their forehead. Who can get this next goal? We could find out now. We could find out in a few minutes' time. Who knows how long this could go on, as neither team able to generate a clear-cut chance. But there it is, just as we say it. Ashley is going to put it away from midfield, and Glasgow move to series point.
Out of nowhere as well, a missed touch from Ice Caramel Latte. Tried to take it on the back of his car and then flick it over the top, but the ball did not pop the way that he wanted to. Ashy was there to make that challenge, and the net was left wide open by Imperial. So going on to match point now, are Glasgow your 7th seed coming into this tournament out of 8 teams? It's pretty incredible.
They've just been so clinical. They were outshot that game as well, 10-7 by Imperial, who 3 from 10 isn't too bad. 30% is pretty decent, right? But how clinical Glasgow have been. They sense the moment when it comes, and it feels like they've been clutching up so much more than Imperial in these close games. And unless Imperial can pick them up and put them down real quick in the space of a game, like we saw in Game 3, completely dominating as we move on to Imperial College. For Imperial College, this is a stadium now in the game. It's not Utopia Coliseum. It's Imperial College, their own stadium, clearly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you can experience if you go to a university in the UK. This is Imperial College London.
I'm not sure.
This is their Rocket League pitch.
Apparently. That would be good, honestly. I mean, if it's life-size, I'd love to see all the eggs in the stands. Imperial College, if you're hearing.
They have to employ the eggs just to fill the stadium.
What's the rate? How do you employ an egg?
It's got to be minimum wage, right?
Yeah. It's not a very complicated job. You stand there and get to watch great Rocket League, and hopefully get to see your home team win, which is what Imperial College have to do here on Utopia Coliseum, or else they'll be going home.
They will, yeah. That is a big statement. I will just reiterate the ranks of Imperial College. I did not see that.
Carry on.
I was looking at the ranks.
Okay, carry on.
The ranks are GC2, GC2, GC1 compared to a full C2 team for Glasgow, and Glasgow currently 3-1. Can you explain what happened there, Tylak, to us? I missed that as I was looking at my notes.
No.
You don't want to?
I can't. I can't explain.
Okay,
Glasgow
we
is
won't
still
explain.
on the offense here, but no touch there, and it's going to fake out the defender. Weak touch from Extroys means that Glasgow are still living in this corner until it's sent away, and boost denied as well, you notice there, by Edencrow. Calm, cool and collected in the moment, but less so there. Flinging himself at the ball in the corner. No contact to show for it. Nice contact there on the shot from Extroys. Bounces it into the top corner. Big goal for Imperial College.
Yep, exactly what they needed. Once more, they've done the hard bit of scoring, and now they've got to do the arguably harder bit of keeping Glasgow at bay for the remainder of this game. Glasgow have been the comeback kings so far. They've rarely taken a lead in this series. When they have, it's been that after Imperial have had a lead of their own, and they have just completely demolished it. It's almost Imperial getting two there, but I would honestly say even 2 goals from Imperial might not even be enough. I think we need to start seeing that stomp that we saw, the 6-1 scoreline in the game which Imperial College London won against Glasgow. That needs to happen again sooner or later, otherwise Glasgow really could start to, mount that comeback and the series could slip away from Imperial here.
Absolute chat of a challenge from Extraordinary. He launches it down the right-hand side.
What
It
is
gets faked
happening?
out or faked out. Who's faking who? I don't know. The 50 onto the crossbar. Bizarre gameplay in front of the Glasgow net. But once again, it doesn't lead to a goal. Somehow, Imperial College getting kerfuffled. I mean, not really just under their own team. It was everyone getting confused, and not for the first time. It's great to watch. Glasgow will take it for now because it means that they're just the one behind still in this 5th game, which, reminder, if they win, they move to the semi-finals, where of course the winner of this series would play the winner of Cardiff against Coventry. That's the series that we will be having up next for you, but I think I'm very much satisfied with watching this one for now.
Oh yeah, I'm very invested in this series. I wasn't expecting such a close series in round 1. You kind of expect that, that's how it goes. The low seeds beat the high seeds, but we do already have a bit of an upset on our hands unless Imperial can retain this lead and continue on with that momentum in the series. Glasgow, as we've said, only 1 game away from winning the series. Imperial, though, they had a golden opportunity there. No follow-up on the shot from Eden Crow. Another opportunity. Amon Grofflow put it into the corner. Nice and safe. Ashy, difficult read. Isn't going to get there either. Amon Grofflow over to Ashy. Can he take the shot? It's an absolute banger from Ashy past the defence, who were completely unsighted on that one. Glasgow have done what Glasgow have been doing all series long, and that is even the scoring up at 1 apiece.
Goodness, what a fired up shot from Assi. Direct counter-attack down the middle there from Glasgow to pull themselves level. The comeback kings, as they've been dubbed, are only going to do it again.
Oh,
I mean,
Ashy
they've flipped
again.
up at the midfield again, but Eden Crow is back in time this time to make the save. Glasgow, they look like they want this now.
Yeah, and that's really worrying for Imperial. Any goal for Glasgow now is just going to put so much pressure on them. Imperial need to score here and need to try and maintain this lead if they want to have any chance in continuing on in the series and in the bracket. Whereas Glasgow, as the game goes on, they just look better and better, and it looks like the nerves maybe get to Imperial more and more. A goal here would be huge. Ice Caramel Latte is taking his time with this one. He's going to get back to it, going to drop down. Very dangerous shot should come through, but it's actually going to be taken to the corner. Smart play there by Eden Crow, staying in possession, trying to get something off the ceiling. Bit of a double commit there from Glasgow, but I think they are going to survive for the time being. Demo on either side, so it's a 2v2 for the time being. Ice Caramel Latte with the shot. It's up high. Eden Crow is lurking, but Eisen off the backboard. Less than 1 minute left now to find a goal, and that could have been it, but I think just a bit of miscommunication there. Wasn't quite ready to take the shot. Could have been a golden opportunity.
So often, Ice Caramel Latte has been the talisman for this Imperial College side. Really want to get them on the ball deep into the Glasgow end, as they're doing right here. That shot couldn't quite get around the ball. Could destroy as the net was temporarily open, but that door shut all too soon. Glasgow, you damn well right. They'd take another overtime, but will they get it? Maybe if Extroys isn't able to get it on target, but that one is onto the backboard. The shot, Domin on that rebound.
Oh, no.
It's still in front
Not
of the
like
net.
this.
The block is going to be on 0 seconds. Eden Crow forces it through.
Oh my word, it just got stuck in between both players, popped out. Eden Crow was not going to hesitate on that one. Fortunate pinch, slammed into that top corner. I thought we were going to go to another overtime, which Glasgow have won 2 of the previous ones, but no, Imperial take it right at the death and are able to stay in the series.
Wow. And that was disaster averted, really. They'd have had to have gone to another overtime, and from everything we've seen about overtimes this series, that is the bread and butter of Glasgow, who let themselves down a little bit. At the end there, that kerfuffle on the front post, just
so
tangling, I think it was Ashy, ended up accidentally putting it in front of the Scottish net. I mean, they'd made 4 saves already this game, had Ashy, but shame to see it end like that. But if you're an Imperial College fan, absolute adrenaline pumping through their veins right now as we head for a Game 6. That will be on DFH Stadium. Can Imperial bring us all the way?
Well, we'll have to see. We will have to see. Game 6, 3-2 scoreline. It's still match point Glasgow. So if they take an early lead and Imperial can't find a way back, then that's how the series is going to go. So Imperial now, as you say, full of adrenaline from that 0-second goal probably. They need to maintain this momentum. They need to take it to Game 7, and they need to see if Glasgow, under that pressure of Game 7, will crack.
So many questions to be answered. Who will produce the answers? It was Eden Crow right at the dead there in Game 5. And Imperial still have it all to do, and Glasgow still have to get themselves over the line. They've fallen short there once. Will that get to them? Will the pressure start to break them? Will cracks start to show here on DFH Stadium? We begin with Ashy clearing the ball momentarily just to immediately bail and go back to the back boost. So it looks like Glasgow will still be under pressure for now.
Dangerous shot there. That could have easily gone in. On Groffler was able to clear it. That one going to drop down quite dangerously, and Ashy had the read, but unfortunately not the angle on target. Comes Eden using that wave dash, trying to get it over the top. Nice Caramel Latte coming in for it. Over towards Eden, who could have got the redirect. Difficult shot to take, but was definitely on the cards there. Not able to find it. It's staying in that orange half quite a lot at the moment. Bit of a scary time as Ice Caramel Latte finds his shooting boots once again up in the air for that one and putting it into the top right-hand corner of the goal.
That breakout every time it's risen for an aerial. Glasgow have not looked comfortable, and that lasered into the back of the onion bag. It's 1-0 Imperial College in Game 6. Glasgow have done this before though. You know they can do it again, but how many rallying speeches can you sort of give the team before they go deaf? Can they really continue to pull this off? They will not want this to go to Game 7, but Eden Crow, he certainly does.
Yeah, great aerial goals coming in for Imperial to start us off here. Just within the opening minute, Eden Crow, beautiful shot there. You're not going to be saving that one, unfortunately, Ashy. And so now a 2-goal lead for Imperial. We've seen it before, and we've seen Glasgow come back with 4 minutes left. So I am absolutely not writing them off just yet. I think they need to find, you know, an early comeback goal here just to halve the deficit. If they do that, there's still a chance in the series. But I think if we get down to about a minute left and the scoreline is still the same or even worse in favour of Imperial, then I think we could be looking at a Game 7 tie-like-toe.
Have they packed an extinguisher? Because Imperial College with a fire in their belly right now, look hungry. They're firing on all cylinders. Can Glasgow really deal with that? At times it's looked like they can't, but as it stands, they technically have the lead in the series. They know they can do this, but pulling it out from the depths of this game, it's fair to say, it's still going to be a tough task here. It's forced into the corner as Eisen won't be able to take that ball down, won't be able to keep it close. Very rarely do we see a sustained spell of Glasgow possession right now. Imperial, I mean, it's awkward how they're keeping them in their end, but it is certainly working here, and we're down towards half-time. And Glasgow had this game in terms of offense.
Yeah, we saw Extroys there just with no boost, just being frustrating, being a thorn in the side of Glasgow, and just touching that ball, making them adjust their read and having to think differently. Whereas I think a lot of the time Glasgow were being given a little bit too much space. I think Imperial have been playing quite open just because they think that Glasgow might just give them the ball and they will be able to work with that, but that just hasn't happened at all. So they're pressing Glasgow a lot more now, and it is working as Eisen off the inside of his own post and then able to make the save at the other one. That was a bit sketchy from Eisen, but if it works, it works. They might be able to get a goal from it as well, but no, huge clear coming out for Extroys, who is going to try and chase this one up high. We've already seen 2 aerial goals come through for Imperial. No one up for that one.
Such a good play from Eisen. He effectively outplayed 3 players and his own goal out at the same time. Got a dunk all the way downfield, got a mid boost, and yet the pressure from Glasgow, it just evaporated so quickly. There was no backup, and Imperial were able to deal with it with minimal numbers, and it's minimal time left on the clock for Glasgow as it continues to continue to tick down to nil. Still, the scoreline stands here. Imperial looking for a third, and if this keeps up, they certainly could get it, but that last minute from Glasgow, we've seen them find another gear so many times, but this is probably the most important time right now.
Yeah, I'm noticing a lot as well. I think the boost situation is really hurting Glasgow. Every time I spectate a Glasgow player, they're on, I don't know, 20 boost or less. Oh, golden opportunity missed by Ashy. Again, no boost though. On Groflo, is he able to do all three here? No. Zero boost from Ashy again. Able to get a decent shot off though. That one just off target. Oh, it's bouncing dangerously. Everyone commits for it, and somehow it's gone in the net. On Groflo gets credited with it. Glasgow, they've done half the job. They are halfway there. They've got 40 seconds left to send us to an overtime here. If they win that, it's series over. Imperial needing to hold on.
You see, we were on Eden Crow's point of view there. He made the defensive touch he needed to, but the dunk from Onwon Groflo, everyone was committed from Glasgow on that play. No surprise, given the situation. They completely threw the kitchen sink and the house and probably the mortgage as well at that one, but nothing to show for it yet. They are back within one, but still limited time here. Can they counter-attack? They're being blocked in their own end a little bit here. Ice Caramel Latte is going to keep that one up for Imperial as the rebound. Dangerous. Imperial may have just sent us to Game 7.
Possibly, yeah. There was a demolition there on the back line, which really opened things up. Xtroy's able to get that shot, I think, on Groflo. Got demoed and the net left pretty open. Ashy was in a slightly forward position and couldn't get to that ball before the attacker was able to get that shot off. So 3-1 now, could be going to a Game 7, and crucially for Imperial, in their favour. I think it's been 2 match points have come and gone for Glasgow now. Neither of them taken. Imperial in prime position to take the series now, I feel.
3-1 in the score for the series towards Glasgow in their favour. 3-1, and suddenly all the way back from the favourites when we came into this. Imperial College, can they finish the job? Certainly one team will, but this next game, these next 5 minutes, potentially more if we get a third overtime, will decide who will move on. A fourth, actually a fourth, No. No, it was no, because we didn't get a third one because of the 0 second goal.
0 second goal.
Yeah. So kind of 2.5 decides who will move on to the semi-finals, and who, after this hard-fought series and this whatever happens in this game on Champions Field, well, one of these teams they're just going to have to go home after all of this time. Like you weren't even efficient about it. You know, you could have gone home 4-0 like Kingston and Manchester.
Yeah.
But they try so hard to go all the way to this game, and they'll have to go home. I mean, it's so sad, but that is the tragedy in the excitement of competition.
Yep, that's how it is. But at the end of the day, you know, these university esports tournaments are all for fun. It's all about taking part. It doesn't matter what ability you are or rank, or whether you play the game competitively, casually, with your friends. It's all about just getting involved in university esports. It's all a good laugh here as well, you know. Even casting and production, you can get involved with that side of things if you didn't want to play yourself. So there's plenty of opportunities for you if you are a new or prospective student.
But also we're paying for a £150 prize.
We are doing that.
That only goes to the winner, second as well. I mean, imagine that, going all the way to the finals. I mean, to be fair, great to be playing on stream here in the single elimination bracket. All best of 7s here at the time. Higher Education Rocket League tournament. We've got our first best of 7, Game 7 of the day. Hopefully it won't be the last as we're through the first minute. Goalless here. Imperial College not able to wrestle command of this one just yet, but can Glasgow tip the ship? They have done before during this series. They might have possession on the back line, but it doesn't look comfortable here. Eisen wins that race out impressively. Important that he did. But you see Glasgow still with 2 players back. It seems a little bit improvised, and Ice Caramel Latte not able to convert on the tough angle.
Yeah, we haven't seen an early goal this series. We've seen quite a few come through for Imperial, and in the games that Glasgow have won, they've come back from those. In the previous game, Imperial were able to hold on, but as I say, none coming out just yet. There's a banger of a shot though off the crossbar. Very, very close. Could have been an opener for Glasgow there, who haven't really found many opening goals this series so far. The majority of them have been for Imperial. 3 minutes left, almost halfway through this game already, and I don't think we've seen a more even game so far, Tylacto.
Right, high and onto the backboard here. Slammed down, but not on target from Eisen as suddenly Imperial trying to counter-attack. Eden Crow wants on one Gruffalo. He's going to get the bump, but he will not get his life as it's off the backboard, but responded to by Eisen. He doesn't have too much boost in the tank, though. Forgets the ball, leaves it at home, he's going to go back and force the 50 here. Ashy, he's up, but so's Eden Crow, and Eden Crow just that little bit faster by midline as we're midway through this game. Still 0-0, both teams nervous to try and make that one play that counts, but so nervous to maybe make the one mistake that ends up counting, and it could be that. Eden Crow just missing the bottom corner.
Yeah, there were 3 players there, and neither of them really made that decision to go for the ball. A bit sloppy from Glasgow. This could be another sloppy moment here as the ball goes over the top. Eisen with the miss, another miss coming out from Ice Camera Latte. X-Troy's there to clear it up, might be able to get the shot off, but beaten to it by Onwon Groflol. Here is Eden Crow. Bit of a miscommunication between himself and Ice Camera Latte, but a very fortunate save there. Are they going to go all the way here? Eden Crow still in possession of that ball, trying to fake out one onto the backboard. X-Troy's now. It's a huge block from Onwon Groflol though. Is he able to send it onto target? No, it's off the backboard. Eisen trying to keep it on that back line. Demolition onto Onwon Groflol and onto Ashy. Over the top from Ice Camera Latte, off the crossbar. Is anyone there to finish? X-Troy's is, and it's into that bottom left-hand corner. Finally, the demolitions and the pressure from Imperial College London coming up clutch, and they are able to get an opening goal here in Game 7.
Eisen couldn't quite reach it there. The dribble downfield from Ice Caramel Latte. It bounces down off the crossbar, and there was the finish from X-Troy's deep into the bottom corner of the Glasgow net as they have to dig even deeper here. They've not been able to come back from behind the 2 previous games. Can they find what they had before? They're going to need to. Limited time on the clock. Imperial College, they want insurance. They want a second here. They're wrestling around in the Glasgow corner. No one to pick up the pieces on that one, though. Eisen will have some time, but immediately it's gone. Eden Crow tries to hook it out. Create a pass, create a danger to commit on the Glasgow defense that they cannot seem to break off of. Onwon Groflol will be allowed that mid boost and gets back to the ball. Pinches it around dangerously. Neither read quite on point. That's a shot, but weak towards the net, and Imperial College going to dodge a little bit of the bullet there.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit more panicky now, but so are Glasgow. I think it's going to be a messy end to this game. Ice Camera Latte went for the bump there. Smart play, knew that there was only one player back. That was a bit awkward, but Eisen able to get a big booming clear away. Not able to follow up on this touch. Ashy is backing off. That might spell disaster for them as X-Troy's gets a dunk, almost getting the bump onto Onwon Groflol as well. Eden Crow up, not going to follow this one, but Glasgow, you see, they're making a meal of it. They're not really able to clear their lines. Imperial have put another one on target. It's saved by Eisen, but they're going to have to make their way all the way to the other end of the field if they want to stay alive here. Ashy has sent it into the midfield. That one is up and down, and it is down for the final touch of the game. Imperial, they fought so hard all the way back from 3-1, and they have managed to take this series in Game 7, no less, 1-0 to Glasgow.
What a series, though. Certainly the series of the day so far. Imperial coming back from the dead, like you said, but Glasgow, what a showing here. From a whole tier of ranks lowers, the underdogs gave a huge showing here. It's sad with how close they got. They were 3-1 up, and they'll know it just as much as we do, but they're going to have to go home, unfortunately. Best of luck to them this season in NUEL and other university tournaments. Imperial College, though, they'll be the ones moving on to the semi-finals. And who will they play the winner of, Orion?
Tough one to call. Next match is going to be Cardiff against Coventry, and I mean, the first 2 matches were sweeps. That was a very clear victory. This one, we thought it could have been. We were discussing before, I think possibly off stream, that it could have been another sweep, round 1, you know, high seed, low seed. That wasn't the case at all. That was an absolute corker of a game. And Glasgow, I thought at many points that series they could have won it. I did not discount them for a second. Even in that Game 7 at 1-0 down, I really thought that they could have possibly come back and won it in an overtime or something like that. So huge props to Glasgow being that underdog team, but really showing up and giving us a great game against higher ranked opponents.
All right, well, that next series that we alluded to there, Coventry-Cardiff, is the next one that will be on stream. Our last round one matchup of the day. We'll head to a break and set that one up as quickly as we can.
Situation onto Zipex. How much can he do by himself? There's one, the straight transfer.
You could be a hero. Scream your name. When the world goes crashing down, you'll take the pain.
It's been such a great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to and have been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day.
It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that is pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
It is Twist, he's very dangerous. Glaive can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's got past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
You could be a hero.
I'm pretty happy I completed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually have never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And the Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
But he can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1 and that's it.
Bringing this back to life.
heart so intense.
keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass. They won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPO.
Keep running, keep running, keep running. Objectives look at a numbers advantage. Chris will arrive, and Captain's in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The realm walk from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. As you don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the the people that you want to be there with, and like you can look back on it with like fond memories.
Welcome back to the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. You're joining us here in the final quarter-final of the day here. Tylacto joined by Ryan at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere London. It's been a crazy day already today, but what a series we just saw.
Yeah, we had 2 series which were complete blowouts, and we thought we were going to get another one, and we did not. We got a Game 7 between Imperial College London and the University of Glasgow. Imperial looked like they were beaten. It was 3-1 in the series. They looked down and out, but they battled back, and in the end they were able to take it by the finest of margins, just 1 goal separating them in Game 7. So Imperial advancing in that bracket, and they are going to be playing the winner of this upcoming match between Cardiff and Coventry. And Tylacto, I think you can tell us a bit about these 2 teams.
I can as well. We can probably show you the rosters, as we have had a slight roster amendment for Coventry. Now, this isn't necessarily great news for them. You would say that Davidinho at Champ 3, one of the strongest players of their roster. He is being replaced by Zymo. Now, I've never seen Zymo play Rocket League before. I'm excited to. I'm being told he's Diamond 1, though, and so we may have just had a Game 7. I struggle to believe we'll get 7 out of this, but I can pray, and maybe if we pray hard enough, we will get a close competitive Game 7. But I think I'd be fooling myself to be expecting it, right?
I think you're going to be praying for quite a while there, Tylacto, because you know, let's not discredit him. He's here, he's playing, we've got a team, we've got a game. Thank you for stepping in, Zymo. But as you say, again, we have this rank disparity between higher seeded and lower seeded teams. We'll talk a bit about Cardiff. Cardiff have Finchy, a well-known player, as their captain, GC3, his rank. They also have Tails in GC2 and Kato in GC1. Kato, I'm probably getting that wrong, but they're GC1, however you pronounce that name. They've also got a GC1 sub as well, so if they did need to swap out a player, it would be Excite coming in to fill that spot. So once again, on paper, we have a very one-sided matchup, and you know, being down in Diamond, it's someone that's quite new to the game. I don't think our expectations can be too high for Coventry to really pull through and make a result of this game.
Well, we have Game 1 nearly ready to go. Of course, we'll open up on Manfield as usual, as you see here. Beautiful stadium, hopefully going to be a beautiful game to go along with it. As we saw the significant rank disparity in our last matchup, and my goodness, did it deliver. Of course, this one more significant a difference, fair to say, as we see CJ line up alongside Taz and Zymo trying to defend the side of Coventry and maybe their pride. But we see Cardiff usually go by the Cardiff Crusaders, right? But you see that they've now changed their name. Just, who knows, for this tournament, maybe for longer, as they're actually going to concede the first goal appropriately, because they've called themselves the Washed Welshmen. And you can see Finchy missing this read off the wall. You can see why.
Dear me, Finchy, that's not the best start to a game. Hopefully that's the only time he does that this series, but he tried stalling, is what he's put in the chat. I don't think you guys can see that. He went for a stall off the wall, which is quite a hard mechanic for those of you who don't know, and it did not pay off at all for him. Should have just opted for the ordinary clearance. They might even get scored on again here. CJ, though, is back and should get a booming clearance. Is actually going to opt to take this one a bit slower. Going to go over the top and try and carry it, but Finchy there. Oh no, Zymo almost with the best own goal I've ever seen, and Finchy able to convert off that missed touch from the Coventry player.
Made up for his previous errors there. Zymo cut it out in the midfield, but couldn't keep it away from bouncing off that backboard, and Finchy puts the ball away to tie up the series for Cardiff here. Not the worst start for Coventry. That early goal will certainly have given them confidence, as they'll be seeing here. Kato coming down, as we did clarify with Kato that they don't mind if it's Kato or Kato, which is for me, a bit more annoying because we kind of have to pick one. I think
Let's
we'll
stay
go with
with
Kato. Yeah, we'll go with that. As you know, you can make your name clear to us if you come and play in University Rocket League or other esports tournaments here, which if you're interested in doing, go to theNUEL.com. You're on our Twitch stream, so why not go to theNUEL.com and check it out, whether you're going to university at the moment or looking to go to university. First thing you want to be doing is finding your gaming society or club, again, hanging around the right people. As we see the right people on defense, Finchy actually doing his job and making the clear, no problem. He's going to get the great shot on offense as well. Poked onto the backboard by Taz. Nice bit of defense from Coventry too.
Yeah, game so far has actually been quite open. We haven't seen Cardiff just dominating on offense as we were expecting them to. So far, Coventry showing that they're pretty confident, and you know, even Zymo, who is the weak player, is actually playing way above his rank. If I was shown this lobby and I was told to estimate ranks, I would not immediately say, oh, this guy's in diamond. You can see it, because you can't. He's playing pretty well so far. A bit of a questionable challenge there, but the fact that he's actively reading where the ball is going and is trying to make those touches shows that he does have a decent awareness of the game.
That's a nice play though from Cardiff. It was. Excite linking up with Finchy. CJ nearly got the block here. Get the block here, though it's onto his own backboard, and the shot's there from Kato. What a block he gets that time on his goal line to keep Coventry the difference just at 1, but they're going to need to find a second, and they haven't looked at doing just that yet here. Still just under 3 minutes to go for. Finchy is going to miss that shot. We're not going to talk about that anymore. We don't need to highlight that at all. Taz is just going to be happy that he can take this away and still have a chance at an equaliser, but Cardiff very quick to get back.
Yeah, they are. Excite has an open net here, but couldn't quite wrap his car around that one. Finchy looking for the shot off the ceiling, trying to get the drop down into the midfield as well. Kato off the backboard, CJ with the touch. It's not over the top of Excite though, is able to get 50-50 with Zymo in the midfield. Here comes Finchy up nice and quickly for this one. Onto the backboard, Kato with an awkward read, not able to make it. Excite might have a chance here. I think he is going to have one. It's put away from Finchy in the end, that touch. Trying to score it in the end. Ended up not being too beneficial for his teammates who could have came in and scored that. So currently we're at a much closer scoreline than I was expecting, and honestly I could see Coventry scoring again. Cardiff seem to be ramping up slightly, but Coventry are by no means out of this game just yet.
Cardiff have looked very good when it matters on defence, apart from how Coventry got their first goal. Of course, if I say that, they double commit and don't get a block, but Coventry can only blame themselves for not punishing off that backboard read. That one's there, but it's off the crossbar. As the Welsh defence will hold and continue to be 2-1 up. Finchy for the flip reset, not quite going to get it denied by Taz, but my goodness, did Coventry Phoenix come close on more than one occasion.
Yeah, they really did, but then at the other end of the field we see Finchy with those mechanical plays, looking for that flip reset, and almost managed to beat the defence. Is going to beat the defence at this time of asking with a nice little shot tucked into that bottom left-hand corner there. Kato didn't get the block, but Zymo, unfortunately, that ball not going towards the corner as he intended it to, and Finchy there to clean up and get a 2-goal lead now in game 1 for Cardiff.
Tidy finish to the bottom corner. Need just over a minute here. Zymo's going to get the shot away, but smart from Kato to cut that one out, put it in the direction of Finchy, and Cardiff deal with it again. Their defense holding strong, apart from when random whiffs occur. They certainly look like keeping clean sheets if they can keep the strong performances up, but not without a crack that Coventry have forced on more than one occasion. It's just, unless that net is given to them wide and open, are they going to be able to convert on it? That is the question that is going to be answered this series, because they can't rely on those gifts that they got given.
No, I don't think they can. They're going to have to create their own opportunities, and I think it is going to be down to CJ and Taz to do that. I think Zymo is probably, you know, decent finishing ability. Shooting is not easy, but when you've got the ball in front of net, that's basically the bread and butter of Rocket League, is hit the ball hard and accurately. So I'm sure that he's probably got that down if he was given the opportunity. But, you know, CJ and Taz are going to have to be those ones to read the game and try and orchestrate those plays to make them happen.
Yeah, Finchy is going to tuck it in. Give us a 4-1 with just a 1 second left, so maybe we've got time for a kick-off goal here. Cardiff will undoubtedly take the first game of the series, but like all our games today, they are all best of 7. And we've seen teams grow into them as they go on. Goodness, Imperial College has surprised us in being the team that had to do so and come back all the way to winning Game 7 to eliminate Glasgow. But Cardiff won't be worried about that right now. They take Game 1 reasonably convincingly.
Yep, I would say that's a fair assessment. Finchy there with the hard carry, you'd have to say, on that team. 7 shots to his name, 2 saves, and all 4 goals from Cardiff being scored by that man Finchy there. Wow. So a real standout performance in Game 1 from Finchy, and I'm sure he'll be looking to stay consistent and keep going with those goals and clinicality as we get into Game 2.
Well, credit to Kato and Excite. They supported well here. True. And they'll probably be just as involved in Game 2 here on Forbidden Temple. But before we get into this one, I will remind you that there is a link below the stream that you can check out if you're interested in studying in the UK, or if you already are, whether it's at these universities or any universities. Make sure to visit the Times Higher Education Virtual Student Festival. All of them. We're just a small part, and you want to check it all out. Joining thousands of other prospective students, their brands, and of course, leading universities. And anything you want to know, whether that's how has Finchy scored again inside 15 seconds, or anything about studying in the UK in general, you can find it out at that link below the stream.
Yep. As you say though, Finchy going to be getting Cardiff on the board a lot earlier than in the previous game here. Only took 15 seconds this time. Bit of a sloppy one, but Finchy there to clean up once more. Reading the play perfectly in the right place at the right time. Here comes Kato though, miss. It's onto the backboard, and I thought that could have been an own goal from Zymo there, but thankfully just wide of the mark. Here comes CJ now, trying to get some sort of air dribble going, but loses control quickly. Finchy now 1v1 with Zymo. Can he get the flick over the top? It is a beautiful one, but Zymo on his own there had it all to do and managed to get that save off a pretty powerful flick from Finchy, so big props to him. Kato, is he
chilling?
Okay.
Kato's just
chilling. No, he's just boosting. I'm
chilling.
Not sure what's going on Kato's end, but
who knows?
He should be back sooner or later, I hope.
Chilling and back, yeah, no problemo. Coventry weren't able to punish just yet. The save that was made, of course, this time by CJ. Both saves hugely important on the back line for Coventry to be able to stay within striking distance of this Cardiff side, who just seem to be penning and petting them in their own end. They're quite happy keeping them in captivity, it seems like. They just cannot seem to break out. We are just 90 seconds into this, though. They are going to have time on the back line, but both players will commit despite that early excite. Able to clean it up and force them on the back foot again. This time it's Kato, so well structured the offense from Cardiff, who are just shepherding them around. They will get out now. Taz isn't going to be able to make contact, unfortunately, but in fairness, he had nearly no boost left. Balls up for CJ to challenge. Will get bumped by Kato, but Cardiff will pick it back up.
Yeah, and here's Finchy. Oh, looking for the musty flick. He did get it, but not powerful enough to get onto the backboard and look for that double touch. Oh, Taz around the outside of one. He's bumped it over another. Somehow that's gone in. Was that? I think that was an own goal double commit there from Cardiff. 2 players went for it. We'll have to have a look at this one again. Yeah, it was Finchy in front of his own teammate there. Just slams that one into the top corner. And we have a tie game here.
Just can't stop scoring.
No.
Clearly. I mean, it was a nice attempt as well, going downfield from Taz. That is somehow just going to be off target and cleared away by CJ. And he was threatening the bump on that demo. He sort of popped it up and was trying to get that snipe on Kato, who was trying to make the block. Finchy realised the danger of the situation, came across trying to help out, and ended up doing more harm than help. But that's just how it is. Coventry had forced them into that situation from that dribble from Taz, which is the goal. That gets them level here in game. Wait, how? What?
Well, we'll have a look at it, but I don't think we're going to talk about it. It just went for a touch into the corner. Over-calculated. It is a good shot, to be fair, just in the wrong net.
I don't care. That was like a mad reverse angle coming from the wrong side of the ball. A glancing finish. Like,
I'm sure he won't be as excited
put it in
about it as you
black
are.
and white and make a montage out of it.
Yeah, well, CJ looking for a mechanical play there off the ceiling, couldn't quite make contact with it, and it is going to be Coventry that are going to try and have to get themselves back into this now. We've had an own goal on either side, so we've got the politeness and the formalities out of the way. It was obviously just returning the favour. That one there, that should have been a goal, honestly. Someone just needed to be on that goal line to tuck it in, and that would have been Coventry's way back into this game at the very least.
Still got time to find it. Even if they couldn't get around the ball there, they are going to break out here again. This past minute or two has been much better from Coventry Phoenix, who are having to deal with the stress and nerves of playing here on the big stream against a caliber of team that is certainly above them on paper, but in reality it's playing out rather close in this game, too close to the contact. Taz was on that shot, but it's not going to shot that he would have wanted. Just a clump of air he got for his flip towards that ball. He's got the ball back, he's got the back boost. Working it around, Zymo will take it away with the clear. Met now by Excite, but Coventry move forward again. The time ticks down, but Cardiff seem to be quite happy to be patient at this point.
Yeah, they do. I think they're just being patient and letting Coventry make the mistakes, as we see a triple commit there. Needed a more powerful shot to follow up, really, but I don't think anyone was quite in that right position over on the left-hand side. Kato looking for the world's lowest air dribble, but not really able to find it with the boost that he had. Excite looking for a more promising one, but going to get dunked out there by one of the Coventry players. Shot opportunity for Finchy. No, blocked away. Has to retreat into his own corner, looking for the Cucks pinch. Did get a bit of a pinch, but it didn't fly as it should have done. Finchy again using that wave dash to great effect to catch up to that ball. Sight onto the wall, trying to get this one forward. No dunk for him. Able to grab this mid boost though, and should rotate to the back post now. Kato with a dunk. Excite going to be up for this one. Beats him to it. Onto the backboard. Nice clear though, away by Coventry, and I'm very impressed so far with how Coventry are playing. I'm even more impressed now as Zymo, of all people, is going to get the equalising goal for Coventry in game number 2.
Substitute showing up here. A cheap touch on the defense and a high price to pay for it. Zymo, the instinct there, the fox in the box, he saw it coming his way and just sent it, catching Kato off guard. And it's a late equaliser for Coventry, who with just one more chance now could steal away this game too.
Yeah, they really could. It's only 10 seconds left and it's currently in that blue Cardiff half. They're trying to keep it alive. Might not be the best idea though, as now they've got a retreat. CJ might be able to get this one into the midfield. Oh, it was going in, I believe, from Taz, but that ball hits the floor and we go to an overtime in game number 2. You'd think Cardiff should have this one easily, but I thought that they were going to have this game easily, and Coventry have just completely thrown that prediction out of the window.
You're getting a little bit complacent. They're going to have to try and finish it here and sort of quell this rebellion that Coventry are starting to put up here. They're going to get it away to their corner here. They do not want to be caught on defense and have to turtle up, though. Finchy is going to find Kato in the corner with the dunk, and a bump will come through. So Excite is up first and uncontested off the backboard. Taz will send it back. Can he get a challenge here? No, it's past him, but CJ there. Good positioning from the Coventry defense will mean that they can break out, but can they generate the chance to show for it?
Well, we'll have to see. Coventry looking solid in this overtime. They haven't looked too shaky yet, as Taz takes it round 1, has no boost to follow up though, and is going to have to let Kato clear this one. Finchy up, dropping it into the midfield. Shot could have been on there, but block was there from Zymo. Finchy picking this one up in the midfield, in the corner again, trying to get that flick over the top. Sight, look for the top corner, and oh no, the double touch from CJ. The own goal is going to end this overtime, and Coventry, what a way to end. Cardiff now taking their second game. CJ just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Cardiff take game 2.
You know, Coventry scored 4 goals that game.
Yeah.
2 own goals.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, so well played to get themselves back into it. It must be such a bittersweet feeling. They've played so up-rank in that game, so well, but equally, at the end of the day, they sort of beat themselves, quite literally. I don't know how to feel about them. That must be so conflicting. They have to play still. This game 3 coming up. There's only halfway to the win are Cardiff, and I don't know, if I was Cardiff, I'd probably be feeling a little bit lucky right now.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think Coventry are really posing any real danger. It looks like for the majority of the game, Cardiff are in control, and they could kind of take control of the game if they wanted to. I think for the time being, they're just, you know, chilling, vibing. Coventry are playing really well. I'm very surprised at how well Coventry are playing, particularly Zymo, who I'm sorry, I kind of wrote off at the start of the series. I was just like, yeah Diamond, I mean, whatever. But he's actually showing up and looks to be a solid part of that team.
It's a great performance as well. I'm wondering whether his rank was actually submitted right. I mean, Diamond 1, you just would not know.
No,
he's
not
looking relatively comfortable, even if not the most polished, and it was a huge equalising goal. He got to force that overtime in that previous game. They just need to be able to take it that one step further. Do Coventry? Can they get another lead like the start of game 1 and force Cardiff to be uncomfortable? Because for as close as the games have been at times on paper, like you were saying, Cardiff do feel comfortable. As I mean, you can see why.
Yeah, Finchy. I think there was 2 players literally going for the exact same challenge. Yeah, double commit there, just completely unnecessary from Coventry. Needed to have one player go and one player stay back, and that just wasn't communicated at all between those Coventry players. So Finchy with a pretty easy goal. He might get another one here. It wasn't an easy goal, but not if you're Finchy. Apparently, Excite with the angle to the top left, and 2 very, very quick goals coming through for Cardiff in the early stages of this match.
Surprising. I mean, it was such a nice first goal from Finchy as he sidestepped 2 defenders. He couldn't sidestep the crossbar with his shot, but he will get a nice assist to go for it. It's 2 in just over 30 seconds for Cardiff, who really have continued here. Oh, maybe a chance.
Wait.
It's in front of the net, but CJ can't get there in time. It's a great recovery from Kato, who dove from the post on the other side of the goal to make that block. Coventry will feel like there's just nothing going their way with a double touch that gets denied this time by Finchy. The offense is there from Coventry, but Cardiff keep on standing tall on the defense.
Yeah, I think that double touch was on as well. If he made contact, it was probably going to go top corner, which usually is unsavable, but Finchy, you know, had the mind to stay down and wait for that read, and was able to get the block in. But CJ showing that he is definitely capable of going for those solo plays and converting them if given the opportunity.
Might have a chance here as he wrestles down the sideline. I think Finchy got the boost though. He's going to be able to deny the back boost as well. Smart play, so CJ all out of luck once more. Has to give up the possession. Finchy now on the other end, tries to force it off the backboard, but CJ have recovered. Held his position as he tries to force Excite onto the back foot here. Despite being backwards, he does make the touch. It's Taz trying to get a second, but no, again shut down by Cardiff, who are back in numbers and organised well. Not many double commits for how closely they seem to play their defence. That's pushed in front of the net, but this time it's Excite diving across. Coventry just cannot seem to catch a break.
No, they're you know, orchestrating plays very well, but I think it's just the speed of them. They're that little bit too slow, and Cardiff's defensive rotations are nice and quick. They're always able to get a player back just in the nick of time. And I think the way to get around that for Coventry is just try and be a little bit more direct. You know, don't hit it to the backboard. Just immediately look for a player to turn to, just some sort of option instead of hit and hope, and then, you know, one of the Cardiff players being able to get back and defend it.
Cardiff might be able to go on the offense here as Finchy is going to get a demolition to open up the net. It was forced back towards the midfield, but Excite chilling at the halfway line, no problem. Is going to be able to get a popped up challenge here and find Finchy in the midfield. No need to force the issue. There's still over 2 minutes left, and they've still got 2 goals on the board. Coventry been so close so many times, but with nothing to show for yet in this game 3. They'll be down series point if they cannot find an answer. Boy, do they need it soon. Yeah. Coventry, maybe if they get one, they get the momentum going, but in a situation where they have to reverse sweep, like, it seems like Cardiff should just be able to cruise it at that point.
Yeah, I think a reverse sweep is pretty much out of the question. I think, as I said, if Coventry took, you know, kind of an early lead in the same way that Glasgow did, then we'd have a series on our hands. But right now, staring down the barrel of having to reverse sweep, going all the way to game 7 and winning it against a team where, you know, the rank disparity is quite large, especially with the sub Zymo coming in now. I feel that probably would be quite an impossible task for Coventry.
That's a shame. I mean, maybe though, because we have confirmed that he is subbing in. Here's Zymo for Davidinho, who is of course their usual player on the roster, who may, if his internet starts working, be able to rejoin during the series. So maybe if they keep the series going long enough, they could technically buy him more time. I don't know if that's a strat or if his internet is just fried, or why would they need him? Zymo is going to get a goal again. This time it's not an equaliser, but it sure gets them a whole lot closer to finding one.
Yep, that was a nice little bump from CJ there. Just took that ball around the corner and then was able to just bonk the defender out of the way. Open things up nicely for Coventry, so they are chasing another goal here, although Cardiff have looked in control for the majority of this game so far. If they find it, then they might be able to take a game here and generate a momentum swing in their favour. That would be huge, but I don't know, Cardiff just seem to be that dominating force at the moment and a force to be reckoned with.
It seemed most of that was built off the back of their strong defensive rotation, but it broke down. Coventry forced it to break down just there and finally got an open net that they could be there to convert on. They're going to need to force another one real soon here, and CJ isn't going to be able to beat out Finchy with Taz going as well. It leaves the chances dire, but it's forced back towards the centre, towards Zymo, who pops it up, hopefully going to burn the boost of the Cardiff tanks here. Is Excite, who had to go up to reach that one. It's back off the backboard, but nothing in the tank of Zymo, who couldn't quite generate the shot. Cardiff will hold on again by just the single goal, but they will put them 3-0 up in the series.
It's a really interesting series because Cardiff seem to be the team in control, but the scoreline doesn't reflect that at all.
No, it doesn't.
It's on paper it's been a very close series, but Cardiff seem to have everything going in their favour, which is contrary to a lot of series you see where the game is incredibly close and you have like a very tight scoreline. Usually, if one team is in control and dominating, you have massively
like
differing
Newcastle
scores
against Kingston.
Exactly.
For most of the series until Kingston really started putting on a show and Newcastle kept pre-jumping and passing plays.
Yes.
Yeah, which isn't happening here. Cardiff are keeping it professional, but again, professional in the midfield. They're not being clinical killers on offense. Maybe that's credit to Coventry, who keep wrestling back and giving themselves a chance, but they're definitely running out of chances here. This is match series point, elimination point for them. They're 3-0 down in this best of 7. Cardiff could end it all here on Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, and I think all indications point in the way that they are going to be honest. I'm fully expecting Cardiff to take this series at the first time of asking. I could be completely wrong and I could be upset if shots like that are coming through from Coventry. But we will have to see. Cardiff, I'm expecting, should get the opening goal, but right now it's actually all Coventry. Like, all the pressure is Coventry unless this ball, CJ, such an awkward read. Oh, the open net. Well, was it open? It was pretty wide open. I would say about 90% open.
Wait,
that one's not going to go in either. Cardiff can't find the back of the net.
They basically hit that right-hand post 3 times in a row, practically. Kato is not going to be happy with that piece of woodwork there. Twice at the time of asking, could not find the mark that he was targeting. It was so close. It's not going to matter. Coventry, they'll be kissing that post. They'll be like, he's kept them in the game at this point. 0-0. They still have a chance to take the lead outright here, but can they get a chance of their own is the first question, as Finchy just plucks it out in the midfield. Forced all the way down back towards Kato. Now off the ceiling. Who wins this? It's going to be Taz. You see the backboard controlled by Cardiff. They're going to keep it close. May look awkward at first, but it baited in Coventry, who are now on the back foot. Finchy with a 50. Can't quite make the read off the corner. Is anyone else there? No, they were watched expecting him to make that read. He's been on point for most of this series, but no contact there either. The nerves, Coventry on the brink of elimination here. Sort of clustering around their net, and it's all looking a little bit flustered when they have to try and make the block, but thanks to some questionable at times and great at times defending, as well as their post, they are still level.
Yeah, Coventry are kind of giving me throwbacks to how we saw Manchester play, just getting nervous against a team that's in control and just turtling up, trying not to concede. And in the end, it almost hurts you more than it benefits you, because that turtling up and that passive play just allows that team to play exactly how they want to, and it really does not do you any favours. So I think Coventry, they need to start becoming a lot more active in how they're approaching Cardiff and how they're, you know, approaching their challenges and orchestrating their plays if they want to try and hold on in this series.
The big challenge from Taz on the defense to deny Finchy's dribble. He'd already got past the first two players. Taz knew he had to take it there and then, and Finchy takes the shot there and then, but that's also off the inside of the post. No poaching going on the offense. We're still 0-0 here, 3 minutes into this game for Zymo. Forces it off the wall, but no one's there in the midfield. Slowly it will be Taz, and it is going to be forced in. He will get the lead for Coventry.
Yeah, that was a really strange one. It seemed like Cardiff were all, you know, rotating around very nicely, and then all of a sudden Taz just throws a spanner in the works by putting that behind Finchy, and he wasn't able to react in time. So Coventry, I think this is the second time they've actually taken a lead.
Very start of game one.
At the very start of game one, yeah, exactly. And Cardiff were able to come back from that. They've got a lot less time to do so here. They've only got 2 minutes, so Coventry could actually get a game on the board here if they're able to hold on.
If they do that, they can easily frustrate Cardiff, who have been looking pretty in the zone, but they sort of disrupt that, make Cardiff lose their confidence and play worse. We could easily see this continue to deliver as a series. Cardiff will want the answer now, and they'll want to finish the series in this game, but will they? Will that get to them if they don't? They're being forced to leave the corner, because Coventry have dealt with it well there on the defensive end, and it's now around off the backboard, but not quite made contact by the Coventry offender. It's towards the midfield of that dunk as well, but doesn't really need to connect for Coventry. They just need to keep Cardiff busy, run down that clock, and by doing so on the Welsh end of the field, it's making things a lot safer for them as well.
Yeah, but here comes Finchy looking for the double touch. Can he find it? Oh, that was a great challenge there from CJ. I think Finchy might have had the angle, but CJ was right beneath him when he tried to spike that ball down, and almost CJ at the other end there being the hero for his team. Finchy is going to chase this one into the corner. Might try and drop it down. Going to look for the mechanical plays. Trying to drop it down onto ceiling for Excite, who takes it, takes the shot. Taz with the save over to that left-hand side. Finchy still in control. Kato with the shot. It's a bit weak and it's along the ground. Easy to deal with for Zymo. Finchy trying to send it into the midfield. Once again, no boost to his name. Not able to go up for this one. Has to let Zymo make that touch. Now Kato off the midfield. It's a bit ping-pong at the moment. Excite with the shot, but bit of venom on it, but no real placement. Finchy trying to scramble something for his team now. Should be able to get up for this one in the midfield. Gets demoed. Kato with the shot. No real pace on it either. Back into the midfield. No boost. Is anyone there from Cardiff as the clock ticks down? Excite can't get there. Takes it away from Finchy as well. It's still up, but it's over. Kato and Coventry. You said it was the hardest one to win. They've done it. They've held on for at least another game.
I have no idea how. It was 8 shots to 3 in favour of Cardiff, and they hit the post twice, if not 3 times. There was denies of double touches, but they got that goal that mattered, and my goodness, did they defend it with skin and teeth to the very end. They did. And Cardiff will have to wait and try another game, but will that give Coventry the confidence that they need to go one step further and really take control of the series?
We all have to see. I mean, I don't want to call that a fluke, because that was hard fought by Coventry. It was a good game and they won it convincingly. Cardiff threw everything at them in the final minute to try and get that equaliser, and they were not able to. Coventry held on exceptionally well. So Coventry is showing promise, which is all we really need to see from them. Whether they can go the full distance, though, I'm still doubting.
Is it too little too late? That's the question I was going to ask, as they do get the one game on the board, but it's still such a long way to go. We referenced it earlier thinking, yeah, the reverse sweep, never going to happen, but that is unfortunately what has to happen if you're a Coventry fan or student watching this series. Cardiff, can they finish it off calmly? They see it out here, no problem, but if they lose another game, damn well right, the alarm bells will start going off.
Yeah, really weird early demo though, and almost creating an opportunity if Kato had got that past the defence in front of goal. Double commit for Cardiff on offense, but I don't really think it's going to cost them. CJ not able to get the ball clear, but Zymo now firing that one into the corner. Excite off at his own corner. Smart play there. Should be able to follow it up as well. Finchy with the touch onto the backboard, but CJ going to play that down into his own corner. And it's going to be Taz taking this one upfield. CJ looking for a bump on Kato. Zymo went up for it, and it has left Coventry a bit exposed at the back for now. Finchy, though, not making that touch is going to allow them to transition onto offense. Look for the pass into the midfield, but only as far as Excite. Here comes CJ, though. Didn't get that 100 boost, crucially. Might just be able to get the challenge here. It is going to drop down, and Kato has to make a weak touch. Finchy past one to Taz, but Zymo there to follow it up. Coventry so far have been holding quite a high line against Cardiff, and it is really working wonders for them.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to produce an open net, but not an easy one at all. Two goalkeepers getting back as CJ had a very difficult shot to make and couldn't quite take it, but certainly Coventry, the ones instigating here on the front foot that first minute. Cardiff, are they a little too hot to handle? Finchy's going to call it off with a dribble here and a flick that's going to sail towards the top corner and off the inside of the post. Again, they must absolutely hate the Coventry woodwork right now. The amount of times they've hit it, I have lost count. Maybe they're going to get another chance here. Excite, that's not going to hit the woodwork. Beautiful shot into the top corner.
Yeah, that's a dominant shot if ever I've seen one. I didn't think he was going to get much power on this, as he really had to wrap his car around it, but the flip through that ball, beautiful placement as well. 102 kilometers an hour on the speedometer, and Taz not going to be able to reach it. So Cardiff getting the go-ahead goal, I should say, and it's a crucial one as well. Like, they want to win this game. They don't want to give Coventry any more chances to try and get back into this.
Yeah, it was that lead really that Coventry got that was so huge for them last game. They're going to have to do it from behind this time, and it's further behind. Finchy dropping it down. It's the second ball lofted and floating in front of the Coventry net. It's the second time Cardiff have punished.
Yeah, great placement. Didn't really need it in the end. I think Coventry were well and truly beaten at that point. Taz had literally just landed as Finchy took that shot, so all it needed to be was on target, and that it was from Finchy. Great goal there, dropping that one down, and 2-0 now on the side of Cardiff. They definitely look to be more in control of this game, and I think Coventry are going to be very hard-pressed to find a way back, although Zymo with a very quick response to that goal from Finchy, immediately going to cut that deficit in half down to just one goal once more.
Just Taz sitting on Kato there, just putting them down. Just jumping from the post, and it's Zymo again. How many goals, how many clutch goals has this man scored? Now getting Coventry back within one again. Still going to need another one. Get back on the defense, double committing. Will the pop be out? It will. Excite is backwards. It's a little bit awkward. It's the back flip into half flip to recover, but the bounce is kind to Coventry, who will send it away. Finchy, control, tries to flick it over one, but CJ is having none of it, so Finchy's like, okay, I'll just take out Zymo then. Going to help out in some form. It's past half time. Nice flick again. Forces Coventry on the back foot, but despite two whiffs, Cardiff are sort of queuing up and not quite sure what to do with it. Maybe Finchy drops it in. A close angle double touch. Cannot quite find that angle.
Yeah, very close attempt from Finchy there. Heads up play, knew that if he took it over one, he'd have a chance at the double touch, and almost managed to convert. A bit sloppy at the moment from Coventry. Finally, CJ gets it clear, and I think Finchy has been a bit boxed by that one, as wrong-footed he was for sure. Like, wasn't expecting the touch from CJ after those other two Coventry players missed. Zymo in a very awkward spot here, and it's just going to go straight over the top. Finchy, I don't think it was Finchy with the demo. Finchy gets credited with the goal for this touch. Demolition by, it was Excite onto Zymo. I don't think he was quite reaching that ball anyway, and now the 2-goal cushion has been restored for Cardiff with only 1:50 left to play.
That's tough. That's really tough for Zymo, who had to make the touch as the ball bounced down. Didn't have the time he was hoping he would. Suddenly that deficit back to 2 goals. Can Cardiff see it out here? 4-1 it would be in the best of 7. And it's a big flick from Finchy to get past the back line. Taz is back in time. He gets the boost, takes the ball up the wall. He has got the ball past him though, and it's wrestled in. Oh my goodness, Finchy's just built different.
Yeah, that's a pretty insane 50-50, to be honest with you. Just an absolute brick wall. I think he was, just as he came off the wall, he just used that flip and barreled his way through. Even got bumped into it in the end to send it home. So Finchie getting a bit fortunate there, you know, they're called 50-50s for a reason. They either go one way or the other, and that time it went straight into the Coventry net. And now with that 3-goal cushion, I think we might have a foregone conclusion here, Tylacto, unless Coventry really pull out all the stops.
Yeah, this is Zymo again, because CJ just didn't want to score it on the first time. He knew it had to be Zymo getting them back within 2 here. It wasn't the hardest shot, but it had to be on target, as all of Cardiff's defence was, I don't know what they were doing at the front post, bundling and tripping over each other. Maybe getting complacent again, but still, this would be a momentous comeback from Coventry, but they've got no choice, or else they will be eliminated here in the quarterfinals of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. And they find it constantly ask the questions, because can they deliver and actually give us the answers? We'll find out. Zymo. Often it has been him. He finds Taz. Not sure if that's a pass or a redirect. I'm not sure he knows. But CJ can't quite find the read off the side wall. It doesn't matter because Cardiff don't shut it down yet. CJ's up, looking for a pass in field or a shot. Nardo taking the block, and the time continues to tick down. Finding Finchie in the midfield, who redirects it onto the backboard. The shot doesn't quite come through. And does it now? Is that on target? Is it? No? Yes? Yes? No? Yes? Oh my goodness. Please don't own goal. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Well, it's still 4-2, Orion. That wasn't close at all.
Yep, some things happened. I thought Coventry were going to own goal that there. Zymo was in prime position to, if he just continued to drive forward, put that one into his own net, but he is going to avoid that blunder. It was a beauty of a shot from CJ there. The shooting from CJ has been pretty exceptional, but defense from Cardiff has been there to match it as well. And as we tick down to 0 seconds now, Cardiff had a bit of a wobble in that previous game. They did allow one game to slip through their fingers to Coventry, but ultimately take it in 5 games, 4-1, moving on to that second semi-final against Imperial College London.
And what a matchup that will be. Our semi-finals are completely ready. Of course, in the quarterfinals, we've had to say goodbye to Kingston, Manchester, Glasgow, and now Coventry. But the semi-finals that we have lined up for us, Exeter against the likes of Newcastle in the first semi-final. Then, as we've just seen, Cardiff coming off their win, they'll play Imperial College. And those 2 series will decide who we have for our grand finals here at the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. It's already been a great day so far. Of course, we will be going to an extended break here, as we want to give our time and ourselves, of course, time to relax, take a break before the semi-finals. It'll be about 90 minutes, but don't go anywhere because we've got some content for you as well. We're reset, we're recap, and we'll see you back for the semi-finals.
Situation onto Zipex. How much can he do by himself? There's one, the great transfer.
You could be a hero. Scream your name. When the world goes crashing down, you'll take the pain.
It's been such a great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to, and I've been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day.
It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
In his twist, he's very dangerous. Glade can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's got past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
You could be a hero.
I'm pretty happy I completed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually had never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And the Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
But he can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1, and that's it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast. This is Creating Your Own Things in Esports, brought to you by Hitmarker, joined by the NUEL as well. I will be your host for this afternoon, Alex Swan, go by Mars Swan on the internet. I've got 4 incredible guests where we're going to be having an amazing conversations about their journey around creating things in esports. This conversation is going to be about the skills we talk about and the roles in certain sectors and how to apply for these roles, but we don't necessarily actually talk about how someone can develop their own skills and opportunities. Each one of my guests has a very unique journey within esports. Everyone has their own unique journey, and we're hopeful to kind of uncover that with you. Our guests are going to be Meg K, Kelvin Chung, Isabel Perea, I think I pronounced that wrong, but she can correct me when she comes on broadcast, and Dom Sacco as well. I'm just excited to get to talk to these 4 incredible people, very unique journeys. But firstly, before I go any further, ladies and gentlemen, I need to introduce you to what is the NUEL? Well, the NUEL originally was the National University Esports League, founded in 2010 by Loughborough students. It is the home of UK university esports, and it's all around the compete, community, careers, everything to grow you as a person. If you're interested in finding out more information, obviously you can check out the NUEL on Twitter or in the Discord server link down below, or probably in the chat right now if you're watching us live over on the Twitch chat. But also, what is Hitmarker? Now, let me give you that knowledge, right? Do you want a job? No? Well, what about if you want a better job in esports or maybe gaming? Well, let me tell you about Hitmarker. With over 13,000 active job listings in over 50 countries, Hitmarker is the largest gaming and esports platform in the world. Do you want to know some of their clients? Well, have you heard of maybe FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, Red Bull, ESL, Pokemon, Amazon, Logitech, and so many more? If you are looking for a work experience job or just looking for your next step, Hitmarker is the place for you. I have a few things I must disclose before we have our first guest of Meg K. Ladies and gentlemen out there, what does it mean to actually try and develop your own skills within esports? What does it mean to create something within esports? And this is something that a lot of our guests have experience in. They are very diverse. They have multifaceted, unique opportunities to kind of convey to all of you, as they all have gone their own unique journey, from writing as a journalist to creating their own esports team, to maybe founding the UK Esports Awards, maybe, and so much more around everybody else. I can't wait to really divulge and understand their information. If you've got any questions for our guests, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Twitch chat, no, this site. You can ask your questions in the chat over there, and there is a chance that they will be covered. Anything you're making in esports, honestly, anything, just ask it. We'll try and get to it. Our first guest, before I keep rabbiting on, and this show isn't about me, it's about our guests, is Meg K. Megan, or Meg, is a freelance League of Legends writer and interviewer for the .esports. If you've checked out anything on LEC over the last few months on the .esport, it's probably been her writing. There's also, you can check out the .esports podcast, Strike Critical, where Meg, along with her colleagues, cover all things League of Legends. Welcome to the show. Meg, hello.
Hello? Sorry, we had some small internet issues, but I think we're back.
Hello, welcome to the show.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you, Meg. How are you doing this afternoon?
Aside from a few minor tech issues, which we have just experienced, apologies if that happens again, I'm doing really well. It's a wonderful day, a little bit grey, a little bit gloomy, but nice and warm, which is always nice.
Oh, well, I seem to be also having the same issues, but my webcam is going into the void, but I'm back. Beautiful as ever. Meg, as I mentioned, or maybe you might have not heard, you are a League of Legends writer and interviewer for the .esports. You also have a podcast where you talk all things League of Legends as well, and you've done so much more. What got you into esports more than anything else? Let's start at the very beginning.
Wow, what a question. I mean, I guess being a fan is what got me into esports. I started watching competitive League of Legends right at the beginning of 2016, I think it was. And I actually watched before I played. So I was watching these games. I had no idea what it was that was going on my screen. Someone would die and I'd be like, is that good or bad? Like, what am I supposed to be cheering? But I got way more into League over the course of like 2016, and I didn't really consider doing anything within League as a career for a really long time. It was something that I did as a hobby. I was like, this is my thing that I do on the weekends to enjoy myself. I was still in secondary school at the time, so I was very much focused on my studies and getting into university. And then in 2018, I believe, I won a student writing competition, which got me a visit to the old UKLC studios in London.
Oh, cool.
And I, while I was there, I kind of sat down and had to think to myself, I was like, okay, this is really cool. This is something that I could maybe consider doing as a career. So I used, ironically enough, Hitmarker, not product placement. They're just a really, really good service. I used Hitmarker and I started looking for kind of any jobs in league writing, anything. I kind of expected everything to be unpaid. So I was just looking for volunteer roles, anything that would let me write and let me build a portfolio. And a couple of job posts later, here we are.
What a journey you've had. You go from so this was just creative writing in general at university that you won a competition of, right?
No, it was, oh God, what was the thing that I wrote? I think it was a patch notes rundown.
Oh, cool.
Of patch, can't remember what patch it was. One of the patches that League of Legends has had over the past 2 years, it was one of those.
Sure.
And it was you could choose the topic of what you wrote about, and I chose patch notes because I thought I can make this funny. Looking back on it, I couldn't make it funny. It's honest to God one of the worst things I've ever written in my life, but it did the job because
better than everybody else's.
Sorry to anyone else who entered. That wasn't any shade to you. I just read it back and didn't think it was very good. But no, I won that, and that was my first experience pretty much writing anything for League. And I was like, oh, this is really fun. I don't know a massive amount about like the mechanics of the game, but like the overarching picture is something that I'm really interested in. And that was kind of my first taste of it.
Oh, I mean, that's a really good way for people to first think about like esports in general. Even if you don't know the game, you can still be passionate about it, right?
Agreed. Yeah, there's a lot more than just the analytical side. There's a lot more to being passionate, and there's a lot more to creating content about video games than knowing how to like do every single animation cancel on Riven or something stupid like that, which I can't do, by the way. I'm awful at League.
I'm silver, so I'm a silver scrub
bronze.
since. Oh, we're together!
Congratulations!
Yes, I've been a silver boy since season 2, so we can share that kind of experience of both
I'm so
being.
proud of you. That's wonderful.
We're both mediocre together. It's perfect.
Yeah.
So with you obviously kind of coming into esports in the journalistic side, obviously you said you applied for a few jobs and kind of you ended up here with me right now. But obviously let's actually uncover some of those steps. What were they?
Oh Lord, this is a trip down memory lane, huh? So I think the first job I ever took was freelance interviewing for the UKL. They brought me on for like to make a couple of team-oriented content pieces and a couple of interviews with managers and the like for the inaugural UKL split. I did that for, I think, one split. I worked for them, and then I worked for a small company that I don't even know still exists called Level Push. I moved I moved from working with Level Push to working at Jinx TV, where I was for about 4 or 5 months. And then I've been at Dot for about 6 months, maybe a little bit longer.
Wow, what a journey that is. So what did you kind of learn from obviously those initial few places? Like obviously this was getting your feet wet kind of. Was this your first time writing professionally as it would be?
Yeah, I've my degree that I'm studying is in English literature, so like the actual act of writing is not I'm no stranger to that. But turns out I was really, really bad at accepting criticism at first. And if someone, like, I would hand in a Google Doc, like, here is my very good piece that I've worked on very hard, please enjoy it. And then someone would give me a single piece of feedback that was like, yeah, you missed an apostrophe. I'd be like, okay, you hate it, it's fine. I will never write again. This is it, I have to quit. But all of those initial jobs that I worked really taught me how to get better at accepting feedback and taking criticism, not as everyone hates me and everyone hates everything I do, but no, these people are trying to help you get better. And I think that's been possibly the most important thing that I've learned throughout all of this, is how to accept feedback in a constructive and positive way.
Okay, so obviously you think you've experienced more positive constructive criticism through your career, or do you think it's actually been kind of a mixed bag of stuff and you've just tried to shine the best light on all of it?
Everyone that I've worked with has been really good at giving useful feedback. There's obviously going to be the Twitter trolls who you say a single thing and you're like, everything that you've ever done is bad, you don't deserve to have your job. But at the end of the day, if you were capable of being my editor, then you would be. And I will take constructive feedback where I think it is appropriate to be taken, and I will ignore the people who I think are just trying to get a rise or a reaction out of me, because listening to those people is not productive and it does not make me a better person or a better writer. So I don't think there's much sense in listening to them.
So obviously you've been fortunate enough, or you believe you've been fortunate enough to work with incredible people throughout your career so far. Obviously having a really good editor is incredibly important. I know that's something that Jacob Wolf has echoed a lot in his talks whenever he's like, I will get edited, but even then I might disagree with my editor, but then there's at least a conversation to have. What would you say to someone that is starting out as maybe wanting to be a journalist or a writer just in general within esports, if they aren't so confident with the feedback, or where can they get started, or what would you suggest to someone that's looking to try and do what you're doing?
If your editors give you feedback, they have given it to you for a reason. And if you don't understand that reason, then all you have to do is ask them. If, like, they've said, oh, I think you should change the way in which you're approaching this, I think there's a more interesting narrative that we could look at on this piece that you're doing. 9 times out of 10, if you ask them, they will be able to explain to you, yeah, I think this is the direction from which you could look at it. This is why I think this direction would be better if you want to stick with what you're doing now, here is the way in which we could improve it. You will never lose anything by asking questions. I know it's something that I suffered from a lot. I was terrified, specifically when I joined DOT, because I was working with so many really, really talented people with like really big names. I was like, I can't ask anything. I will just be very quiet and hope that no one notices me and just get on with my job. But that's actually a really bad way of doing things. Don't do that, because learning from the people that you work with is the most important skill to have, especially in an industry that's like as young as esports. So learn from others and ask a lot of questions are the two most important things that I would say to anyone who wants to get started.
I think that's a really good point you just brought up, because obviously esports is such a young kind of ecosystem. We've not really been around for longer than 20 years, really. You could argue a bit further back, but that's still very early esports days as it was. Obviously, you mentioned asking questions, reaching out to people. Obviously, at the moment, we're still in lockdown situations. What would you say for maybe somebody that struggles to communicate through just standard messaging kind of ways? Would you say maybe an email, or maybe if they're just like really unsure of themselves, they've got a knockdown once or twice, and now they're kind of not in a great way to do it? Like, what can someone who is struggling but wants to make something feel better about what they're doing if they're in this difficult place?
Specifically for journalism, if you are not making the kind of content that you would want to read, then you've probably gone about it in the wrong way. So if it's purely just if the issue is, oh, I feel like I'm writing all of this stuff and no one's reading it and no one's giving me the opportunities, even though I think what I have is really, really solid, just keep writing it. Like, if it's something that brings you joy, that is something that will be reflected in the quality of the content that you're making. And having a big portfolio with like a very big variety of content, whether it's like these patch notes pieces or like interviews or think pieces or match recaps, having all of that is going to be so beneficial to you when you're applying to any workplace, because the most important thing in esports journalism is versatility. So proving that you can do all of that, and also just having fun writing things and building a portfolio, is like one of the most important skills that you can have as someone who's starting out. So I would say keep writing if it's something that you like. If it's something that you don't like and you still want to pursue a career in it, I'd maybe ask yourself why that is, and just have fun with it. Try your best to make it as fun for yourself as you can. And whether that's, like, I did a stupid Twitter thread the other day on LEC players as Haikyuu characters. I work for a professional journalistic organization, and that is the kind of thing that I spend my free time doing because it's fun. And it makes me enjoy my job more, the fact that I can just do this random goofy stuff like this. And the .esports account will retweet it for me and get me a bunch of interactions. Thank you, Dot, by the way.
Thank you, Don. I mean, that's cool. Like, I think you really uncovered a few good things there with, obviously, do what you love to do. And kind of, if you're not enjoying writing, or in this, obviously, if you don't enjoy writing, then why are you doing it in the first place? Unless you're kind of trying to do an ends to a means, but then you're going around it the whole wrong way in the first place. You should probably be, if you want to make money, probably writing esports. If you don't like esports, is probably not the place to be.
Possibly not, no.
No. And I actually think you highlighted something when you were saying, obviously, you were making the LEC players into Haikyuu characters, right? Obviously, that shows that you don't just love the league. Love the league. Well, no, you do just love the league. You breathe it. You live and breathe it. And what could someone maybe talk about if they're maybe getting their way up through the ranks? They're in their very early part of their career. You might have to do things you don't like. What would you suggest to someone that might be thinking, okay, I'm finally writing for esports, I'm getting paid, like they're getting a paycheck, like it's good, they're just not loving what they're having to write about?
A lot of the time, issues with not being able to write the things that you want to write come from not speaking up about what it is that you actually want to be writing. Like, people will give you will be delegated tasks that people think you want to do or that you are available to do. But like, your editors and the people that are assigning your work can't read your mind. They don't know that you don't like writing patch notes, you'd much rather write interview pieces. And there's some stuff that you're going to have to do regardless, just because it keeps the news cycle going, and it's not going to be the most inspiring or like life affirming content that you've ever written, but it does have to be written because it is useful and important for journalism. But speak up about what it is that you want to be writing. And if you're not confident that it's something that is going to be picked up, write an example of the kind of thing that you want to make and then show it to someone, because that gives them a good frame of reference to what your kind of style is and what you want to be making. And then chances are you will get a chance to make that kind of thing if you ask for it.
I think that's a really good way, right? Like, you can work with your editor and be like, this is what I'd like to kind of move in the direction of. And they'll probably be more than happy to accommodate you, because you'll be writing probably better things now, or better pieces now. A quick question that I do think we'll probably be getting is, where can someone get started in writing in journalism in esports? Like, where's a good place to get started? Is it just set up a WordPress account and just start going, or is that a better idea?
There's a lot of different ways you can go about it. There's like Medium or WordPress or anything like that is just a really good way to get your words out there. There are a lot of organizations who, especially in the UK, there are organizations who would like to kind of build their own narrative, but don't really have a writer on staff who can go about doing that. So if you approach them and you say, look, I really like your brand, I really like what you're doing, I would like to produce some, you almost certainly won't get paid for this, but you're going to have to accept that you're going to be doing some volunteer work at the beginning. But go to orgs and say, look, I really like your story, I really like your message, I'd like to help you promote your brand. Is there any writing that I could do for you that you think would be good to have on your site or to promote on your socials? And some of them will say no, and that's fine. You just have to learn from the rejections that you get and move on. But then some of them will say yes, and it's a really good opportunity to get your name out there, even if you're not getting paid for it. And it helps you to learn how to build a brand. It helps you to learn how to work with other people. It's just a really good experience overall.
Yeah, and you're learning networking while doing all of this stuff.
Absolutely,
it's a really kind of, it pays itself to keep pushing forward, to keep just producing more and more content as it was. And would you say it's best to be diverse in what you're writing, or if you've just got one thing you like writing about and just keep going for it until hopefully you get paid for it?
There's kind of two schools of thought on this, and I'm not really sure which one I subscribe to, but there's either highly specialize, and then you will become very, very known for that one thing, and you will be the master of that thing, kind of like Megalodontus is for the ERL interviews. He is the absolute pinnacle of that thing, and it's something that he is insane at, and he is probably best known for his ERL interviews. Or you could diversify and increase your chances of getting picked up for different things, but not be this area leader in one specific thing. And I personally don't know which one is better. I went more through the way of diversifying. I know some people who have kind of specified, and that's been the way that they've come up. I think both are good, both have their place, and I think it very much depends on the individual.
I mean, that's really good to hear, because that means anybody kind of, if they know exactly what they'd like to do and they've got a vague idea, they can kind of go for it. Or if they're just kind of open to whatever opportunity is there for them, they have that, they can go for it, right? That's really something I wasn't expecting to see. Obviously, wrapping up here as we are getting close to our time together, Meg. Now, what's a piece of advice that you would give to any prospecting journalist out there?
Obviously, write things that you would want to read, write stuff that you know that you would like to read. Don't get disheartened when people give you negative feedback, because you can use it to improve. And have a decent social media presence. You don't need to be the single most followed person on Twitter, but a lot of what brings people to your work is people interacting with you as a person, and just kind of building even a small, my following on Twitter is fairly small, but just building a small community and building like interactions that way can be a really good way to get people to come to your work. Even if it's just like posting memes, that can be, if you post like 5 memes and an article, that can bring you more audience than it would have if you just kind of put it out onto the internet and didn't let anyone see it and didn't promote it in any way. Get used to being your own promoter.
Hot tips coming from her. Obviously, last but certainly not least, Meg, do you have anything to say around obviously doing more than just writing? Because you co-host a podcast. You're doing more than just writing as well.
Podcasting's great. Podcasting is one of those things that you can do, like you can literally just sit down with some friends and talk about some nonsense for an hour, and there'll be someone out there who really wants to listen to it and thinks that you guys are the best. We obviously I have a slight advantage in the position that I'm in, where we can get guests occasionally on the podcast who like are much more intelligent and smart and coherent than any of us are and make us all look good. But even if you can't get that, just do it because it's fun. Like you'd be chatting to your friends anyway. Why not record it and put it on the internet? Because there's going to be someone that likes it.
I mean, you're making me sound intelligent and smart right now. So I mean, I think it's perfect right now. Meg, our time has sadly drawn to a close. So I must now ask you, have you got anything you want to say to the lovely people out in Twitch chat land? Have you got anything you want to just plug in general or just say?
Follow me on Twitter, obviously. My handle is down below. Check out the podcast that I'm on. It's called the Crit Strike Podcast, at Crit Strike Pod on Twitter. And be nice to each other. Be good humans. There's not enough of that at the moment, and I think we should all just be a little bit nice to each other, especially in the world of esports. Also, Rogue are going to win the LEC. They may have fallen into the lower bracket, but they will win. I guarantee it. You hear it here first. I might have to cut that out if they get knocked out next week and I'm going to look like an idiot, but I'll put that out there for now.
Clip it and ship it, chat. Remember this moment, because she'll want those interactions on Twitter. So, she's told you she wants it. Remember, everybody, you can check out Meg K's writing over on the .esport. Minimum, I believe, 1 article a week from her. So you can always find out what she is thinking of. Meg, thank you so much for coming on the show. It was lovely talking to you.
Me.
It was my pleasure. Now I will have to wave goodbye to you.
Adios.
Adios. And welcome back to Just Me. Thank you, Megan, or Meg K, for coming on. Wow, that was amazing, everybody out there in Twitch land. What do you think of that? How good was Meg? How good was she? Great. Yes, exactly. I agree. I'm not looking at you, by the way, chat. I'm just toying with your emotions. I'm sorry. We have another guest. It's like this set up to have multiple people coming on and talking with me. Obviously, this is creating your own thing in esports, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Hitmarker with the NUEL. Our next guest is going to be Calvin Chung. If they are ready. Hello, Calvin. I've got my quick little introduction for you, so let me do that first. He is the director and co-founder of MNM. Since 2014, he has had several roles in esports, researching and interviewing people from the likes of Stewie 2K. He's also been a part of marketing. He's now currently a creative lead at Level 99. I honestly asked, what can this man do? Well, maybe he'll tell us. Calvin, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you for having me here. Just a quick correction, I no longer am a creative lead at Level 99. But
my apologies. Has been,
yeah. I am a has-been. No.
I'm sure you're not.
Really excited to be here. And, somehow I'm going to follow up from Meg, who is doing a really amazing work writing and talking about the stories of LEC. I'm a big fan of Rogue, so I support her statement, Rogue to win.
Okay, so we'll clip it and ship it as well. Remember, everybody, if Calvin's wrong, we just get to slam him on Twitter. That's how this works, I believe. Don't actually do that. Be kind. Follow Meg's teaching of be nice to everybody. So, Calvin, you've got a very unique journey. Do you want to kind of explain? Obviously, I gave a very 2-second overview of your career in esports, but you've been around for ages, really.
Yeah, I look 12, but I am actually older than I look. So I've been in esports for maybe 6 years now, and I started my own esports team, M&M Gaming, and that was probably that is actually my first venture in esports. I just felt like doing it. I just somehow fell into it, really like gaming, playing games, watching games, and decided to start a team for fun, and somehow we started doing pretty well.
Yeah, you're not a bad team that started. You're the co-founder, right? You founded it with your brother?
Yeah,
Right?
so with my brother.
Or...
Yeah, so more of a. I mean, when it comes to M&M Gaming, I think my brother and I are obviously very similar, and also very different in many ways. For those who have met us both, we're not exactly we're opposite ends of the spectrum in many ways. So I started with him because I think we understand each other a lot, and we have similar backgrounds, obviously. And I think it's important when you start a team that you have something to stand for, or you have similar goals with the people you start it with. And that was the perfect fit for me at the time.
You've done multiple different roles throughout your career in esports, as I've mentioned. Obviously, you and Meg actually share the link of Jinx TV or Jinx Esports, which I wasn't expecting to make that connection, but something you once did. Where would you kind of say, for anyone that really want to get started in esports, where should they go? Because you've done kind of a bit of everything in a way.
Yeah, so I worked at Jinx for a bit, and I kind of quit to go back to university to study my final year. Study is important. It's not for everyone, but yeah, for me, studying and finishing my degree was important. And obviously, I worked at Level 99 doing creative things, which was really cool to work with to work with an Overwatch League team and a Call of Duty team. It's really cool it's slightly different for me. I hadn't really done a lot of American type of things at that time. So that was pretty different. But yeah, I think that I've had my toes in a bit of everything, really, is a good way to say it.
So obviously you've kind of been the head honcho in charge with your brother at M&M. You guys have had a lot of different, like you've been in the league for a while, really since the UK leagues even started, way back. So what's it kind of been like as a founder and kind of someone that's gone through a lot of the esports scene? What is that like?
It's tiring. Yeah, we were in UKLC when it was founded. Obviously, until recently, we were part of NLC, and just when ESL Premiership was League of Legends tournament, we were part of that as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been some time. It's been pretty tiring and eventful because every single action, I think people underestimate the power one individual or group of people can have, because I've seen the tournaments change throughout the years because of our feedback, because teams or people who care or people in the community voice their concerns. And I think that's the strong thing about esports, is that you can see how, maybe people think, oh, why did I get started? Well, just even voicing your opinion is really important. Obviously, in a non-hateful way, in a very constructive way, is important. But people getting involved, even just through talking, could be a journey or a start of a journey, because it was, I remember there was just me talking, oh, I like videos. I like making and watching comic books. So that was how I got into production side of things, alongside M&M with a team. It was just me starting to talk about different content amongst my peers and on social media until I really got involved with it. And that started a new career path for me.
So, I mean, obviously, the big question that obviously several people in Twitch chat are going to be asking you, and this is the first one we got, is how do you grow in esports scene as a new content creator? This is from Tashima. Obviously, you've experienced so much in esports. What would you suggest for someone that wants to grow in the scene?
Dedication, passion, consistency, I think are pretty key. And obviously, growing with something you actually care about. So if you don't care about a certain game, then you shouldn't really play it, because it's going to shine through. Esports, fortunately, is very diverse. There's lots of different types of games, lots of different types of content creators, people who just give themselves challenges, like play CSGO using a knife only with their friends, or maybe people like to be technical and break down different patches and what's the most optimal play, or breaking our pro games, or just giving tips to new people, or just showing people that they like to play games competitively. So I think there's lots of different areas that you can get involved in. I think focus on one that reflects you in a very honest way, and yeah, be very consistent. And yeah, I think that is a good start to growing your content. And also watch out for trends. I think it's quite similar to production of esports. I watch a lot of different types of media, from graphics to comic books to movies to small indie movies, and I scour the internet through every way possible. I look at Weibo and Chinese Twitter. I look at obviously Behance and lots of different forms, short form, long form videos, and just to get inspiration, because I think there's lots of different things you can do and learn from, and it's important to keep up with the trends. I think that's no different for content creation. There are definitely trends out there that you should keep an eye on.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Obviously, just kind of diversifying and trying to take in as much information as possible, seeing what works for you, what doesn't work, what you're receptive to, and then kind of going from there and creating your own content, however that is. I mean, as you said, esports is such a diverse kind of place at the moment. Just being the best analyst at a game doesn't mean you'll be popular, but if you maybe have a personality and you show people on CSGO where to throw a flashbang every time so it will land this spot and you're funny, people will probably watch you. So there's loads of different ways around it. Big obstacle all around us in esports, and I think Counterfeit Cast asks a brilliant question around this, and this is what are some of the biggest obstacles to creating a successful esports org?
Okay, so yeah, it's a big question. I'm asking myself that question every day,
because you've done that. Really?
Oh, thank you. I like to think I have, but there's definitely a long way to go. So I would say just putting people in the community first. Recently, we were in a situation due to a rulebook error of some sort, you can call it an error, where we had the choice of either essentially giving something to the community or making money off it. And we kind of thought, in this scenario, we want to give back to the community. I think competitive integrity is really important. And so, yeah, number one, putting the community and players first, because if you look after them, then they're going to look after you. So I think that's really important, and that should be the key part of orgs and teams, because players are your bread and butter, and so is the community. You need fans, you need players. And then I'd say having a strong goal or a strong direction. So for M&M, myself, I'm a British Chinese, dual citizen, and so is my brother. So for us, we think it's really important to represent both Britain and China, because that's who I am as a person. I can't represent what it's like to be French because I'm not French. And I think on a more political point of view, especially recently, I think the British Chinese have been really underrepresented. So it gives me even more reason to choose what I'm putting the M&M brand into. So yeah, be genuine with your brand, make it represent yourself, and put the players and community first.
I mean, actually, let's hammer home this topic, because I think this is really important. Megaload Donuts. Oh, I had to double check that name a few times before I said it out loud. What's your thoughts on the current state of representation in esports, especially in the UK? Obviously, we will want to link this back at some point back to creating things in esports, but I think this is a really important thing, and you're a brilliant member of the community to talk about this.
I think the UK is one of the most diverse places in the world, genuinely. I think London is the second or third largest French population in the world in terms of city.
Something like that, yeah.
We have, well over 10% of the population are non-Caucasian, and I think that's pretty amazing. So, and obviously Britain has a lot of history in other countries, as it once owned my home, Hong Kong. And it has a deep history there, and that's part of why why I grew up in England, or why I was born in England, because England's so diverse and accepting. I would say recent events outside of the esports space and the political climate have shown that it's not always people aren't always being represented that well. I would say, as an Asian, I can't speak for other groups because I think that'll be disingenuous of me to. But as an Asian, I would say we're not represented that well. There's a lot of, there's definitely more than 10% players being non-Caucasian, and it's really difficult to see, are they represented well? Are they put in positive light? I would love to see British esports teams use content inspiration. Obviously, I use it as from a Chinese perspective, but Britain has so much history in many different cultures. I mean, why don't we see that influence in our artwork? I use a lot of pop culture and a lot of Chinese calligraphy and artwork in art branding. But
Go and check out their most recent drop, by the way, of Eminem, like fire stuff.
Yeah, that took me about 6 months of research just to kind of make sure that I think it was really genuine.
It came across as genuine. That's why I'm plugging it. Like, I really do actually believe in what you guys did.
Thank you. Yeah, that means a lot. I was very worried, and I didn't think a lot of people would like it, but yeah, I mean, the theme's consistent about how to make an opportunity in esports is to grow your skills by just being genuine, being focused, researching, diverse in what you learn, and so on. And obviously, that's an example of me of Eminem, where we really searched into different history of Britain and China and Hong Kong. So yeah, I would say back to Meg's question, I don't think Asians are represented too well, considering apart from myself, my brother, and my other business partner, Sammy, in DLC, there aren't actually any other Asians in managerial roles or higher, very key roles in British esports at all. I think it's just maybe us three, maybe a few more, but not many. And that's kind of sad to see. I don't know why that is exactly. Is it we're not kind of showing different people that, no matter where you're from, you can be involved in esports, right? Whether you're Asian or not, maybe we should, maybe it's a matter of time, maybe, recent events, especially with COVID, have kind of dampened down spirits, which has definitely dampened mine, which is why I think the jersey and changing M&M to a more British Chinese was even more important than ever, because I think you should be proud of who you are, no matter where you are. I think British esports should show the more diversity in what they do, considering, like I said, how diverse Britain is. There's so many different cultures, and there's like London, Jamada's a Jamaican Londoner, right? And he has his own whole different language that I can't even understand apart from the word wagwan. So I always agree with wagwan. So yeah, I'd love to see different cultures and different influences to show what British esports is, because that's what Britain is.
So, and I think you actually came on a really good way that you would like to see more brands actually kind of diverse their portfolio when it comes to their content. Obviously, you guys dropped your merch, obviously with a British Chinese kind of take on it, and obviously kind of incorporating both cultures together. You would love to see more cultures be explored, and I think that's a really fascinating way. What kind of content would you like to see other orgs produce? And maybe people in this chat could start getting some inspiration from you.
I would say even just, so I don't sound it, but I'm actually from Liverpool, Merseyside.
Okay.
And I think that even different parts of England or Britain, different parts of Britain or United Kingdom have different cultures as well. Like, I think there's definitely areas to explore, maybe different phrases that people use locally, or even just a different style of artwork. I love going to the museum, the Tate Liverpool, I really love going to. And even if you look at different histories and styles of different areas of the UK, there are different unique things you can explore. Even how we have pies. I mean, obviously, I think the pies are superior in the Northwest, but even just pies and food are completely different. So, and artwork is the same. So I think maybe just even small elements or small words of showing different regionality in teams, I think that'd be really cool, instead of seeing everything as just London, because that is not the only thing in Britain.
No, it is slightly larger, but as a London-born boy, England is London and London is England.
Everything
so,
north of that is north.
it's like north of Oxford, mate. Like that's the north, and I'm
Yeah.
just like scared of everything else. Let's go in a slightly different direction, just as we haven't got much time left here. A question that came up, and they said it might be maybe too personal. The Kaio asks, how important is funding when starting an esports org?
So I started M&M with about 150 to 100 pounds, and that was
Okay.
registering. And yeah, so very important. I think if we had a lot more funding, because obviously I was a student, I didn't have much to give, and so I think funding is really important, especially with where the industry is now. It's so much more evolved. You're going to have to need a lot more people to help you. You're going to have to need a lot more funding, and you need to pay people for their time. And so I'd say funding is really important. It's something that we're looking to do, and we've looked at in the past. We've obviously, I can't say what, but we've looked at partnering with even, let's say, teams that are in other regional Riot franchises. We've nearly had partnerships with those types of teams. So for me, it's more about what's the right fit, as a British Chinese.
So how would you say one goes about actually finding funding, or maybe trying to go about that, or is it unique for every different org?
I'd say it's quite unique for every org in how you approach it, in terms of who you approach. So does their partnership suit you? Because if it doesn't, then you're not going to get very good results. Your audience isn't going to match. So I'd say that's one area where funding is it. To answer firstly, funding is very important. Not the penultimate thing in making something successful. Direction, leadership, skills are all also really important. You can't have only funding. You can't have only skills. So, and then moving on to the second part is, I think who you choose to approach really depends on your brand and making sure things fit. So we've definitely turned down a lot of opportunities financially because we didn't think they fit, or we've not gone with certain investors because we don't want to lose our British Chinese identity, because we feel like we're one of the only few people actually doing that.
I was just quickly making sure you guys don't have a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, so I don't make an accidental joke about that.
No Raid Shadow
Legends.
Legends.
When I was going to think about that. Calvin, we have actually reached the end of the time. I've got one very brief question before I give you shout-out opportunity. What's your favorite pie?
So if I was going for a slice, it would have to be probably a steak slice, steak and kidney. As long as the steak's not too salty, or I can go for the sausage roll, or if it's more of a actual full-on pie instead of a slice, it has to be chicken and mushroom.
Well, we have found the ultimate answer that we were all seeking for in this actual talk show that we're doing. Calvin, obviously, thank you so much for joining us here. So many words of wisdom coming from you. I know you're far too humble to even admit to any of that, but have you got anything else you'd like to shout out, or anything in general you'd like to plug?
Just similar to Meg, everyone be nice to each other, particularly obviously recent events in the past year showing so much negativity. I like to think that everyone, if we continue to be nice to each other and just embrace difference and diversity, because I'm a product of difference and diversity.
Absolutely, and I think it's fair to say, Hitmarker and the NUEL stand with you and all of the Asian American and Asian British community against hate. But with that weird note, thank you so much for joining us, Calvin. Obviously, he is the co-founder of M&M, one of the premier esports organizations within the UK. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, what was that, ladies and gentlemen? Back-to-back bits of knowledge. Just, you can't get this anywhere else. Thank you so much to Calvin for coming on. That was... wow, I learned a lot about British esports, obviously multicultural, and then ideas for orgs. So anybody out there thinking about making their own esports team, Calvin's just hooked you up with a complete marketing plan. So now clip it and ship it. You're done. Like, next guests will be Isabel Pereira. She is juggling several responsibilities at one time. Our guest here makes me really wonder how people can do seemingly everything and then seem like they have more time to do more, and she's here with us right now. Isabel is currently studying her PhD at the University of Sheffield while also being the social media manager for AFK creators. Oh, and she also streams when she gets her some spare time for her. Welcome to the show, Isabel.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been lovely so far. I'm loving your energy, and all of the guests were amazing. Like, you guys are doing such an amazing job, and a big props to NUEL and Hitmarker for this, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible. I'm so pleased to finally get the opportunity to talk with you. And we must start at the location where I've started with everybody else. You've had now a little bit time to watch everybody else and get their ideas now. How did you get into esports, and can you outline your esports journey?
Yeah, so it's not so much esports, it's more gaming overall.
Gaming as well,
say.
yeah.
So my story is quite the cliche, if I'm being completely honest. So I first got into esports during the 2017 League Worlds. I had been playing League like I have been playing League like for about a year by that time, and I was introduced to the tournament sides of it. I tried to train during the finals of that year, and I remember the moment of the finals when the casters were all selling the same old, oh, Faker is the best player in the world, this could be another world title for him. And I just thought, you know what, I hope he loses, because if the same person is winning over and over again, it's not fun. And that's what I thought as someone who had just come into the scene. And the moment the SKT lost against Samsung Galaxy, like my whole heart broke. I saw Faker crying and I was like, why would I ever say something like that? That is awful of me. And I feel like it was just all of this emotion and passion towards the whole scene that just kind of lured me into it. And I just jumped back on an old Twitter account and I started looking for people of the League community. I just wanted to become a part of it because it was so passionate. And I had no idea how massive it was. And I didn't even think I would become like a big part of it, never mind having a job in it. Because, you know, I was doing my master's and then I went on to do my PhD, and the two things just didn't connect, but somehow they did. So, yeah.
So what were you actually doing? What did you do your bachelor's and MA at the time in?
So my bachelor's was in cell and molecular biology. My master's is in microbiology and immunology. And my PhD is in infection and immunity. So nothing related with anything, gaming, marketing, nothing at all.
That's incredible, but like that just shows that esports is kind of an ecosystem and an environment and a culture where we'll try anybody out because who knows what they could offer, who knows what the journey they have, and obviously you're currently doing your PhD in what did you say again?
Infection and immunity. So yeah, just all things related to bacteria or viruses infecting the human body, that kind of thing. It's a fun time for me, not so much for the rest of the world.
I mean, this must be a very exciting time for you. But let's go over to what you're currently doing over at AFK Creators at the moment. You're their social media manager, and kind of you've been doing this for almost 2 years now, I believe. Which is kind of wild. What is it like being a social media manager? What is it being around esports all the time and literally living and breathing it day on day?
Yeah, so when I first jumped into it, I thought like, oh, this is a hobby, and now I kind of turn it into part-time. That's fine, it's gonna be cool. But now it's quite literally part-time. You turn your only distraction from the rest of the world into your other job. So now it's serious. It's not like a 9-to-5 job at all, I'd say. And that's why I like it, because it's fast-paced and it's nice. And it's just, you know, you need to be organized and you need to be well kept in order for you to be able to keep up with the job, I feel like. So, and you also have to be very careful not to get lured in and sucked into the rabbit hole that's social media. So it's kind of a challenge, but it's, you know, I wake up in the morning, I somehow have 30 notifications on my phone. I go through them. I see what's relevant for our socials. I see what's not relevant for our socials. I see what we can possibly share, how our talents are doing that day, if they have anything big to go through. And then it's just a matter of going throughout the day and seeing if there's any updates that need some quick sharing, some quick additions of information to it. And then when I go around the afternoon, I just talk to my manager.
Oh, this is the morning. You did all of this in the morning. I thought this was your whole day.
No, this goes throughout the whole day. It's just a cycle, a vicious cycle of repeating itself. But yeah, when I finally get to sit down in the afternoon and talk to my graphics designer and my marketing manager, that's when we're like, okay, so well, that's when I go like, well, okay, so I need this, this, and that, and then they're like, oh, she goes again, asking for a bunch of content that we need to get done. But yeah, if you have a good team backing you up, then it makes the job 100 times easier. And I've got the best team right now, so yeah.
So
Sorry.
No, I love that. I actually love that answer. I would love to ask you how, because obviously we've already had two other prior guests. You, Meg, talked about obviously the importance of asking questions and kind of communication. And you've obviously just backed this up. What was it like when you first started? Because you were coming in, well, to my knowledge, cold. You can completely correct me. Was this your first job in esports at AFK? So you were coming into the ecosystem cold. You had no prior experience. How was it getting involved at the very beginning? If someone like there is out there currently watching this chat, and because someone's gone, hey, you might be interested in doing this. You're a marine biologist, but hey, who knows?
Right. So I honestly think I straight up got lucky. Like I said before,
get lucky. All right.
I did. So like I said before, I did fell in love with esports after that first approach, that first contact, and I decided to be part of the community. I wanted to find people with interesting opinions or even ambitions, and I just ended up following Matt, who is AFK's CEO. And I didn't think of much about it at the time. Like I just carried on with my day. Gaming was just a little hobby, and I would speak about it every now and then on my Twitter. But then I became more involved with the community. I was starting to form my own opinions, sharing them on several different topics, gaming related, and people were kind of engaging with it, and they wanted to hear what I had to say, even if it was just like a meme or something really silly. And then after the LEC rebrand, that's when I full on became completely engaged, and I embraced that scene, and that was my whole persona online. And the people seemed to really enjoy it and appreciate it. And one day Matt just slid into my DMs. We had never interacted before, besides the one time that I followed him, I don't think. And he starts telling me about his startup and like all of his dreams of helping content creators and how he wants to do it in a transparent and efficient manner. And I'm like, okay. And then he says he needs someone who speaks Portuguese. And I'm like, okay, I will be your talent manager if you want me to. And that's how I actually started in AFK. I started by being a talent manager. I did that like for, it was my only focus for like 6 months or so.
Okay.
And then after those 6 months, Matt had just been in a convention or something. And someone had came up to him because we had very little social media present at the time. Like our CFO was doing it. And our CFO is a lovely person, but he lacks a certain je ne sais quoi when it comes to social media. So our social media wasn't like a big focus at the time of the company. And Matt having been in this convention, it was approached by someone, and then they're like, oh, so what's your socials like? Like, who does them? And Matt said, oh, it's our CFO. And that person said, oh, doesn't Isa work for you? Because like I had semi-established myself at the time as someone who was quite visible in the Twitter space. Doesn't Isa work for you? Like Matt described it as the queen of social media, which I wholeheartedly disagree, but you know, I'll take the title.
Why not?
Why not? And Matt was like, yeah. And so the person was like, oh, so why doesn't she do the socials? And something just clicked in his brain, and the next day he was like, hey, would you like to do our socials? Like, this is your job now. And I'm like, okay.
You've been doing it for fun for at least over a year or two by this point, just talking about LEC. Why not just try and make us popular on the internet now? That is your whole career. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that was literally it. And then I started reading into it. I started learning as much as I possibly could. I had zero expectations going into the job because I had zero experience, but it turned out to be okay. And the more I learned and the more I saw what others did and what I kind of wanted AFK's social medias to look like, the more we got like a feel and a persona to who we are and our presence online. So yeah, it's been good fun.
So I've got two big important questions to ask you before anything else happens, and I'm getting questions asked in the Twitch chat as well. So we got things to uncover. Let's do a bit more of a quick one for this first one.
Yeah.
Which is, you are doing a PhD. You're also doing part-time. You also stream, and I imagine you're probably doing 3 or 4 other projects in the side, because you strike me as that kind of person. How would you suggest to people to manage their time effectively? Because you must have some kind of crazy idea, or do you just not sleep?
No, I do sleep, and I appreciate my sleep a lot. And I feel like one of the most important things that you can do for yourself is to have a good sleep schedule. I do occasionally break that sleep schedule, especially if I'm like having a gaming night with my friends.
Sure.
But yeah, most of the time I do have a fairly regular sleep schedule. I just like to be extremely organized. Like if you come into my place, you'll see post-it notes everywhere on the walls, on the screen.
Okay.
You'll see lots of calendars. Like my phone is constantly reminding me of what I have to do next. And what the one thing that has actually allowed me to work more into AFK was the pandemic itself, as awful as it sounds, because now I'm so restricted in the ways that I can go into the university and I can go into the lab, that I actually have more time at home, so I can plan more content. And because I only have to go into the university like 3-4 times a week, the work that I do from home can be better organized between one thing and the other. So yeah, organization is definitely the main word for myself, and it's how I go around my day. Yeah.
Love it.
I'm sorry if it's not very helpful, but
no,
yeah.
I think that's a really good way. And I mean, also the sleep, that is something that we have previously talked here on the NUEL. I'm going to just take this a little bit. G-Science, we've done 2 webinars with them. Sleep has been one of the highest things they keep hammering on and telling me, Alex, you need to sleep more. And I'm like, one day.
And that day should be today, just saying.
Maybe. The other big question I want to ask you before we get into some of our viewer questions rather, is you don't have a background in marketing or social media or anything, but obviously you have been able to grow a following. What would you suggest to someone outside of obviously just do it and keep doing it, similar to kind of echo what Calvin was saying? How did you find success, and was that because you just kept at it or something else entirely?
I don't know. I feel like there was this one time that I just hit the nail on the head, or whatever the expression is. Sorry, not really good with English expressions.
You got it.
But I started to create the content that I liked, and I started to say the things that I felt. So I was honest. And I feel like a lot of people did appreciate that honesty. Like a lot of people do see me now as G2 esports fan. But the thing is, if I have to slam them down to the ground, I will. It's not something that I'm afraid of doing. And it's just that kind of honesty and mixed with some fun and bantering that people really do appreciate, because that's what the world needs. It's someone who's kind, but can also be honest and funny, and just someone that people overall can relate to. And that's the kind of content that I try to put, whether as myself or as AFK, someone who people can relate to. Yeah.
I love this. We're having all of our guests vaguely echo one another, but in very unique ways. No, seriously, you kind of took what's been not already said, but kind of your own path that you experienced through it. You just said, hey, I just want to have fun and give my opinion on Twitter, and it worked. It just worked out, but it wasn't immediately, was it?
No, God, no. It's a constant process, and it's a growing process as well. And it's a growing pain process, not gonna lie. Like I've said some things that did not leave a lot of people happy. Some things that I still stand by, and others that I've changed my opinion since. Because you also grow as a person, and you also learn,
Absolutely.
and you also read into other people's opinions and what they're saying and why they are more right than you are. But it's definitely a growing process. Like it's been 2 years, and I haven't even hit the 10K mark kind of situation on my personal.
Yet. People, go follow her on Twitter. down here. Go do it.
I am more than happy with I don't like to call them my community, but the community that I've started. Like my Discord is one of the happiest places that I've seen in the world of gaming, just because it's a bunch of people who have a lot of common interests. And even if they don't, they learn to respect each other and be kind to each other. And I feel like that's what it all should be about. Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. We are almost, can you believe it? We're almost at the end of our time together.
This is
It feels
actually
like we've
going
been...
fast.
Oh, it really does. It's surprisingly quick. We've got some questions, obviously, from the lovely people out there in Twitch chat land, and they ask you, how do you maintain so much positivity when so much of your work is on Twitter? It can be kind of a toxic place, and this was sent over by Magneto.
Right. I feel like you cannot be afraid of using the block report button. That's the number one.
Okay.
If you see someone who's being bluntly toxic and straight up mean for no other reason other than their own enjoyment, there's no point trying to interact with those kind of people at all. The second would be, I don't know, try to stay away for controversy, meaning that drama for the purpose of drama. Like, unless it's like a movement or something that needs to be spoken about, just stay away from it if it's not those important hallmarks of like Twitter history.
If it's another YouTube beauty drama, you don't have to interact with it this time.
Exactly. That's how you stay away from it. And the third thing that's helped me a lot is not checking my request DMs very often. Because
doing that more periodically, is it?
Yeah. It does help, because there will be periods where people will just be saying and sending you the oddest of stuffs that you don't need to see. So yeah.
Okay, so I mean, those are three really good ways to kind of think about it. The other question that we have been sent that we're going to have to kind of probably use as our last question.
Sorry.
Oh, it's a good one as well, actually. Is how do you manage to value? Whoa, I've got a. How do you manage the value that is placed on each role that you fulfill, both monetary or otherwise? And that's coming from Jammers CS. So this is kind of going, obviously you do multiple different things. How do you kind of place value on each of the things you do? Because obviously you're having a career in esports, but also at the same time, you want to go and do some crazy, amazing stuff with your PhD, and like, there's so much value, right?
Yeah, so I keep telling myself that the PhD is my priority and everything gaming comes after, even though that's not what I put into practice. So I struggle with this, like, whatever has more value into my day-to-day life. I don't think I can answer that question honestly, because it's I do this, but I actually think this kind of situation. I don't know. I feel like, oh, that's such a tough question for me. Because sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. Keep going.
Yeah, so it's just about your own priorities. Like, I've dreamt about being a scientist ever since I was little, and I have these big ambitions of winning a Nobel Prize one day and doing all of these things that I want in science. Yeah, like, I have these ambitions, but I don't want to stop myself from doing other things just because it's what people think or expect of me, you know? So it is the amount of value that I put into those things. And right now I think I can do them like 60-40. If one day I have to do them in less percentages, then I will. But it's about what makes you happiest. And if you have two things that you love to do, there's nothing wrong with doing them both, as long as you like have the ability to do it.
I love that. It's do what you love to do.
Yeah.
Don't give up the dream if you don't have to give it up, and stick through. But also, if you find something else you enjoy doing, try and commit yourself as reasonably as you can. And I think that's a really good way that you've put it. We have actually reached the end of our time. If anything, we're a minute over, but whatever. Who's
sorry,
keeping
I rambled
count?
too much.
It's only me. Yeah, it's all right. Don't worry. Isabel, what do you have to plug? What do you want to shout out? Or obviously say you've already mentioned your Discord community, which I imagine you want to plug right here as well.
Oh, sure. Why not? They will love that. Big, massive thank you to the Discord community that has been backing me up. I think they might be in Twitch chat right now doing something really silly, but a massive big shout to AFK as well for all the opportunities, for the chance they've taken on me. I'll plug myself, so if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, feel free to. And as a last thing that I want to say is just, I want to echo everyone else who said, just be nice to each other, just be kind. It doesn't harm anyone, and it makes the world the overall better place. So yeah.
Wow, that was incredible. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. You're awesome. Thank you.
Oh, Thank you. I'm sure she means Hitmarker in the NUEL, but we'll have to wait. Everyone has truly been amazing. Thank you for being on the show.
Thank you. See you later.
Bye bye. Well,
what did I know? What did I know? I fell for fools gold. I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. Still as a breeze, the river flowing deep. Don't wanna leave the air you breathe. Living vivid dreams when I think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see, and I will hold you down if love is still alive. It's all forgiven to my eyes. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound. Two hearts beating, beating time. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven to my eyes. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah. It's all forgiven. You and your wicked ways. You and your wicked ways.
Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass. They won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPL.
Keep running, Invictus looking at numbers advantage. Chris will arrive and captures in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The realm walk from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favourites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Kimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. As you don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those like unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with like the people that you want to be there with, and like you can look back on it with like fond memories.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. We've just caught us on a break there, and we're back. We've recharged, we're refreshed, and we're ready for the semi-finals. But let's talk about those quarter-finals, Orion. What a set of matches we had. But I think it's fair to say one certainly stood out.
Yeah, one was definitely quite a bit different to the others. As I said previously, all of those first matchups were high seeds playing against low seeds. So our first match, for example, Newcastle, the top seeded team in this bracket of 8, going up against Kingston, which were the lowest seed. Despite Kingston putting up a good fight and improving throughout that series, that was a 4-0 sweep in favour of Newcastle, as many people would have expected. A second series was very similar. That was between the University of Exeter and the University of Manchester. Manchester also losing their best player, Tarek, who's GC3 in place of a C1. So fair to say that series did not go too well for Manchester. They were also swept 4-0 by Exeter, who looked very strong towards the end of that series. Then we had Imperial College go up against Glasgow. Now, this was where the spanner really got thrown in the works, wasn't it, Tylacto?
It was quite the series, as Glasgow looking for that upset went all the way to 3-1 up. One game away from taking it, but Imperial College, they clawed back all the way and took it in Game 7. It was a marvellous series, and of course Cardiff did take out Coventry 4-1 to move on to their semi-final. But I mean, the semi-final we've got ahead of us right here, of course, both winning their first series in a sweep. We're talking about Newcastle and Exeter. What a hotly contested match we're expecting this one to be, and we don't even know entirely what rosters they might end up shaping out with.
That's true. So I think we've been told that Newcastle are going to stick with Daxaru and Scorpio, but are bringing in Nico, who is also a GC2, so same as Kernsey, so you could say a like-for-like swap. Yeah. Obviously, Dax, Kernsey and Scorpio more used to playing with each other, so there could be a bit of a lack in team chemistry, but we'll have to see. Nico's a completely unknown entity at this point. And then on the side of Exeter, I have been told that they will be playing with Pads and Misery, who is a GC3. In the first game, Tevenin will be playing with them, and then after Game 1, they will be resubbing in Team Star. Both of those players GC1, so again, like for like. And on paper, the way this match stacks up, we're looking at a very even game here, yeah. And from what we've seen from them today as well, both confidently beating their lower seeded opponents, we should be in for quite the match here.
Yeah, like especially with Tevenin and Team Star potentially switching around. I don't know which way round it'll end up being. Team Star did show up really well though in their series, of course, against Manchester. Granted, they were favourites for it, but they put it away convincingly in the end. So coming into this one, both teams, you could say, have had that warm-up series, but definitely stepping up to a different caliber level of opponent as the players are in the lobby and ready to go. Reminder, this is of course a single elimination best of 7. Loser will go home. We get the luxury of watching here, of course, from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London as the players are loading in. It's curious to see who will get off to that hot start as well.
Yeah, definitely will be. I think Newcastle are a very momentum-based team. If it's going in their favour, then they really do excel. However, if they find themselves on the back foot, then cracks do start to show in that team. And oh my goodness, are we going to get an absolutely ridiculous goal to start things off here. Pads is going to be credited with it. Goes up the wall here. Oh, he just gets a straight over Scorpio. I thought this was a pinch, but no. Pads just with the absolute power on that ball, getting it over the top of Scorpio. No one back for Newcastle. Is going to be first blood to Exeter here with only about 11 seconds gone.
It's wild as well, because in those 11 seconds, Newcastle had a chance of their own.
They did.
Off the backboard. This is some high-paced gameplay already. Neither team wanting to budge an inch, but Exeter certainly keeping it out of the way early on, creating that goal on the counter. Newcastle will have some work to do.
Yeah, they are going to have work to do. Might even have more work to do here as, sloppy defending. The shot from Pads was pretty exquisite, to be honest. Just planted it in that top corner. Asked the question of the defense, and Dax, so unfortunate there. Went for the defender top corner and ended up landing on that ball and just squeezing it into his net. So Exeter starting off really well here on the front foot with 2 goals in the opening minute. Let's see if they can keep this momentum up, though.
Crossbar at the post and betraying him as that one was going to the crossbar anyway. Pads will get the goal, the save I should say, to show for it. Despite that, already a very padded scoreline for Pads on the scoreboard, I'm sure, but we're just a minute into this game one. Still early days, which means if you're watching this, you still have plenty of time to check out the panel below the stream, because if you are a student who may be looking at studying in the UK or already studying in the UK, whether it's at these universities or any university in general, just make sure to visit the rest, of course, of the Times Higher Education Virtual Student Festival. We're just one part of it, and all of it is fantastic. Thousands of other prospective students as well, along with, of course, leading universities and student brands, and anything you want to know about this question talk about studying in the UK, you will just go to that panel below the stream, but please keep the stream uploaded.
Yep, and also if you're interested in university esports, you can be sure to check out NUEL when you get to your university, and you can also find your local gaming society or esports club on the NUEL.com. So even if you're just playing casually and you want some fellow gamers to hang out with during your time at university, that is the place to go.
Alright, well, we certainly need to direct Newcastle a little bit, let them know where to go, and that the ball needs to go in the back of the Exeter net, because they haven't been able to break out of their half, as we were discussing that, and they're down towards half-time here. Exeter certainly in control of this first game, but I imagine that control will be wrestled back and forth many times during this series, unless they can really keep this up and break Newcastle's resolve, as that shot saved amazingly by Dax, but it's not going to matter. Pads is there to finish it off for the hat-trick.
Yeah, very fast hat-trick by Pads again. It only took him half the game to get up to 3 goals already. First shot was very good and very well saved by Dax, but unfortunately the follow-up was there so fast, and Dax unable to react in time to that one. Exeter taking a very commanding lead in this game, I would say, given that, you know, some of the games that they played in their series against Manchester were this close. It really does kind of show that Exeter are, like, really, yeah, just dominating Newcastle at the moment, and asking questions that Newcastle aren't able to provide answers to just yet.
Some offense here as well. A reminder, they could have gone 1-0 up at the start of the game before that wild counter-attack direct from Pads. Maybe just sort of knocked the wind out of them a little bit, but they're catching their breath here. Final 2 minutes, still not too late to mount a comeback here in this first game, I feel. Dax isn't quite going to get the contact he was really looking for, and Pads, the problem maker again for Newcastle, buying plenty of time for the teammates to get back. Scorpio will work it downfield with that double touch, but Misery, no problem, finding the teammate. And the rebound as well. Fevenin quite able to follow it up, still running the time off. Newcastle, you know, as much as they've had a fair share of possession at this point, they've been quiet for actually creating opportunities.
Yeah, they just haven't really come to fruition for them when they kind of got into that final third, or to be honest, really, they haven't too often got into that final third. They've been met in midfield very strongly by Exeter, and then have just been shut in their own half. So Newcastle need to find a way to break through Exeter, whether it's through boost control, demolitions, just more aggressive rotations, even just a bit of, you know, ball chasing, just to try and unsettle Exeter and get them out of their rhythm, get them out of their flow a bit, because right now Exeter are in control of that midfield and Newcastle struggling to break through.
Newcastle, they've got a little bit of a chance here. They tried to make it happen, but it just didn't quite. Nico sent it back towards the backboard. It's a tough angle, and Dax will work it. It's crossbar down, but cleared off the line by Pads again. My goodness, Newcastle, no lucky break here. 20 seconds just to get a goal for the road at this point. Game 1 seems to be a write-off for them at this point. Nothing seems to be going their way. A pass down from Nico towards Dax. The save, this time from Tevenin. Exeter's defense has really been excellent.
Yeah, and that really was the right idea there from Newcastle, just to drop that one down. It was a good chance, but as you say, Exeter really well defended.
All right, well, Tevenin is going to try and find a fourth here. Is he going to? I think he's going to. It's 4-0 Exeter in game 1, making a statement here. Newcastle with a top-seeded team coming into this tournament, the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. Could we be seeing a potential upset here?
I don't know if I'd call it an upset.
I mean, yeah.
Despite the seeding, they are very evenly matched teams on paper, I would say.
That's true.
You've got 2 GC3s in Pads and Misery on Exeter, compared to the 2 GC2s of Dax and Kernsey, or I should say Nico, on Newcastle. Scorpio GC1 as well, but I believe possibly even a former SSL player. I think he might have even gotten to SSL on the Switch before. So I think what we're looking at here, Tylacto, is a contest between 2 very competent teams. I would argue possibly the 2 strongest teams in the tournament. Seeding has just meant that they've found themselves in the semi-final together, and the strongest one obviously will advance to the final. But I think we're going to have a real slugfest to find out who gets there.
I don't think Imperial College and Cardiff will be happy about that. Their semi-final will have to wait, though, for their skills to be put on show. We're heading to Forbidden Temple for Game 2 to see what we can see there in terms of a potential Newcastle comeback. For how much offense they had in that opening game, for them to have been shut out is actually bizarre. Like, the defensive plays that ended up happening were so confusing that it would even be pulled off by the Exeter defense, who I think are trying to figure out who they're actually playing with, and it does appear to still be Misery and Team Star, I believe. We can see the light show, you can't for us, which is cool. They don't know, and it's a fun fact here, actually, Orion, that if the countdown hasn't started, you can just leave the team and go back to spectate, and the game will not start. Like, you don't actually have to do this light show.
I never knew that.
You never knew that. They patched it, I think, literally a matter of a couple months ago. They actually fixed it. But it doesn't matter, because the game is indeed ready now, and Team Star is still... No, Team Star has now stepped in for Tevenin, right? Tevenin was playing game 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it's Team Star, it was Tevenin. So, change made by Exeter from game number 1, which is interesting, because they did win game number 1.
Yeah.
We'll see what the addition of Team Star does, whether they can still carry their momentum, whether it's, whether this change might affect them slightly. Every Rocket League player has different play styles, different strengths and weaknesses, and we'll see how that plays out in this series.
Come on, Newcastle still level for now. They would die for the first goal in this second game. Would do wonders for their confidence, but they're not gonna get it. Look who it is again. Pads slamming it down from close range, and Exeter have the lead once again.
Yeah, so many clinical shots have been taken by Pads in this series and throughout the entire tournament. He's looked absolutely unstoppable in front of net, and he is continuing that run of form here against Newcastle. 1 goal in favour of Exeter once again in the opening minute. They scored 2 in the previous opening minute. It doesn't look like the addition of Team Star has flustered them or changed anything at all. And I want to touch on the fact that I said at the start of the series, Newcastle on the back foot is, not as good at Newcastle as I think we've had a bit of a server disconnect here.
I think it's Sonics.
No, I think we're fine.
No, we're fine.
We are fine. It is still 1-0 is what I am seeing.
Right.
That was a bit odd. The ball
well.
just went straight into the net and then didn't. Oh, that was a really close one. Dax was lucky to get a save on the end of that. Scorpio not able to reach his Nico though. Getting benefit of the doubt on that one. Misery, is he able to get back to this with the pre-flip? That is a beautiful shot, saved over to the corner by Dax, so Nico not able to make the touch, so it should be Exeter staying on offense for the time being. Paz not going to get back to that one though after being bumped by Scorpio, and play is going to continue here.
Such a change, such a contrast to earlier in the day. Newcastle, who were scoring for fun against Kingston, shut out, kept completely quiet for over 7 minutes as it stands. You can't imagine that feels too good to be in their shoes right now, or wheels, or tyres, I guess I could say. They appear to not be feeling it. They're struggling to get out of their half once more. Misery sending it round the corner here. Exeter with a lead to work with, remember. Leading the series as well. 2 commit from Newcastle. Their offense is going to fizzle out very quickly if Misery can win this challenge, but he can't. Nico, a little too fast. Pads gets dunked by Scorpio, but Misery's up again and directs it lovely over to the side. Towards Pads. Exeter looking really strong.
Yeah, when they get that transition onto offense, they immediately look like scoring. Newcastle, however, just finding themselves a bit flat-footed on offense at the moment. They're doing well to make the reads on defense, but unfortunately, whoa, that is an insane pinch. No way. That is just in. Oh my goodness. Was that off the goal line? That was crazy. No way. No way. That's ridiculous.
Could Dax have made it? I don't even care at that point. There's no way he could have been ready for it. 2-0 Exeter with one of the goals of the tournament for me so far. A pinch off the goal line. Teamstar might make it 3. Oh, what a save from Scorpio. Pads is up and denied by Dax. Can Newcastle strike back fast here? Nico looking for the dunk, but he's not going to find it. Well-placed touch there from Eternal Misery here. He's not going to be able to get the second one on the wall though. Pads dunked once again on defense. Dax opening up for Scorpio. His shot, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, not the best shot from Scorpio, and also crucially, that pinch, as comedic as it was, has meant that Exeter now has a 2-goal lead for Newcastle to overcome. They might get one back here, but a great pre-jump by Misery. Inside post for Dax, not going to find the target. Scorpio with no boost, not going to follow this one up. Exeter are a little bit bunched up there, but they have managed to spread out now and are trying to stay on offense. Paz has definitely touched that one over the top. It's onto the backboard. Can he finish it himself? No, runs out of boost and can't get back to it before Scorpio makes that defensive touch on the backboard. Dax with the touchdown. It's not the best though, and Scorpio has to win that 50-50. Dax, open net to shoot at actually. I thought someone from Exeter would have scrambled back for it, but I think they went all in on that 50-50 from Pads, and when they lost it, Dax was there to punish. So a goal back for Newcastle now. Exeter, yeah, starting to lose their grip on this game slightly.
I mean, it's been coming for a long time. It took 9 minutes, but Newcastle finally on the board, and it really has been coming for a long time. I will reiterate, because I can't believe they've been limited to just one. Sometimes it has been fantastic defense from the side of Exeter, to be fair, but they're going to need more of it. It's not going to matter. The demo, the top corner finish, and Exeter are once again 2 to the good.
Yeah, in the end, that top corner finish wasn't even necessary, to be honest. I mean, it definitely beat out Nico, but yeah, the finish from Misery there, beautifully taken from the halfway line, pinpoint accuracy, just showing exactly what Exeter are made of. Pads, I've called him the kind of star striker for Exeter, but Misery definitely showing that he can find the mark when it matters as well.
So close. Scorpio had to try and beat 2 defenders and was ever so close to doing so, but not quite. Will the switch main, he's going to get beaten out by Pads on the wall. It's an awkward touch, but supported well by Teamstar. Dax's touch is weak, but going to be awkward. Force the response. Maybe Newcastle will be able to pick up possession. They need one, and they need it now, or else they won't have time for the second, as it is past a second defender from Scorpio, but not quite going to find the mark. Teamstar 50 it to the infield here. Exeter just need to kill the game off. The shot, the save comes through, but it's looking a little bit late for Newcastle here. The Ninjas just running out of time here in game 2. Looking like Exeter will be 2 to the good in the series, despite this lovely goal from Scorpio, who will give us one to look at. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, and I mean, that right there is exactly what Newcastle need more of. Nico could have gone for a shot there, but it would have been easily defended, and then you get the transition from Exeter onto offense, but chose to play it smart, played it down to Scorpio, who baited out the defender, beat the defender, and the shot was good. So if Newcastle can find that, you know, not on 0 seconds when they're not more than 2 goals down, that would be perfect. I think that's exactly what they need. That team chemistry has been lacking slightly, potentially because of the lack of Kernsey and Nico in place. You know, the normal roster obviously is going to have better chemistry. That's not the fault of anyone. So yeah, I just think starting to work together will be what gets Newcastle back into this series. If they do, Exeter right now do look to be in control.
I do think that they are starting to work together. I mean, you're right to highlight the last goal as a piece of evidence for that. They put up 12 shots in that second game. Now, this has started magnificently for Exeter. They are 2 up after 2 games, but I think Newcastle are warming up into this series. All it takes is for them to get the first goal this game, and I think we can have a very long-distance series, if not for more. Just edged defense from Exeter, where it is so close to not working, but they somehow clutch up.
Yeah, that was a really close opportunity. Again, within the first 10 seconds for Newcastle. We've seen that before, and on more than one occasion, it hasn't found the back of the net. No goal for Exeter to follow that up, though, on the counter-attack. So we are going to stay at 0-0 for the first 30 seconds of this game. No super early goals, although Dax hasn't opened net. Can't find the angle, though. Here's Scorpio sending it a bit high, and that's an unfortunate touch off the backboard. Scorpio with a demo as well. That could have been really disastrous for Exeter, and Pads is going to get Nico back just as a trade-off there. Teams are trying to challenge, but with no boost, Pads is going to be forced up for this one. Manages to get it over to Misery, who sent it over the top of Scorpio now. In control, up high into the corner. Scorpio has to reach this one, has to grab the 100 boost first, though. Thankfully, manages to find a teammate. 50-50, pretty beneficial. Scorpio in control, might look for the flip reset, but does not have any ball boost left in the tank to make something work. And now it's still Dax, though, in that orange house, looking for the bump on Pads, but Pads up so quickly to get to that ball. Misery, pretty routine save from him. Scorpio forced up quickly for that one. Now team start into the middle. Nothing really concrete coming out just yet for either side, but definitely questions are being asked.
I'm curious about the physical play here, as you might have had another temporary DC, whether that's server or user side, we do not know. We're back in the action. I'm assuming it was a server. Hey ho, we are in the action and it's still level 0-0. What I wanted to highlight was the physical play. We saw Dax going up looking for a bump on Pads when he was trying to make that clear on the defense, but thinking of physical...
Misery? Hello? What are you doing, Misery? That net's orange. I'm pretty sure last time I checked that net was orange.
He's trying to put it wide. I mean, Triple Water saved himself, to be fair. We'll carry on. We'll pretend it didn't happen, but I was mentioning earlier that it would be huge if Newcastle get the first goal. It's probably not how they expected to get it, but they have got it. Very exciting for the Newcastle Ninjas here, as they are still very much in this series. Now, am I allowed to talk about physical play, or are they going to have goal? Okay, no one goals. Carry on. In the Exeter Terminators, they were brutal with their quarterfinal matchup against Manchester. There were so many demolitions. So I'm just worried that, do you want to play physical with Exeter, or are you going to end up getting way more than what you asked for? Or is it a good strategy to sort of try and beat them and give them a taste of their own medicine?
I think that will remain to be seen, but I definitely agree with you that they are Exeter Terminators by name and by nature, just going for those demos. Although Newcastle now are going to score one of their own here and double their lead after that gift from Misery. So, yeah.
Scorpio putting it in the back of the net as Exeter in disarray here. 2-0 is the scoreline. They're looking at trying to make a sub, but I imagine it probably have to wait to the end of the game, but we'll let you know how that progresses. Newcastle do have that second goal. It's a big second goal as well. A brace from Scorpio here. Huge that they get this game and keep this series within touching distance. What a shot. Right, the difference between being 2-1 down and 3-0 is gargantuous. As of course Exeter fight on with the 2. I believe one of their players had a fire alarm go off by looking at the game chat. So Newcastle are going to take it, and they're fully in their rights to do so, as subs can only be made in between games as standard tournament rules. Newcastle were already 2-0 up, but this sort of time does this give an advantage or disadvantage? Because they might sort of lose focus, right?
Well, I mean, especially for Pads, who's been the unfortunate victim of this fire alarm, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Unfortunately, as you say, the rules state subs can only be made between games. Fair enough to Exeter, though. They're taking the 2v3 quite well. Yes, they have conceded, but they actually look like scoring. There was a pretty good shot from Misery that was put on net that almost looked like it was going to go in. I don't know if the players are we still? Yeah, I think we're still playing here. Okay, I thought that the players might have just backed off a little bit until Pads gets back, but it seems like we are still playing potentially. I think Scorpio's giving Pads a bit of a cuddle there. It might have turned into a 2v2 here, which is very sporting of them. Although no, Scorpio
I imagine it'll be the return of Tevenin though. Tevenin will rise back from the dead, surely.
Yes, he will.
That'd be great. But I mean, Pads, it's worrying, right? Because Pads has been a standout player, certainly in the 2 games that Exeter did take in this series. It's kind of like, whoa, you know, losing that is kind of a big deal. And certainly off the back of Newcastle taking this game, which, in fairness, I will remind you, they were leading anyway when this poor fire alarm went off. Point is how big of an impact is it going to have on the Exeter side, who, yes, have shown that they've been very competent in playing with different rosters. That's good. But what's less good is that not all of the rosters have had Pads in it as a central piece. How big of an impact is that going to be?
Well, we'll see. Once this game is finished, he might have had that fire alarm switched off and could be back. So
maybe.
We'll have to see as we see Nico doing an absolutely wicked drift. Yeah, players, obviously you can't see the chat, but there was a very sporting message, don't score. So I think this game has kind of reached a foregone conclusion as we wait for Pads to come back. That's why we weren't seeing any real try-hardy gameplay, but I would rather, you know, see that and wait for Pads to return and have a nice even matchup than, you know, have to sort out subs. We might have to get a sub if Pads isn't back in time, but we'll have to see about that.
All good. Well, Newcastle do take their first game in the series, certainly in unorthodox fashion, but they got it fair and square to them. That will be 2-1 in the best of 7, though, still in favour of the Exterminators. They're halfway to the 4 they need to get to our grand finals today, where they have a chance at playing for the £150 prize for the winning team. Loser in the final, nothing. High stakes here, but to even have a chance at it, you've got to get to that grand final. And Exeter, which regardless of what roster they show up with in Game 4 that'll be on Neo Tokyo, they'll have a tough job keeping this Newcastle roster quiet now.
Yeah, I think as well, Pads, if he's not here, was their real standout player. Like, he was scoring the goals and providing that, you know, those flashes of brilliance that we've seen from Exeter so far during this tournament, and in these 3 games that we've seen against Newcastle so far. So I worry for Exeter without Pads. I assume it's just a fire alarm. I assume it's probably just a drill of some sort, and that if there is a sub coming in, which I assume would be Tevenin, he is in the lobby at the moment, they would only have to play 1 game without Pads. So worst case scenario really for Exeter is they lose this game and they end up at 2-2 and then Pads comes back. And then it's all to play for. And it would also have meant they technically wouldn't have lost a game with Pads playing against Newcastle.
I guess so, but it would count.
Yes, obviously they do count, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Well, we'll yet to see if their confidence shall remain without Pads as Exeter roll up to Game 4. Newcastle, speaking of them, some nice defence even if it wasn't required for the full 5 minutes. The likes of Nico, he got 2 saves to his name in that 3rd game and it made sure they took it convincingly so. The man who stepped into the fray oh so recently at the start of the series, putting in a solid performance for Newcastle. You might be able to get a first, and they will. It's Dax, crossbar down, and they continue to strike.
Yeah, that was a questionable defending. Tevenin just went full coggers on the wall there, and yeah, Dax able to put that one in pretty easily, I would say.
That was so good. We had the spinning in the replay where I like that. I hope the stream saw that. That'll have looked fantastic, so make sure to clip that if so. And
I genuinely thought he was spinning for about a second.
Thought that's what you
why is he doing that?
Well, of course, if you're busy making a clip, there's other things you can do, like check the panel down below and check out the other things involved in the Times Higher Education Virtual Student Festival. That's the panel below the stream. Any questions you've got about studying at university in the UK, make sure to check that out. But do keep us open, because this is a fantastic matchup we have here as Exeter in field but are unable to respond to get themselves an equaliser. Trying to equal up the series is Newcastle. That's off the inside of their post. The rebound shot is there. Scorpio with a fantastic save there, jumping across his own net, coming the wrong way for the ball, and yet he puts it the other and keeps it outside the goal mouth as that sends immediately straight back in. Never mind, it's 1-1.
Oh man, Exeter, they had quite a lot of opportunities, and of course it's that one that goes in, the one you don't expect at all. Misery pinching it off that 50-50 with Nico, and Dax, the unfortunate recipient of that pinch, going straight over the top and making it 1-all for Exeter in the series now. So first blood Newcastle, but Exeter finding themselves back in it.
Devanham wins that one as well near the wall. Sent all the way back similarly. Misery, he's up right near the ceiling. High-flying matchup here, but it's taken out by Scorpio. The demolition coming out from Newcastle here, still early on in this fourth game. Big fourth game. Can it be made 2-2 by the Ninjas, or will the Exeter Terminators move to match point and be one game away from that grand final? It's sent high towards the Newcastle backboard. A whiff from Dax, but nobody's really expecting it, so he's going to get away with it, but he's got no boost in order to follow it up. Nico, he certainly does. Can he get a second as it drops down towards the floor? He takes the demo. Team start there on the backboard with a whiff from Tevenin. It's still offense chance for Newcastle. That side wall. Who reaches it first? It is Team Star with the double. Nico was patient though. He sends it right back into the mix, but a backflip means he's not able to follow it up himself. But my goodness, Dax is top right-hand corner.
Well, yeah, talk about placement on that shot. Dax read it beautifully. Angle was quite hard as well. Oh, Misery. Back post, tried to cover the whole net, but when it's that far forward and that well placed, you're really not going to get to it. So massive credit to Dax on that one for picking his point and sinking that shot.
A few touches in the corner there, and certainly keeps it there. Don't know if it was what he initially intended, but keeping the ball in the Exeter corner sounds like a great plan for Newcastle, who now have that lead to defend. It's a luxury. Half-time is reached here. They maybe want to double down on it. Nico is going to. That one's also placed in the corner, this time along the bottom right-hand side, and it catches out the Exeter defense.
Yeah, Exeter really struggling without pads. I think they look okay, they look competent, but right now Newcastle look better. It's almost as if pads departing has given them, you know, fresh legs and drive to think, okay, now we can capitalize. They've lost their star player, and now we are going to start to turn the thumb screws. 4-1 the scoreline now, the biggest that we've seen so far in the series. This would make it 2-2 is series score if it stayed like this, and then potentially we would see the return of pads. I haven't had any word about that just yet, so really interesting series based around, you know, what player is going to be playing for Exeter.
There's a loose touch in the corner from Tevenin for the goal as well, and it was direct rotation into the middle of net from Team Star, and it was frustrating to see Newcastle will take it all day long, and I think the signs have been there for quite a while as well. Even towards the end of game 2, that Newcastle didn't actually win. They had so much offense. That was when Paz was on the field, and then at the start of game 3 they got themselves their 2-0 lead against that very roster. So I'm not sure really if it's about so much the 3 players that are on the field for Exeter as much as it's clearly having an effect now. And I think it's now that we're seeing it at its starkest because of how things are starting to fall apart and how Newcastle just keep getting better and more confident, as you see with double touch attempts like that from the corner from Scorpio. They're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I think Scorpio thought he scored, to be honest. It seemed like he just kind of watched his shot hopefully go in as he thought, but it was saved very, very well by Exeter. Still proving that I think Exeter's defense is still pretty solid, but they're just not able to transition onto offense as eagerly as they have been with pads, and when they get those shooting opportunities, they're just not quite as clinical as they were as well. So still putting up a decent fight despite being a weakened roster at the moment. But we'll see going into the next game if we do get pads returning or if it's going to be much of the same and Newcastle are going to start to take a hold of this series.
It's looking a little bit late for Exeter to find an answer here. Still 40 seconds on the clock. They've had very few chances, few and far in between. And the chances they've had, of course, the way they scored was bizarre. And a pinch 50 on the dribble from Nico getting dunked. Can't see that one happening too many times again. Dax on the back line, just needs to keep this ball close. Granted, he had no boost. He's happy to get that corner one. Deny it from Exeter, who is just too late at this point. This series will be tied up in the semi-finals here of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. It's best of 7, broken down effectively to a best of 3, and it's oh so tense. And Newcastle look really, really convincing right now that I don't know if I'd bet on the Game 7 yet.
I don't know. Newcastle definitely have it in their favour, but I'm expecting to see Pads back at some point. Like, Newcastle right now, it could win the next game. I can see them winning the next game.
For sure.
But when Pads comes back, if Pads comes back, then I think Exeter will be like, right, we've got our star man back, let's get him involved, let's win this, and I think that they'll have that motivation back to then take the series. If I were to do a prediction now, I think we go to Game 7, Exeter win.
All right, well, I think there's interesting news because I think Pads is going to be back for Game 5 as we are seeing, ladies and gentlemen. So Exeter, you could say back at full strength. We're yet to see whether that will mean a difference for the game. Well, judge the result as we see it. Game 5 will be the interesting one here on Utopia Coliseum. It's been 2 apiece so far. They've taken it in turns. Will they continue to take turns, or are Newcastle going to keep it all for themselves and just carry on?
Well, you know how I made that prediction, like literally 10 seconds ago, how it would go to Game 7?
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I think Exeter take it from here now that Pads is back.
Okay, that's great. I think Newcastle look too sharp. I don't know.
I'm that confident in Pads' ability and how I've seen him play today. He just looks like he's having such a good day. You know, you get those days where
everything just
works. Pads is having one of those days, and I don't think there's much can stop him.
Watch him now, like, own goal or something.
No,
it would be like the most painful experience. No.
When have you ever seen me curse a player?
Too many times. But maybe Dax. Maybe Pads is up for the challenge and will make the block. It's off to a good start, but Newcastle are the ones with the offense here. An early goal would massively set the tone. It would effectively be the lead temporarily in the series as it stands. Pads is up and involved, but not quite able to shoot it on target. Able to create a pass, and well, would you look at that? As Demo came through, the defense wasn't quite there, and 20 seconds in, it's Exeter with the lead.
I'm just, you know, I'm too good at my job. That's all I can say.
I mean, I would say the defense should probably have stopped it, but a valid point that Newcastle maybe not as sharp as I was saying they were on the defensive end. Now that they're being pushed back there, but they have plenty of time to find a response.
Yeah, being realistic though, that was what they were lacking last game. Just that transition onto offense. Pads there on the wall was able to find it straight away. The shot, it wasn't on target, but it did require a defensive touch, and that touch fell right to Tevenen, I believe it was. So Exeter are on the front foot once more with Pads playing again. Look for an infield pass there. That was very creative and could have generated an opportunity.
Whoa.
Misery. I mean, it was up fast for that and completely caught Newcastle off guard. Here's Pads once more trying to get this. Almost managed to force it through. That one it is forced through, dropping down. Nobody there for Newcastle, but Misery opting not to go for it. Knew that he was last back there, and is just going to take that one into the corner, into safety, although not safe for very long. Pads going to have to 50 with that with Dax, and here comes Misery. Not too much boost though, just going to boom that one high and force Nico into an awkward defensive touch. Into the corner right now. Pads looking for the double touch. Nico waiting on the wall patiently for that ball to come to him, and I definitely think Exeter getting the swing back in their step now, also with that second goal from Misery. Tevenen well left there. Misery reading it off the corner. Scorpio not reading it at all. And 2-0 now in favour of Exeter.
Yeah, it's tough for Newcastle as well, because Exeter had been pushing them back and really doing a good job of it as we get kickoff just about done there. And you see they were desperate to break out and try and launch a counter-attack, and it led Scorpio to be in position to quite far off the goal line there when he was certainly responsible for defending the net, and just that simple bounce that was hard to read. That's a 50 that's even harder to read. Dax is able to tuck it in the bottom corner, and these key moments just carving open the defenses at both ends.
Yeah, real big miscommunication there from the side of Exeter. I think it was Tevenin who went over the ball, and then both Pads and Misery double committed, and it just opened things up for Dax, who still had to place the shot, but place it he did into that bottom right-hand corner. Speaking of placing a shot, Misery fires another one onto net. That one saved very well by the Newcastle defense. Comes Dax, who was trying to look for that wall read, but not enough boost in the tank to get back to it. Here is Pads not able to reach it, but that one is just going to go the whole length of the field. I think they were expecting a touch from Pads there, but Misery just with the cross-field boomer. Scorpio, again, just that little bit too far up. Tried half flipping and reaching it, but too much pace on that shot. Going to be 3 for Exeter now. We're not even halfway.
Way too much pace. It was an absolute clang, and that might be one off kickoff as well. Tevenin, not reading the post bounce, Pads up towards the crossbar, and Newcastle are going to get away with that off the kickoff somehow. They're going to keep possession here, but costly. Talk about the pace that they had on the encounter in Exeter. It was the patience that's really in too short supply for Newcastle, who've been caught out twice by a Scorpio. You're right, it was him both times. You don't like to highlight it, but he's been caught out trying to do the right thing. And Exeter have sort of turned it against them. We're past half-time, and it is a 2-goal lead for Exeter here in Game 5. This best of 7, they'd be looking to move to match series point. One game away from that grand finals here. Maybe they can get a little bit closer if Paz finishes this one off. No. Dax jumping out that net, getting that save. It's Scorpio now from the wall, looking for a flip reset. Won't quite find what he was looking for. I think he got it. He finished it with the ground a little bit, but not really created too much. Nico, maybe he can. He will get the dunk with 2 defenders committing. Dax will pick it up off the whiff there, and he popped it around to the midfield. Just there's no one there to put it away. And once again, it's Misery who has been very influential. He's not really going to get the touch he was looking for either. Maybe it's not working out. Maybe this will. It will for Nico, but he had a bouncer. That name, his, was Scorpio, taking out the defense for him.
Yeah, it was quite funny to watch actually, because Tevenin got 3 back-to-back demos, and then Nico just walks out of the field, and Newcastle were like, you know what, maybe we should try that. Just bump the keeper out of the way. So, if anything, Tevenin showing Newcastle how to do it, and Newcastle going, yeah, okay, let's try it. Although Nico here, he's got the ceiling shot. I don't think it's on target, and not as much pace as he perhaps wanted to generate on that. Didn't really trouble the defense too much in the end. Exeter still have the lead in this game, less than 1:30 left, but Newcastle are starting to really press them now and ask questions, and we have seen cracks start to appear on defense from Misery and Pads, and that is not what you want to be seeing from those 2 GC3 high-ranked players. Those are the 2 players that you would argue are going to be making the difference here in this series for Exeter.
Oh, but Newcastle in the blue, keeping it deep in the Exeter half until another pinch. We've seen them get one on target and in the back of the net. That one still great for buying them much needed breathing room in this final minute. Their lead, oh so slim. Newcastle just need to generate that one chance that matters, but you see Tevenin from that backboard. It's strong defense from the Exeter Terminators. Forced back still though, that mid-line contest is uncontested from them, but they are rising out just with not enough boost to really follow it up. Maybe a 50 here from Misery can do the job here. Down past 30 seconds, Newcastle still running out of time here. It's a pinch heavily in their favour though towards the backboard as Pads is on that back foot. A big block is made on that shot from Dax.
Yeah, and it's now Exeter with the pressure. Misery looking to go over the top of everyone. Tevenin going to turn on this one. Actually going to just swing that ball across the field. Scorpio in possession, no boost onto the backboard. Could be a real opportunity for Newcastle here. Try to drop it down. Nico still in control, don't know how much boost he has. Scorpio going to have to go up for this one and try and find a pass to Daxaru in the middle. Dax is there and it's on target, but immediately blocked by Tevenin. Still up, and he's just going to fake this one out. Tevenin, great block there, important block there. Going to make sure that Exeter win this game and go on to match point in this series. Series score 3-2. Newcastle need to win 2 on the bounce if they want to advance in the bracket.
That was thrilling. The end to that game. My goodness, Newcastle was so close on many occasions, especially 0 seconds Imagine the momentum swim. Yeah, forget the swing. We want the swim. The momentum swim, the well-known, lesser-spotted momentum swim, could maybe have made an appearance, but unfortunately it didn't. It was Newcastle just falling short at 0 seconds, but credit to that man Tevenin, who may only have that one save during that game, but what an important save it was.
Yeah, it really was. That's a crucial moment in a match. Sometimes a match can be, you know, defined as a series of moments, and that definitely was one. That saved by Tevenin, and Newcastle did so well to keep that ball up and work it into a shooting position. But yeah, really well read by the defense there to deny that. And I mean, so far we could still be set for Game 7 if Newcastle swing it back in their favour as they have done before. We could see Game 7 arriving here. Just depends. I said they still haven't lost a game where Pads has played the full game. That's a big stat. So Newcastle have got to try and dig deeper and find something here.
I mean, they have been taking it in turns, 2 apiece. If it does continue that way, then it is still the second turn for Exeter, who might have a little bit of a difficult time here. Nico, with a very important goal for Newcastle, off some bizarre defending.
Yeah, they're going to have their work cut out. Misery, I think, was just looking for a high backflip, you know, where you just kind of flick the ball up to space and try and buy his teammates some time to grab some boost, compose themselves. But that flick did not come off, and it was punished by Nico within the opening 20 seconds of this game. As we see another bit of a disconnect here. It should snap back. There we go, and no goals have been scored during that. Teamstar. Wait, Teamstar? Teamstar's back.
Teamstar's back. Tevin is the man who made the miracle save. Teamstar is back. They don't care, do Exeter. No? Constant wardrobe change. They're in and out in a blink of an eye. Although this one hasn't worked out too well for them so far. They do need to play from behind. Newcastle, the Ninjas here, they want to. If they can get a dunk here that stays central, it's rolled down off the ceiling, but Scorpio is there first. It's just no power. He's going to get a dunk on Pads. Don't know who's going to be first in the second ball. Pads with the free flip. Manages to poke it off the side wall, but smart, patient play from Nico to get the 50 there. It's down dangerously off the ceiling, but Exeter's defense was there again. Just 10 boosts to the tank of Scorpio, who needs some help.
Oh, what a touch!
Oh my goodness, the turnaround from Exeter.
Oh man, Dax was completely wrong-footed there. Teamstar in absolute no man's land steals a boost, just like, you know what, I'm going to touch this, and Dax, unsighted, had no idea about it. I mean, we even had to stop mid-cast to be like, oh, yeah, that's a goal.
So
it really
out of
caught me off
nowhere,
guard.
that challenge was so perfect that it turned into a pass as well, and the redirect off the back of his car there to find the back of the net. Very, very tasty plays from Exeter, but Newcastle still even. That early goal going to keep them so. They really need it here. They do not want to be falling behind and be on that time limit where Exeter can defend that lead, something they've done so well. Scorpio putting that one dangerously on target, but Exeter, again, the defense, they like to strike on the counter, it seems, so far this game. Teamstar will get a bump, but no demo. Means that Nico's going to be perfectly fine. He's got boost to play with as well. Flicks it over 1. Going to get it over 2. No Pads, a little too fast. Teamstar up with the redirect.
Absolute banger. I saw that from a mile off. I was like, if Pads finds Teamstar here, manages to get himself right round the ball, Teamstar popping off this game. We were questioning it. We were like, why have they got rid of Tevin? He was doing so well, and now Teamstar's like, yep, I'm here. I'm making my mark on this game. And you know, this is a game that if Exeter win, that's it. They advance in the bracket to that final and have that chance of winning all of that £150 prize pool. And you would say that if they're able to take down Newcastle here, who are the top seed coming into this tournament, their chances are pretty high.
True. So close to it as well, but Dax saved it off the inside of his post. A massive save from him to keep Newcastle in this one, but the fact is they've been turned around from being 1-0 up so quickly this game. They need to find something else. A double commit's not going to help it as it's a loose ball. Can they win the 50? Not really. Teamstar again, just going to put them in their place in the midline there. He somehow beat them so convincingly. Exeter just feels like things are going their way. This shot's on target, not quite. The rebound is gonna be there, and it's Pads to make it 3-1.
Man, those shots are, even though they're off target, they're still asking questions. Whoa. Nico knew that he had to do something with that. In the end, it was a semi-own goal, really. Pads got the touch, and it needed to be cleared and wasn't, so the task even larger now for Newcastle to try and come back and take us to Game 7 here. It's going to be even more, as Misery in the midfield is going to add to Newcastle's misery with a third goal on the cushion. It's just, he finds it in midfield and he's just like, yep, there's no one home. I'm going to P-roll this straight into the net. 4-1 now, slipping away from Newcastle.
So vulnerable off that kickoff there. Scorpio taking the gamble to go for boost and needing 2 goals. Nobody can really blame him. Nico looking for a slingshot hit or a pinch even off that side wall, and all he could do is feed that ball into the open midfield, and that's right. Eternal Misery was right there to make it a 3-goal advantage here. Well, nearly a double from Scorpio blocking the defender. But Newcastle, it's time for prayers at this point. They need 3 to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, but here comes Nico. That is a beautiful touch onto the back ball, getting that very light touch over the top of the car off the wall. Dax tried to control that one. He's actually going to get back to it, but it's not really going to do him any favours. Nico is going to chase it, but gets beaten by Misery. Doesn't have the boost to follow. Scorpio not making the touch off the back ball, though. Nico up, he might get it over 1, it might be over 2, and it is dropping dangerously in front of net. Can Scorpio get there to finish it? Yes, he can. Newcastle get 1 back, but they still need another 2. Tylacto, could it be too little too late?
Oh, this is certainly the goal that they needed, though. It was a lovely play from Nico, taking out 2 defenders. Baited Team Star into the challenge, the player who'd been so good at this game, the MVP so far. Certainly affects to go on to win it in this decisive game, but baited him in, used his touch against him, and it was cleaned up nicely by Scorpio. They still need 2 more Newcastle. Surely not. Got no boost in the tank on Dax, who's just getting slapped about, but the fake comes through and Team Star's beaten once again by Nico. And making the difference himself. Can he get the 50 here? He will get it. Forces it back into that Exeter corner. Scorpio needs to touch, but won't quite make it. But neither will the defender. Dax flicks it hopefully towards the net. Forces 2 to commit here. Exeter will not have much boost in the tank, but they do have the clear. It's past Scorpio. Dax picks it up with the mid boost. Gets it past 1. He's up. Needs to race the defender, but Pads looks patient. Fakes out on the defense. The challenge comes through from Scorpio, but the defensive block is there towards the midfield, and Exeter weather the storm.
Yeah, I really feel like one of those needed to go in for Newcastle if they wanted a chance. If one goes in now, they might still have it. Nico with the shot. It's high, and Misery with the pre-jump able to get the save. Newcastle are trying absolutely everything here, but they're just not finding that all-important goal, and I think time is against them now. 10 seconds, still in need of 2. It's going to have to be 1 right now and a kick-off goal if they want to survive. But Exeter, their defense has held on supremely. And the return of Pads, as I predicted, did spell disaster for Newcastle. They were able to get 2 back in the interim where we had that disruption. But yeah, it's going to be Exeter advancing to that grand final now, and upcoming after this match, we will find out who will be joining them.
A strong performance from Newcastle. Getting the 2 games, trying out a new third, of course, but you know they'll have wanted to get at least to that grand final. But the Exeter Terminators were too strong today. Will they be too strong for everyone? I will certainly have to find out who will face them in the grand finals. Of course, we'll find out in our next series. It's the semi-final between Imperial College and the University of Cardiff. We'll have that one with you after this break.
Situation onto Zipex. How much can he do by himself? There's one, the straight transfer.
You could be a hero. Screaming out. When the world goes crashing down, you'll take the pain.
It's been such a great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to and I've been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day.
It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that is pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
It is Twist, he's very dangerous. Glaive can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's got past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
I'm pretty happy I competed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually have never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And the Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
He can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1, and that's it.
Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling. I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm started to fall, and where were you? How could I know you were falling too? Grabbing the wind, cutting my skin, but it's hard because I'm falling. Tell me why I'm falling. Oh, life's calling, but it's hard because I'm falling.
Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass, they won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPL.
Keep running, Invictus look at a numbers advantage. Chris will arrive and Captain's in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The rail walk from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
The world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university, as you don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. We're here in the semi-finals. We just had our other semi-final. It was a 4-2 win for Exeter, perfectly predicted by yourself, Orion, over the Newcastle Ninjas.
Well, what can I say? I'm just a prediction god, but it was the fact for me. I've been saying it all tournament, and I'm going to keep saying it. Pads, so far for me, has been the standout player of that tournament. When he went missing, so did Exeter. Newcastle just put foot to the floor and were like, right, they don't have their star man. We're going to try and take this now. Then Pads came back, and it was almost kind of like, I don't know, like the return of Superman or something like that, where he just lit up the room and managed to win that series with them. Yeah, for me so far, Pads has been player of the tournament. That's not an official award, by the way. That is just an Orion-endorsed award, if you will. And they have found themselves in the final, and we're going to see now who is going to be joining them. We have a matchup between Imperial and Cardiff. Now, Imperial struggled, I would say, in their first matchup. They did really well to get here, but they struggled against weaker opposition. That is factual. Whereas Cardiff didn't quite so much.
No, Glasgow did put up one hell of a fight, in fairness, despite being lower ranked than Imperial College. I mean, you said Pads was Superman. I want to take a look at the rosters for our upcoming semi-final and find out who's going to be Superman here between Imperial College and Cardiff University. I see trees of green and, of course, the Washed Welshmen, as they call themselves. Fantastic there, as we see the names of the players yet to see. Ice Caramel Latte, we were debating the name. Is it the best name of any player in this tournament? I'd say it's up there. And to be fair,
come on, don't do On-Wall Grofflaw like that.
On-Wall Grofflaws, yeah. I mean, actually, that's a very valid point. I can't believe I'd forget that.
No contest.
I'm just remembering Ice Caramel Latte so well for the performance he put in against Glasgow. That breakout performance, a card we don't usually see. Some of the goals he was getting were so clutch, and without that clinicality, I think there's no way Imperial College won that series.
Yeah, it's definitely Moy Guy's Ice Caramel Latte here in that breakout.
That's how it goes,
Yeah, pretty impressive, but I tell you who I was impressed by, and that is Cardiff in general.
Okay.
I would say Finchy, for his, optimum potential, probably wasn't playing to the best of his ability in that previous series. I've definitely seen him play better, and I think he's capable of putting that team on his back, and he's also quite a mechanical player. So you can look out for things like air dribbles, flip resets. He's even quite good at musty flicks as well. So could bring out the mechanical plays, and it only takes one moment of individual brilliance to, potentially even win you a series. So I'm going to be looking out for Finchy as well. In terms of a prediction, I think Cardiff have got this. Based on the fact that Imperial really struggled through their first series against Glasgow, it was such a grind compared to Cardiff, who kind of just breezed through their series 4-1 and looked a lot more comfortable. So I think we're going to see Cardiff in the final.
I have to back Ice Caramel Latte. I can't go against Ice Caramel Latte, so I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one, as I imagine the players are joining the lobby here for this final semi-final of the tournament. Not just any tournament, the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament, of course. And wow, what a matchup this semi-final will look to be. We'll be on Manfield for game one of this best of 7. Imperial in the blue, Cardiff in the orange. Who takes this?
Well, going to start off with an early bit of pressure for Cardiff. Crow, though, trying to make something work on that backline. Finchy going to rotate as third man. Could have pressured that ball, so interesting to see how Cardiff are playing that. They're playing those wide three-man rotations from the outset, not having that third man come and cut in and half rotate, as you would call it. A bit scrappy on defense there, but neither team really going to be punished for that. Excite was looking for it in the corner. He is going to find a touch over towards Finchy. That's actually worked out quite well. Baited in Ice Caramel Latte there. Eden Crow now is trying to do something with this, but no boost. Immediate dunk coming through, and was that an own goal, or was that
I think it's another own goal for our tally of the day. A much more understandable one, though. Excite outplaying the defense here, was almost certainly going to try for the shot himself, and yeah, it is Ice Caramel Latte, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say, who has turned it into the back of the Imperial net. But talking about Imperial, have they not made a change, or maybe a name change here? We no longer have Extroys, who we were seeing earlier. It's now Job, which is a funny way of saying, I don't know, a Job Jam makes me think of. I mean, Job is, I mean, it's not working out so far, but it's still early days.
Okay.
Maybe
yeah, I did not know about this. I did not know
Job
about
is
this.
on the field of play, and I'm excited to see them.
Yeah, we'll see how he holds up. I was not informed of this roster change prior, but we'll have to see if he's any better or worse. Who was the player? Extroys, of course, yeah. Who was actually quite a key player for Imperial, so FX Troyes has had to depart, and they have replaced him with a new player, then they could be in trouble. Finchy didn't even need to go for the flick in the end, just had to double jump and send that one home. Defense was scrambling, and as I predicted, it seems even from the outset, Cardiff are in control here.
Oh, it was a lovely quick counter-attack from Finchy. Not only did he get the ball, but he got the demo there. Really caught John off guard. Nice caramel latte, was mid-rotation, couldn't get back in time. Now, Kato trying to work around the corner as well. Cardiff, they want more than 2. They are hungry here to make sure that there is no Imperial College comeback, because let's not forget, in their best of 7 in the quarterfinals, Imperial College were down 3-1 in their best of 7 before coming back all the way to take it in Game 7. They know how to clutch up, and when we thought we could count them out, we turned out to be wrong, but that was only once, and can history really repeat itself, as much as this is still only midway through Game 1?
Yeah, well, the difference is here they're against much tougher opposition, I should say. Glasgow, their team was a full C2 team, Champ 2, compared to this team of Cardiff, which has Finchy as a GC3, Tails as a GC2, and Kato. Sorry,
Tails is not playing, right?
Tails is not playing. It's Kato and Excite, who are both GC1. So, on paper, far much tougher opposition, and you would think, Ice Caramel Latte using that corner of their breakout to great effect there with the air dribble. Didn't even have 100 boost, so great boost management there to take this one past Kato.
It's a frothy top on that one, if you don't mind me saying. Very nice from the wall, keeping Imperial College in the game. Still only halfway is this comeback, as we're halfway through the game. There was another chance just earlier as well for John. He was floating above the net and trying to drop it down, just slightly ran out of boost. The signs have been there for Imperial, certainly being in this, but the margins hadn't gone their way until now. Maybe they'll turn against them. Kato creating the chance. The block there from Finchy not quite on target, so Imperial are going to stay alive for now. Nice Caramel Latte, going to get it over 2 here with the play. Running out of boost again. Will it matter? Trying to find the pass infield off the backboard. John didn't quite have the angle. Couldn't quite get around it. Wasn't the right pass for the job, and Cardiff are going to keep their lead.
Yep, they are for the time being, but not unless Ice Caramel Latte has anything to say about it. It's dropped perfectly for John, who takes the shot. The P-roller almost caught Finchy out at the back corner there. Eden Crow might actually get back up to this, as Excite is not committed to the backboard. John up quickly. Finchy should get this ball clear, and does. He's going to have to chase it all by himself, though. Ice Caramel Latte, really awkward read. Finchy was able to get the 50-50 on the goal line. Ice Caramel Latte again, getting over the top of the one. That is an open net. Oh, and it is converted. I thought he'd put it high. Nope. Eden Crow manages to send that one on target. Finchy was an absolute mile away, but that bounce almost caught him off guard. Should have taken it early, waited perhaps a little bit too long to see if there was a defender approaching. But now, 2-2 the scoreline. Cardiff looked in control in the early stages of this game, but it's fair to say that Imperial have warmed up into it as time has gone on.
Taking a leap out of Glasgow, but
yes,
figured out the recipe from them, and suddenly they've brought out the 2-goal comeback in Game 1 here against Cardiff. If Ice Caramel Latte could have found better contact there, maybe it had been completed all the way. Cardiff could easily retake the lead here, but they've been forced back many times here as we're in the final minute of this first game, and it's wrestled again in the corner, maybe popped out, not quite too far out. Excite is going to get dunked out by Eden Crow. It's dropped down in front, great save from Kato. It felt like there was no chance, that ended up being a chance for Imperial, and suddenly they nearly found the back of the net. Maybe they will here. It's awkward on the defense, but Cardiff see it out again. Really sort of uncomfortable times on defense for the Welsh University.
Yeah, sometimes Cardiff just slip a little bit on defense. That previous chance was all started by Excite, who got that 100 boost, went up for the ball, missed, and then just continued to use his boost, and then was required on the backboard. Almost didn't make the touch, and the defense just fell apart from there. But we are heading to an overtime in game number 1, unless Ice Caramel Latte can do something. Here's Eden Crow, but not able to get over the top of that ball and generate any real power or put the ball on target. So an overtime in game 1, Tylacto. This really shows that this semi-final here could actually be quite a close fought affair.
Cardiff They wouldn't like that. They'd have much rather their 2-goal lead just stayed intact and they walked their way to a Game 1 win here, but it's not going to be that easy. Imperial College coming out here. Their net may be open. Is the shot? It is on target. It's Finchy who plucks it from the side wall, catches out the defense, and the comeback was all for nothing.
Yep, double commits left, right, and centre there. There was one over on the left. Ice Caramel Latte wanted it, and it was sent over to the other side of the field. That player who cleared it didn't see who it was, then double committed on the other side of the field. Just a bit too much ball chasing going on, too eager to get the ball out, and in the end left a wide open gap for Finchy to shoot at, and the net, yeah, pretty much just wide open.
Look at the shots.
Yeah, I know. Finchy with 8 to his name. That's more than the entirety of the Imperial team, who put up 7. So it was a total of 14 from Cardiff in that game. So, yeah, I said Cardiff looked in control. They had a bit of a wobble, but they managed to see it out in the end in overtime.
It really was quite the wobble, though. It's a little bit of a worry. We head into Game 2. Forbidden Temple. Imperial College, you know, we said they'd taken a leaf out of Glasgow's cookbook, but they couldn't quite finish it off. Not the full recipe, clearly. They forgot to actually get the winning goal, and unfortunately for them, they find themselves 1 down in this best of 7. Plenty of time for them to find a response, and plenty of time for you, if you're a viewer in this Rocket League stream. Hello, yes, you listening. Are you studying in the UK, or interested in studying in the UK? If you're not, just say yes, smiley face please anyway. Because seriously, there's a panel actually below the stream where you can check out the rest of the Times Higher Education Virtual Student Festival as well. We're just one part of it, so you can join thousands of other students and prospective students, student brands as well as the leading universities, and just discover everything you could possibly want about studying in the UK. Reminder, that's a panel down below this stream. Please click it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, back to this game where it's currently scoreless at the moment. Cardiff haven't staked their claim on the scoreboard as early as they did in the previous game. Much more closely fought affair in Game 2, and I think, you know, just coming out of that overtime, that reflects how close the two teams are in terms of performance at the moment. Although Finchy is now going to find one bang on 1 minute gone, scored the winning goal in game number 1 and is going to score the opener in Game 2. Eden Crow just rotating the wrong way there. It was forced into trying to drag it across his own net, was dispossessed, and Finchy was there to punish with that ball just rolling across the face of goal. So bit of a mistake coming out from Imperial there, just making it a bit too easy for Cardiff, and they need to try and iron out those mistakes if they want to keep Cardiff at bay.
Yeah, you don't like it to be mistakes a lot of the time. You'd much rather like outplays, but it does feel like Imperial College are shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. But as I say that, of course, Cardiff do exactly that. Up on the backboard, Kato with a real difficult save, jumping down, mis-flipping, and Eden Crow is able to just tuck it in from close range.
Yeah, initially I thought that was a goal for Cardiff again. I thought there had been another mistake, but just shows, you know, both sides are prone to making errors. That one from Kato, thought he'd put himself in the best position to deal with that. I think he was, you know, half debating going to the backboard and going to the net, and in the end couldn't really decide on either, and that ball was put on target. As you say, very difficult save to make, and wasn't able to do so. So we do find ourselves back tied up, or at a tied up scoreline again, 1 apiece. Not even half the game played though, so plenty more time for both of these teams to find some goals.
3 minutes ticking down, but it's still early days. Game 2. As we see the defense holding for Imperial College. They're able to pick up the possession. Force back though, Finchy rising high. A little bit of an empty midfield, but Excite comes across, does a good job. Eden Crow, nice challenge, out into that same midfield. Kato not quite expecting it, so Ice Caramel Latte able to pounce. I don't think it's on target, maybe the rebound will be, not quite. Finchy able to see that one away and follow it up. Force Imperial College onto the back foot. Eden Crow, who's usually reliable back there, not quite going to make the touch he needed in the corner, so Excite able to pick it up. Able to start, maybe an air dribble, maybe a flip reset. Forces the 50, but met well again, this time by Eden Crow off that backboard.
Yeah, Finchy there was looking for a pop over the top, but it was well read by John. Kato now trying to get back to it, but no boost. Going to steal the corner, but a bit of a questionable decision his team on defense right now. Finchy just having to be a sitting duck in net, but does end up getting the clear away to Excite now with another clear of his own. It's towards Finchy. Can it get back towards Excite? Bit of a bouncer. Can't do a whole lot with it. Kato up onto the backboard. Finchy coming in for it. Eden Crow able to get it away. And I think Kato is winning the race to this ball. Has enough boost to deal with it as well. Takes the 50-50, and that's pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Excite now into the corner. Don't think he's going to be able to reach back down for that one, as he's just gone over it with no boost left in the tank to accelerate his car back down. Finchy now off the wall, going to win this race. He's still got control of it. Goes for the flip reset, almost underneath Eden Crow. As I said, Finchy bringing out those mechanical plays. If he got past Eden Crow there, he could have used that flip and potentially got a go-ahead goal for Cardiff. At the other end, though, it is Ice Caramel Latte looking for the double touch. Kato had to get up very quick for that one. Eden Crow now taking it into the corner by himself. Finchy waiting. Still on the wall is Finchy. Not going to get that mid boost and finding himself a bit in no man's land with no boost at the moment. Could be a fast transition onto offense here, but well dealt with by Excite, who plays that one into the corner now. Ice Caramel Latte up and gets the beat, but it's straight down towards Finchy. So tense going into this final minute, and the error finally coming through from Imperial College London. Two players went for it, and it could have gone either way. I think, you know, in that instance, it could have popped out. We could have seen another one of those ridiculous pinches where it went in the other net, but it didn't happen like that this time.
Not working out once again for Imperial College. Need to find some sort of luck here, dunking each other on the defense and it going in the back of their net. Cardiff will take that all day long, and they're going to get another. This time it's Kato finding the bottom shelf, and it's open off the kickoff. Midfield vacated by Imperial College, and it's just sort of fallen apart this second game.
Yeah, it was so close for so long, but once the kind of crack opened for Imperial College London, it quite quickly turned into a bit of a fissure, and unless they can find a way back super quickly, although they have done just that, so I'm going to hold my tongue for the time being and see if they can find another goal. That's a very quick answer, but given how close this game has been so far, it's very tough to find a goal in this situation.
We've already had 5, in fairness.
That is true.
In this second game. Doesn't feel like it, but that is the facts right now. Eden Crow finding the back of the net there. He's going to get a 50 into the midfield as well. Ice Caramel Latte got a big dunk for the goal. Gets a dunk there, but not quite the same caliber. Eden Crow forces the response out of the defense, but John, not the touch he'd have been hoping for. Finchy with a net to play with. He's up, but not much boost. Looking for the bump and doesn't even need it. It goes and sails slowly in past the defense. And once again, these late efforts from Imperial College just don't seem to bear any fruit.
Yeah, I think Ice Caramel Latte was half avoiding that bump and half trying to go for that ball in the end. Finchy didn't have any boost left, so in reality it was kind of a fake bump attempt. That one's actually on target, but very well dealt with by Kato. 2 goals in 5 seconds. Don't think that's going to happen, and I think we are going to head to a 2-0 scoreline now in this series for Cardiff, as Finchy misses his 3rd open net of the tournament so far. He specifically told me to count them. That was his 3rd one, but it wouldn't have made any difference in the end, let's be honest. He got the hat-trick for his team as well, so top of that scoreboard. MVP for Cardiff once more was Finchy. And now we go into a game 3, where if Cardiff win this one, we're starting to look at match point.
It's just tough to watch from an Imperial College perspective, right? I mean, that was a better game statistically, shot-wise, 6 shots to 5, the difference in favour of Cardiff. But the goals that end up going in on the back line from Imperial just feels like they're tripping over each other, mistakes that they shouldn't be making as frequently as they are happening. And you wonder if it's the nerves of being in the semi-finals here, grandstand best of 7. But it's just the mistakes that are happening. I mean, maybe I'm just so disapproving of them because they are so painful for us to have to watch, but I can't imagine what it's like to have to play through them.
Yeah, it's very true, as we see a very fast opening goal. Was it can you call this a kickoff goal?
Yeah, I mean, it's gone straight through him.
Oh no. Yeah, Eden Crow there. To be fair, that is a hard read to make, where you're
sure.
tracking the ball back and it goes off the backboard and behind you. You've got to get a backflip perfect there to be able to read that. As Kato almost managed to get that over the top there. We could have seen 2 back-to-back kickoff goals, but we're not going to. Cardiff in control at the start once more, though. A bit of a sketchy save had to be made there. Excite pre-flipping that one. Finchy not going to get there either. He's gone as the last back. Can Eden Crow get around this one? No, he cannot. That was a demo onto Excite. It's off target from John there. Golden opportunity to find an early equaliser, and it has been squandered by Imperial. Cardiff a little bit shaky on the back line, and we've seen them a bit too eager to commit and get upfield. We saw Finchy there just trying to, you know, as that third man, make a play happen, and when it didn't go his way, Cardiff were really open at the back for a second there. Oh, the musty from Finchy. Has he got this again? Oh, I thought he had the bump.
Could have been a magnificent play, but you're right in Cardiff. Certainly, sometimes being liable to overcommitting, and it's, I think, often what has led to Imperial getting an edge back in the games. Sure, they seem to kick it up a gear, as they rightly so should, but Cardiff, in terms of controlling the game and seeing it out, not the most convincing part of the game they've displayed so far, but what they have been continuously getting this series, that they have a 2-game lead in, is a 2-goal lead in the game. And they'll certainly be looking for it here in this third game on Urban Central. We're here watching from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. I don't know which way I feel like this is going to go. It's at a turning point this series, it feels like. If Imperial can break the mold, get back into this with a goal like that from John, then who knows what could happen.
Yeah, very well left from Eden Crow as well. You could tell the communication was there. Wanted to touch this ball, but John knew that he had the shot. Kato couldn't get there as well, and a very important equaliser coming through for Imperial. Cardiff, they're trying their best to run away with it, but Imperial are, as they did against Glasgow, just trying their best to hold on.
Well, it's going to be a shot here for Excite. I think he couldn't quite get over the ball. The second touch is certainly there, though. You thought the danger was gone, and Kato just nips in at the last second, restoring that lead swiftly.
Yeah, touch didn't even need to be that good from Excite. I think he knew that the angle wasn't really on for the goal. He just wanted to make sure that it was going to stay in front of net, and Kato was there to finish that one. So lead very quickly restored for Cardiff. That's probably one of the fastest responses we've seen, and they also scored within 4 seconds. So they don't like to be behind or level for very long, do Cardiff. They change it quite quickly as we see them advancing once more. Again, John is going to send that one over to Eden Crow. Looks for a flick, but it's going to be challenged by Kato. It could even be a goal here. Almost getting the dunk onto Ice Caramel Latte there. Finchy onto the back wall. Kato going to turn for this one, and surely that's a goal. Top shelf from Kato. Great plays from Cardiff. They're really working these fast half rotations well now, and Kato just turning on a dime there, able to sink that one in.
It's the second time as well. The awareness from Kato there. Such a fox in the box, turning the instincts to get this 2-goal advantage that we alluded to earlier on the board, just at the moment where Imperial thought they were fighting back, got themselves an equaliser, and Kato has heated up at the most opportune time for Cardiff, as Finchy misses at one of the least opportune times, but thankfully for them, John couldn't quite get the angle here. He's going to try for the flick at the other end, but it's not going to matter. Still, 2 goals is the difference here. A little over 2 minutes from the end of this game 3, and feels like such a close series, but you almost can't argue with it with the performances Cardiff are putting up, that they would be 3-0 up in the series if this stands.
Yeah, and it feels like the right result, to be honest with you. They have looked the better team. Sure, there's been a few shakes on defense, but I would say that Imperial have looked even more so. As you see there, Ice Caramel Latte just not able to put himself in the right position to challenge that ball. They've got players crossing over, double committing. Just doesn't seem like the communication, the chemistry's there as Kato. Oh, it's not going to go in. We held our breath, but great try to get that double touch there. Knew exactly what he was doing, but the angle just eluded him in the end.
Been a very nice double touch to top off a hat-trick, though. It certainly would. Big save from Excite on the back line there. The shot from Jom, he'd intercepted well, and it could have easily given Imperial College a chance here. Maybe they'll get another chance to get themselves back within 1. Ice Caramel Latte, a little chip sails towards the top corner, but not quite on target. Directed just off target from Eden Crow. Great save from him, but they need more than a save. Final minute now. Imperial still chasing 2, and they've made a habit of getting themselves back within 1 and sometimes even level, like back in game 1. But it'd be a tough chance to do that here. Kato cannot seem to get the hat-trick. The crossbar denying from close range, but we should be saying this for Imperial College being so close. Cardiff are looking like getting a 4th. Will it happen now? No, the save again from Edencrow. Maybe an overcommit here. The counter-attack, it has to be now. Ice Caramel Latte looking for the pop. It's a flick. I think it's over the backboard, and Kato is back in time.
Wow, Cardiff, you wouldn't have thought they had a lead at this point. The aggression coming out from them is almost as if they're chasing the game, but in reality it's the complete opposite. It's Imperial that need to be doing what Cardiff is doing at the moment and looking for those goals, but they just haven't been able to get out of their own half and generate any opportunities. It seems like at the moment for Cardiff, the best defense is a good offense.
I think that will be that. Here'll be a goal, a cherry on top from Excite, who's going to convert on that one for 4-1, and Cardiff University are going to be 1 game away from the grand finals. But can they actually win that game? That game is so often, when you're winning, the hardest one to get you over the line mentally. And Imperial, with their backs against the wall, what will they come out with? Well, how much will they step it up? They've already got a Game 7 win to their name here, but I feel like they can't. They want to go home with their heads held high, and if they fizzle out here 4-0 to Cardiff, a team which I feel like they'll feel they can certainly push close, and I agree that they can. They want to put in a performance to be proud of, and I'm curious what that will produce out of them going into this potentially final game.
Yeah, well, a stat for you here. In the previous series, Cardiff, Coventry, that was their first round series. They won the first 3, and they looked set to take it on a sweep, and then Coventry just battled back and were able to take that game. It was closely fought, 1-0 to Coventry, but Cardiff did lose that game, and that was like, you know, they could have won the series at the first time of asking. They did it at the second. But if Imperial win that game, win this game 4, how many can they win? How many match points can they realistically deny? Will Cardiff start to fall apart? I personally don't see it, but you know, it's not within the realm of possibility.
I don't know if Cardiff can afford to slip up a game against a team of Imperial College's caliber. Granted, they have so much room to play with. Imperial have to win 4 on the bounce, but why would you want to take that risk? Game 4 will be on Neo Tokyo here in the semi-final of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament, I should say here. Cardiff, they want to go to the grand finals, and they want to go now. Will they actually pull it off here? I have a feeling they might, but part of me also would love to see an Imperial College comeback.
Yeah, well, the story so far has been early goals for Cardiff, but it's going to be early pressure and possibly an early goal for Imperial in this game. Cardiff did not start out on the front foot at all, and all 3 players, they're just backing off, letting Edencrow send that one onto the backboard, and they couldn't defend that one either. So a bit of a freebie there. Cardiff were just half asleep at the start of that game, and they have allowed 1-2 slip through their defensive lines.
It's nice. Just chance for Edencrow, really. They got 2 players to commit that sure didn't get the contact they possibly should have, but putting in the work at the other end here. Usually the magnificent defensive plays we see out of Imperial have a lot to do with Edencrow, who's now forcing the defense back. But it's all bounced up too soon for John to be able to deal with there. Got baited in. The Cardiff defense certainly able to spring into action at any point.
Here's Edencrow. No boost left. Might just be able to fake out Finchy, but I think Finchy was wise to it. Going to bide his time on that one. Ice Caramel Latte looking for a touch to the backboard. It's going to be followed up by John, but finds himself a little bit in the wrong place. Going to pick up the ball now in that corner. Might be able to get a fake. Gets a 50-50 instead. Just has to try and turn around and go for this one, but not able to quite put his car in the right place to be able to get a shot off in the end. That is a shot though from Ice Caramel Latte, and required a beautiful save from Excite. Here's Edencrow going to send this one over to John, who pops it high. He's got it over 1, but I don't think he's going to be able to follow this, as he has been bumped into the stratosphere, as we see him just landing off screen there. Here is Excite again with no boost, trying to just muscle his way through, but not able to find a way. Cardiff, they're sitting quite deep. We saw in previous games they would hold quite a high line and not really let Imperial out of their half. This time they're kind of allowing Imperial to come to them and trying to go on the counter-attack, but so far they haven't really been able to break out of their own half. That shot is put onto the crossbar by Eden Crow. Finchy absolutely leathered that one towards the net. Are Imperial going to get a goal here? No, Finchy able to get this one to safety for the time being. Great shot from Jom onto the crossbar. Had to be careful there not to own goal. I think that was Finchy on the backboard. Looking for a demo there was Finchy, but it is Eden Crow in control here on that left side. Trying to send it long. Excite in the corner. Finchy going to send this one high. Don't think it's going to do any favours, though. He does get back to it very quickly. Finchy still going here. Excite over to Finchy. Can't get the pre-flip. And Cardiff still not able to score in this crucial game.
Imperial, they got to put their lead down to Eden Crow there on the back line. His save to stop the sweaty goal from Cardiff. I cannot believe he pulled that off. He then went straight down the other end and nearly created another chance, but it might not matter. I think that one's going to go in. It is. Once again, you'd have to say a cheap goal, but Finchy will take it. He doesn't mind the price here. He just flips off that wall, catches the defense off guard, and everyone was so close to the ball on Imperial College, they just bounced over all their heads.
Yeah, Finchy with that equalising goal, you could kind of feel it coming, really. I mean, given that Cardiff, Cardiff weren't really pressuring that much, but you always know that there's a goal in them somewhere, and Finchy finding it there.
Oh well, all tied up here. Imperial College on their last life. They can't afford to play around with this one and end up leaving it too late. They need action sooner rather than later. Eden Crow popping it high in the midfield towards John, down towards Eden Crow. I don't even know if they meant to link up like that. I think the save would have come through anyway, but it's not quite worked out for Imperial College. Maybe here on the rebound, but no, Finchy, the Welshman himself, up off that backboard, and then the sideboard. Touch, not the one he'd hoped for. A nice caramel latte pops it over one. In response, John past another. The bounce could be dangerous, but he's low on boost, as it is still. So, that the block at the front post there from Finchy. Cardiff stay level 2.
Here's Excite, though, looking for a redirect. Couldn't quite get that angle or the power that he wanted to. Counter-attack potential. John has it. Can he get the flick over Finchy? Drops the ball in the end, and Excite to clear this one away. Might look for the doink over the top, which he does. Ice Caramel Latte wise to it, though. Back it in net to defend that. Finchy to the centre. Kato with the shot on target. Required 2 players. Double commit there. Should stay on offense for the time being for Cardiff. Finchy, small little dunk just to keep it in that final third there. Here comes Kato. He might have enough boost to get back to this. Doesn't actually have anything left in the tank. Excite with the angle to the top corner. Couldn't find the goal. Cardiff definitely starting to ask questions, though. Here comes Eden Crow, who would, I think you would say at this point, is looking to be Imperial's talisman. I think that is who they need to look to create the chances. I mean, Ice Caramel Latte has been doing a great job of finishing them as we go to 30 seconds left now in this game. That one is sent long. Finchy is there, though. He's taking it a bit soft and Excite. I don't think he has any boost to deal with this. Not put on target just yet. John going to miss it. Ice Caramel Latte with the shot on target. Saved at the near post by Finchy. 17 seconds left now. John trying to send this one to the midfield. Ice Caramel Latte going to let it roll all the way up the backboard. And it's actually Eden Crow there looking for that pre-flip. They're leaving themselves a bit open on the back line at the moment. 3 seconds left now. 2-1. We have hit 000s, and it is going to be put straight down for an overtime. It's going to be need to be a win from Imperial Tylacto if they want to stay alive in the series.
Think of the stress. Think of the pressure in the cons of Imperial College Rocket League team right now. They could be just one moment from losing it and going home here. Maybe they could be one moment from staying alive. I know Cardiff are just a 1 goal away from the grand finals, but they're having to defend right now. Eden Crow won't find the bounce. Be losing the pressure. John, oh my, that was scary. On the defense, nearly playing it into his teammate, but he might get past 2 here. He's taking the shot, but he couldn't quite get around it. He's going to take that corner boost. Kato up off that backboard, trying to dribble it high, but getting cut out early there by Ice Caramel Latte of all people. They're infield. Hang on a minute, nobody's there. And infield to a ghost, and Cardiff are suddenly able to transition off the defense here, but Eden Crow gets past Excite very smoothly and recovers here with the wave dash. The 50 bounces mid, maybe dangerous. Finchy with that block, it's down off the ceiling corner, and Excite and Kato both commit. Send that one long, far away.
Yeah, 1 minute gone in this overtime now. No real evidence of nerves yet from Imperial, but Cardiff, they are starting to mount an attack here. Bit of an open there, but John is going to get there. Eden Crow Going to take this one up high onto the ceiling. That is a dangerous drop down. John not going to get there though. Ice Caramel Latte, last line of defense for the time being, does well to meet it in the midfield. Eden Crow going to take his time here. Finchy actually going to come and challenge it and get that 50-50. I think Eden Crow thought he had a lot more time to deal with that and just carve out a solo play. Is going to get the aerial touch this time and look to challenge it on the wall. Finchy in a very awkward spot, but able to get some sort of 50-50 on it. Ice Caramel Latte off the ceiling. Kato down. Ice Caramel Latte with the dunk to win it and keep Imperial in the series.
What is this dunk? High up from the breakout, looking for the double. Kato tries to clear it, and the door gets slammed shut in his face by Ice Caramel Latte. Imperial College have got one here, deep in overtime on Neo Tokyo to keep themselves in the semi-final. It's still 3-1 Cardiff, but that is such an important game for Imperial to get.
Yeah, and a huge clutch up there from Ice Caramel Latte. Ice well and truly in his veins. Yeah, exactly. Been waiting to make that one. But, man, what a game. I thought Cardiff would have had it in the bag. I did say, though, I cursed them, didn't I? I said they lost. They lost Game 4 against Coventry, and now they've lost Game 4 against Imperial. But I might have also blessed them, because they then went on to win the series at the next time of asking. So you never know.
Have you just cursed them at the same time?
No. When have I ever cursed people?
I'm getting deja vu right now. Utopia Coliseum. Utopia Coliseum plays host here to Game 5. Imperial still on do or die. It'll be that case for the entire rest of the series, of course, because only one game required for Cardiff, and the big deal back on Neo Tokyo, of course, was that the opening goal was, maybe not say against the run of play, but it was certainly surprising how it happened. And most importantly, it went Imperial's way, and it set the tone for the entire match. Maybe with a lovely pass they can get it here, and they will. It's a beautiful infield towards Jom, and two goalkeepers could not keep it out.
Yep, that one just went side to side so quickly and over the top of Finchy for the first one. Kato tried his best. Finchy wasn't able to recover after jumping initially, and just kind of all fell apart very quickly for Cardiff, and it is Imperial that are going to get that opening goal again here.
So significant, twice in a row. They'll feel that momentum flowing, certainly off that overtime win as well, but how quickly they could get brought back down to reality here by a Cardiff goal. That was actually trickling into the net, but the save was made in time, and Cardiff are caught unawares, wrong-footed, have to go all the way back here, and their quick response shall not happen. Finchy is going to get it with a scoop from the ceiling, but he's shut down nice and early as well. Imperial College, you know, it's still not convincing, but they've truly grown into this one.
Oh, Kato, what a touch, what a flick, and Finchy barreling in for it. I tell you what, when that ball hits the top corner, it's anyone's guess where it's going to go. That time it went out in front of net. Ice Caramel Latte not reading the bounce, and Finchy came barreling in for it to send it home, and now we are back at a tied scoreline in another crucial game for Imperial. Cardiff obviously still with those 3 games to their name, still on match point. Imperial needing the reverse sweep, and with comeback goals like that, and Jom especially, who hasn't looked too hot this series. He's got 2 goals to his name so far, really starting to warm up here. Could be a worry for Cardiff.
Sort of hesitate to go for that. He absolutely pinged it high up to the Cardiff backboard. He sort of waited because he didn't feel like he had to go yet, and he was completely right to assume that, because Cardiff was like, are you gonna, no, you're not? Okay, none of you are gonna go for that. I will collect that then, and the shot just had to be well placed, and that it certainly was. We had 3 goals in just over a minute. Talk about fast responses at both ends. Cardiff got quite the shootout on their hands, and if they can't deal with the defense, it could get even worse for them. The high doink from Finchy will get some breathing room, but Eden Crow passively far back will be able to interrupt that one. That's plugged towards the top corner, but not on the mark, and Cardiff still chasing a second equaliser of the game and not going to be able to find it yet.
Yeah, Ice Caramel Latte, that's an awkward one for Finchy to deal with. He's going to get demolition for his efforts as well. John going to try and go up for this with a 25 boost that he has. Eden Crow on the back line, he had 100 boost, but an absolute slammer from Finchy, even going to catch him out. 103 kilometers an hour. Aerial from the halfway line. It might even have even been a pinch, I think, with Kato. So, yeah, great goal from Finchy, once more tying up the scoreline here at 2 apiece. So it's been back and forth so far. Imperial have scored and then Cardiff have answered. Are we going to see that again? Here is a shot from Ice Caramel Latte. Almost found the mark, but Cardiff fully stacked the net there. Weren't able to find a way through.
That goal, it just proves how Vinci still had his flip. It felt like it lasted forever.
Wait, he flipped into that?
Yeah, he flipped into that ball. Like it was like, it must have been literally at the absolute limit. It was really pushing the limit to get to that goal. And what an important goal it could end up being if Cardiff do manage to see this out here. No quick goal from John, who would be on his hat-trick right now. In order to restore them with the one advantage, we are going to see all 2s across the clock. Oh, yeah! Oh, and it's gone. But still, waiting on the 5th goal of this game here in this game 5. Many parallels lining up, but will the stars align for Imperial College to force this series further? Can they actually keep themselves alive? They keep answering, and then Cardiff keeps sort of stopping them from talking, and then forcing
very close
their
one.
own narrative. That was quite close.
It was quite fast as well. I think they must have, you know, it's one of those that you don't even register until after it's happened. It's like, oh, that was close, wasn't it? Right, let's keep going.
You could never react to it in
No.
time. It was so wild, the 50-50 just pinged, and then suddenly the ball was gone, and now it's down the other end. Imperial College might be able to work with that bounce, but Vinci stays directly underneath it, and he's actually unchallenged. He flicks it past one and forces another to respond. He's been given a lot of respect there. I don't know if that's the play from Imperial. It didn't really work out for them that time, as much as you understand why a fake from Ice Caramel Latte. Can he force a flick off of this dribble? Will get some momentum, but ends up sort of flopping into the ball. Kato makes the save.
Yeah, it's I think cracks starting to show in both teams now. There's a bit of desperation, I feel. Cardiff are so desperate to win this series now and not give Imperial any more momentum or leverage. And obviously Imperial are desperate to stay in the series. Eden Crow tried the fake. Oh, John with the respawn though. Got to save the team, and Ice Caramel Latte towards the top corner. Are they going to get a follow-up here? No, Kato has found it. Is it Eden Crow? Is he going to be able to take this one the whole way? No, Finchie with a pretty routine save in the end. Eden Crow wasn't really able to grab hold of that air dribble by the horns and direct it where he wanted to go. Bit of a double commit, but Finchie is going to come away with the ball here. John onto the back ball, going to steal that 100 boost away as well. Boost being starved on the side of Cardiff, and Talaxo, we are edging closer and closer to another overtime. Previous one was won by Cardiff, but it might not even get there.
Well, that air dribble from Eden Crow was a huge moment. He still had 52 boost in the tank there. Didn't even have to get the air dribble. Could have just turned and bumped Vinci, who was rising to make that save, and Imperial College could have found themselves with another game on the board. And I think we may be headed for another overtime unless there's late drama here. It's kept up by Kato here.
Oh
Pops
my,
it past
Kato.
another. Surely not. No, the ball does touch just outside the Imperial College net. We do have a consecutive overtime, but can it be back-to-back wins in such from Imperial College? Because if it isn't,
awkward.
and that would be so painful. Oh my goodness, I couldn't have imagined. Eden Crow is a lovely defensive play. It was terrifyingly close to his own net, but it's still in play and still all to play for in this overtime. Cardiff are the ones being pushed back now.
That's Eden Crow with the shot, and it is on target. Triple commit. Oh, it's Cameron Latte's missed the semi-open net. It was just Excite that he had to beat. He could have put it anywhere and put it off target. That could be a defining moment in the series if Cardiff now go on to take this overtime. Imperial College could come to rue that one.
I know,
Oh,
no, that's the
this.
You can deal with the end of the series yourself, alright? I'm sorry, I can't watch this. At the other end of the field, I think it was a miscommunication.
It was a miss from
and
John.
now for this to go in, poor Imperial College. They're going to go home with a 4-1 scoreline here in the semi-finals. But Cardiff are the university that shall move on. They were more consistent, they were more clinical, and they'll certainly be happy to see that series out there and then.
Yeah. Another 4-1 for Cardiff, so I'm just a prediction god once more.
Clearly.
What can you say? But yeah, I think we kind of expected that coming into this series, given that Imperial struggled against Glasgow, who were a lower ranked team, we'll call them, who put on a brilliant performance. Taking nothing away from Glasgow. But yeah, Imperial did struggle against them, and Cardiff obviously better opposition, and Imperial really struggled against them. They did well to bring a game back, I would say, but ultimately Cardiff, the better team on paper and the better team in the game, are going to take that, and they are going to advance to our grand final where Exeter are ready and waiting.
Exeter against Cardiff will be the grand final of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament, and what a grand final it is shaping up to be. We'll of course be there, and I'm sure we'll see you there after this break.
Situation onto Zipex. How much can he do by himself? There's one, the straight transfer.
You could be a hero. Scream your name. When the world goes crashing down, you'll take the pain.
It's been such a great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to and I've been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day.
It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that is pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
It is Twist, he's very dangerous. Glaive can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's got past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
You could be a hero.
I'm pretty happy I competed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually have never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
But he can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1, and that's it.
The atmosphere it's really busy. It's just nice because normally when you're playing, League, you're at home by yourself, just in your room. But to actually have the people around here, to have, the music, to have everyone interested in the same thing, it's fantastic. I think if I was going to focus on one player to trash talk, it would have to be Matt Croft. The man has a massive ego, but to be honest, I think that's the only thing he does have. He's the biggest ego in the NUEL, and he's not even in the main roster of his own team. I don't think he'll have what it takes to take us down in the best of 5.
Good luck, guys. You've managed to fluke your way to the finals by beating some teams that were very much better than you. And I guess you're gonna get found out today when we smash you.
We are on to the rift.
Here we go!
At the moment, as they do get a bit of a catch onto the Morgana, who already has to use the Black Shield on top of herself. Now comes the teleport you were talking about. Doing something top, looking for the damage. That's going to be Kindred. Uses the Lazarus Prime, trying to get the damage. Forces the flash out of Morgana. No one's dropping down just yet, but it's going to be Yorick who gets the first kill onto the Cogmore, and now the rest of Exeter are left to run for their life. Dashes Lee Brothers, but he finds himself immediately shut down. That's going to be Hecarim getting a kill to high anxiety. But that's going to be the ace for Bristol Whip, and the underdogs are going to be 2-0 up.
They're looking to defrost the champions, and they are looking like they've got one hell of a shot.
It is our defending champions, the University of Exeter, who find themselves pushed against the wall by the upcomers, the University of Bristol, who have a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series.
Reset.
settle this. Here and now.
Favor of Exeter. Now Lee Brothers trying to find the Hecarim. It's going to be the lockdown. This is going to be first blood secured by Lee Brothers. The Baron's already got it secured by the 5 members of Bristol Whip, but can they keep those buffs? Here's the fight as What a Exeter knock-off! go in and Crofty gets 2. Top is going to flash away, and the tumble is there as well. Flash in from Lee Brothers. It's going to be first blood secured by your man, Lee Brothers. To Watley and turned down for Watley. He's gone. It's going to be do nothing mid securing 1 kill, do nothing jungle getting another, but do nothing top unable to pick one up for himself. And Crofty, who went golden, who went into his pool, gets himself a triple kill and completely turns the fight.
Just consult the notebook. Silver scrapes? I'm so ready.
Lee has just bamboozled the opposition, who bamboozled in return. The flag and drag on Ski Nothing does. Lee still survives for now, but now he's gone.
Spread the defense thin, and the desperation engage comes a lot harder.
Emperor's already used the black shield. The Cataclysm is going to lock both Do Nothing Jungle and Everett. They both go golden. This is the fight that Bristol Whip want to take. Watley has managed to pick up 1 kill, and so has Lee Brothers. Do Nothing top himself is going to get shredded by that Vayne. This is the Vayne that can rip into the Hellfire. End the game. They're going to win the game. They're going to win the championship. The new champions are going to be Exeter.
And the reverse sweep to come back and reclaim their title. What an amazing performance from Exeter. We wondered about whether their mentality will be strong enough, and look what it means to them. They booked their tickets to the LEC studio in Berlin. They make sure that they are the ones who have their names on those plane tickets over there, and not only to there, but also to the UE Masters as well, to represent Great Britain in that tournament as well.
Favourite thing UEM, probably just getting to come to Tenerife for the experience, to actually be in a nice place to play League, go to a pool, drink with mates, and also get to play League at a pretty high level.
No pass.
Going against Poland, to be honest, I've only ever seen one of their players in solo queue, so I don't really know that much, but he didn't play that good in that game, so hopefully we'll be able to win it.
It will be difficult for us because Poland have a quite very high ranked players, so I think it's going to be difficult for us, but in any case it's going to be a learning opportunity against a really strong team.
Immediately by Cheetos, immediately they ran into some pulls back, might be in trouble to support, the bags it for it, but Cow still goes from Mafalski. Another player joins in, Ogden looking to get the stun off, might be a 3-for-1 here in favor of Poland. He gets a double kill, but he's not sacrificed, will be a triple. Grand entrance is it's constant by Sachs. Could Mafalski get the last auto attack? Not break the teleport coming in. The Glacial Fissure already down. Horns down, knocks up Cheetos, but he still managed to flash away. Uggs missing the Glacial Prison completely. However, so far it's the 1-for-1. Cheetos is down, so it's Ogre and Mafalski. However, Poland is double tower diving. Little Brothers is ruining the game here for Poland. He gets the last shot, but doesn't pick up the kill on Pickett. And Poland, with their debut on the blue side, take home the win for Britain.
Germany, I think we can do a really good job against. I think it's going to be a pretty even match, but and it's going to be an important one for us if we want to make it through to the semis.
Coming in, the Ignite comes down. Could we see first blood coming through? We will! Genos takes it for Britain. Gambino going to get chased away, wants to fight next to the towers, but they're actually going to betray him as a catch, and the double onto Genos. What a start for Great Britain. Getting out of the British side. Oaks does go down in the early going, but Wu across the wall. They evaporate Germany. Triple kill onto Genos. And I think your words might be about to come true. What a performance for the British side. We didn't even know they had it in them. But it's all done and dusted at 25 minutes, and Britain stay alive. Yeah.
Italy and Ireland, no worries, no worries.
They It's a catch on the howl, and they've got those onions to get out of trouble. That locked in place. The brothers able to get that second kill through, and Ireland, I think, have had the teeth taken out of them. Will manage it and also pick up a kill off the backside. Requiem will come out on the backside. Italy trying to turn things around. Of course, Kamigochi can still be part of things as Maximilian picks up Uggs. Yasha's still so tanky, but not tanky enough to deny the ace for Great Britain. It's looking like Britain have secured their spot in second place. Incredibly well fought from the Italian side, but at the end of things, they're going to be thrown away from the Nexus, and Britain secures the win. We're going to come in, get the counter gank, and there's the signs pouring through the damage onto Fino. Shutdown goal comes through, Uggs flashes away. Xavian gets the kill just on the back end, will get knocked up, chasing down Ginos. Past the targets, locked in place, under that tower though, knocked up, and Great Britain shut down as well 2 times in a row. And here comes the Paranoia, seeing an opportunity. The shield comes out though, the Morgana denial, but Lee Brothers making a last gasp move in for Exeter, but Uggs gets blown to pieces. Exeter torn asunder at the borders of their own base. Turkey get the ace through. Turkey with 4 members still standing, secure their place in our grand finals against Portugal.
My opinions of the team is we played a lot better as we got out of groups. Unfortunately, the semi-final didn't go our way, but I'm really proud of how we played.
I think my favourite is was watching our jungler go from complete dog to big dog.
My favourite thing about UEM is definitely being able to play on stage, because with proper protection, it's really cool. From the start of the boot camp to the end of the event, I feel like I've improved quite a lot, and Candy's taught me how to actually do things instead of run around aimlessly, clearing counts.
I feel really happy because I've seen them improve in their communication, their gameplay, and overall just sort of bonding as a team and how we work well together. And it's just been a really nice experience to live the life of a sort of pro player in some sort of way and get to come out to Tenerife and really enjoy ourselves.
Well, we didn't quite make it. We almost turned it in the second game against Turkey, but we beat expectations for almost everyone. We did well in the group stages, so and also considering all the progress we made as a team, pretty happy, but also sad today. But tomorrow will be fine.
My favourite thing has been meeting the other teams from other countries and coming to Tenerife. I think that's something that you can't do every day, and I've just really enjoyed getting to know and speak to other people, really.
Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger between the words you say, eh? Say the words you remember.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do why do I, baby, why do why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass, they won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPO.
Keep running, keep running, keep running.
Objectives to get a numbers advantage. Chris will arrive, and Captain's in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The realm walk from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
With their own style of League of Legends, they are pushing onto the Nexus. The favourites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And FunPlus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And FunPlus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand final of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Orion, we have a matchup here. Exeter against Cardiff. Who you got?
Oh man, you're going to put me on the spot with a prediction already. Okay, well, I was quickly going to recap the bracket first, and then I'll get to my prediction.
I will wait. I'm patient.
Okay?
I'm patient.
Okay. So, I'm specifically going to focus on Exeter, okay? First matchup, 4-0 against Manchester. That was clean sweep. They didn't even look like they broke a sweat, to be honest. Manchester also playing with a weakened roster. So Exeter, they looked absolutely stunning there. Pads especially looked great in that game, just could not stop scoring. Literally scored a hat-trick within the opening half of the first game.
That is true.
So that's how their game went. Then they came up against Newcastle, first seed coming into this tournament. And they lost 2 games, but that was because Pads, who I just previously mentioned was on fire against Manchester, had to stop playing due to a fire alarm. And those 2 games that Newcastle won were the games that did not feature Pads.
Did he set off the fire alarm himself?
Straps.
I mean, you said he was on fire.
He was.
So maybe he was
Man
actually
is
the cause.
Smoking in his gaming chair at home, honestly. But yeah, they found themselves in the final. Exeter. Now Cardiff. Cardiff had a bit of a harder time in the first round. 4-1 against Coventry. They got up to 3 games fairly quickly and then lost the 4th one, so they didn't take the match at the first time of asking. Then in the second series, the exact same thing happened. They came up against Imperial, who were tougher competition, got to those 3 games, lost the 4th one, and won the 5th. Now, you would think that potentially I would say, well, Cardiff are the one with the trends. They'll win 3 games, lose the 4th one, and win the 5th.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't think that's going to happen. I think
never mind.
Exeter and Pads especially have looked unstoppable so far this tournament. I'm going to give it to Exeter, and I'm going to give it to them in a sweep.
Exeter in a sweep?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Exeter in a sweep. Clearly, you don't need to even watch the grand final. No, you do. Something you can do in the meantime is check the banner down below the stream.
Oh, we need to do that
if you're
as well.
a UK university student or even thinking about studying in the UK at all, check out the rest, of course, of the Times Higher Education. Sorry, I just blanked there for a second. The virtual student festival is what we are a part of here.
Yes,
guys. This is the Rocket League tournament, and you're here in the grand finals.
We
have
are,
Cardiff against Exeter. I'm in my real life. This is it. We're here.
What is your prediction?
Oh, I was trying to distract you.
I know.
Not have to make my
Didn't
prediction.
work.
I think it's hard to bet against Exeter. I think it is. They are on form, clearly. But Cardiff 4-1 twice. I want to predict against you, just to be that guy. But I agree, Exeter probably favourites here. I mean, they do look a little bit sharp. Very sharp. I'll say they take it, but I want a Game 7. I'll say they take it in Game 7.
Game 7, okay. Well, let's recap the rosters quickly.
Okay.
So, playing for the Exeter Terminators this time round, it is going to be my star player, Pads. We also have Tevanin, I think, is it? Wait.
They seem to change their roster very regularly, so we may have to guess.
It is Tevanin. And it is, by the look of things, Misery back. Another GC3 player along with Pads GC3. And then going up against our already pre-established roster of Cardiff, that is Finchy, Kato, and Excite. So I think on paper they're actually pretty even.
They're very well matched. It's just that Exeter, when winning, have looked fantastic. But those are the rosters, and we have recapped them. From what I can see in the lobby, both rosters are here and ready. We can head to Manfield for Game 1. As of all the series today, these are all best of 7. Needing 4 games on the board are the 2 teams here. It will be Exeter in the blue and Cardiff in the orange here, facing off, looking to get a head start in this series. On the board first and fast, Cardiff, like we say, have got the first 3 games in both their series in the quarter and semi-finals. They'll have a tough chance trying to get it here against an Exeter team that have really been dynamic.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this pans out. Exeter have definitely looked, you know, the more clean of the 2 teams, the more clinical of the 2 teams, but I don't know, Cardiff just feel like a bit of a wild card. They feel like something can happen at any moment, as Finchy proves my point exactly by just booming it from his own half and almost catching Pads out. That one is going to catch Pads out though, going underneath. Not able to get the boost, so it is going to be a bit of pressure for Cardiff at the moment. Excite going to pop this one high onto the backboard. Knows the boost situation isn't great for Exeter at the moment. Finchy going to have to half flip for this one. He's going to get to it very well. Pads though with the block. Finchy in an awkward spot and allowing Kato to come through and take that ball away. Backflip for Kato going to be blocked out by Tevanin. Tevanin seems to be playing that disruption role of just hitting the ball and trying to keep it in that half, trying to keep Cardiff guessing. They were definitely guessing where that one was going to go, but Finchy able to make the crucial block. And 1 minute gone, Tylacto, still nothing to separate these 2 teams.
But already the demos are coming out from Exeter. They're making their mark and presence known to Cardiff, who certainly have looked a little bit on the back foot until now in the midfield, sending it high, forcing the response out of Tevanin, but it's quickly swept up by Exeter, and then again they give up the midfield though. Maybe that early challenge is going to catch them off guard. It will. Never mind. It's a trap, and Misery is the one who laid it. He finishes it off into the bottom corner.
Yeah, Kato there. I looked for the 50-50 earlier. I just think he was perhaps unsighted there by Misery. Sometimes you are in dribbles like that where if the ball is to the left, it just completely blocks your view of the approaching player. I think that's exactly what happened there, and Misery was able to capitalize on that, and it could be a second for Misery. 2 very quick goals back-to-back for Misery and for Exeter. It took a while to get going, but now that they have, it doesn't seem like there's any sign of stopping them anytime soon.
Excite was just beaten out on the defense there. They were beaten out on the kickoff. You don't never really want 2 goals in quick succession. It might be 3. Forget the 1-2 punch. It's the 1-2-3 from Tevanin now finishing it off. And Cardiff have just started to collapse.
Yeah, this time Tevanin being so fast, just putting himself in that place in the midfield, making that challenge straight away. And Cardiff are getting baited out by these like balls that are just being floated into their half, and Tevanin there to punish that one.
Here in the midfield to challenge Pads, who's up and seemingly unchallenged, is indeed getting another touch here. Finchy has jumped early and seems to have made the read, but it's not really where Cardiff want to be playing. 3 on the board and 3 minutes left. Tevenin doubles off the corner, but nobody really on the end of it. Tries the back pass, and it's nice towards pads. Cardiff have gone into spectate mode, it seems like. They might get themselves bumped. They're not too careful. Finchy sent it away for now. Excite is up, but nearly reaching that ball. The opponent, I was worried he wasn't going to make that touch. It wasn't all that convincing. Cardiff just can't seem to get out.
No, they really can't. They are just being penned in their own half every time they try and get out. There is a player there, although Finchy almost found it in the midfield. It was Misery in the end who was able to just snuff out the danger. Finchy's got a lot of work to do on this left-hand side, though. Manages to get a 50-50 for his efforts, and it is now taken by Kato. Finchy again. Maybe you will try and play this towards the ceiling. Instead looks for the midfield pass, which I think is going to be collected by Tevenin. Kato now up high. Excite waiting on the backboard for a boomer, which never comes, so he can push up for this one. Might be able to challenge Misery with a 50-50, but it is going to go the way of Exeter. Pad's going to miss the first one, not going to miss the second, and Finchy required to come across net and make a save.
In there, had another chance. Maybe it's going to be taken anyway by Misery. It's another, I think that's his hat trick. The rebound coming down there. Tevenin, you feel like could have maybe put that shot away. It didn't matter. It's 4 for Exeter. I mean, you did predict it would be a sweep. That would be 4-0. Surely, I mean, it's a... If they were going to sweep, this is probably exactly what you would see, right? But it's a long series. Plenty of time for it to turn. It's just that Cardiff been on the back foot even when there hasn't been the pressure coming their way. It's almost like they're accepting that they just have to play for hopeful counter-attacks. I just don't feel like that should be the case.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They're playing quite passively, and they're definitely allowing Exeter to play the game that they want to play, which you can't allow them to do as a 5th goal goes in. This is what I was expecting to see. Unfortunately for Cardiff, they're just being outpaced, outshot, and outclassed in pretty much all areas of the play right now. And as you say, they really need to dig deep, find something, and pick it up soon. Otherwise, this series could get away from them. We saw it in round 1, how fast those 4-0 sweeps do happen. You know, one game you're 2, or yeah, one game it's 2-0, and before you know it, you've lost the next 2, and that's it. See you later.
Maybe they're taking it in turns. Maybe they'll be lovely inclined to each other. Same with Exeter and Newcastle were, but ended up not being the case in this time. Can you imagine if it keeps up? It's going to be 6. Tevenin just adding onto the collection. Has Pad scored yet?
No. Tevenin's got 2, and Misery has got 4.
Maybe is that good for Cardiff? I mean, I don't think it's worked out too well for them. I just worry that, is this Exeter not even peaking? They look like they're playing pretty damn well. They are sharp and fast on the offense, and Cardiff, the Welsh University, have just not been able to deal with it here. Is it going to... It is 7. Oh, wow. We still have nearly a minute to play, right?
This is insane. Yeah, for a grand final, Exeter are really showing that they're made of tougher stuff at the moment, as Misery puts in his 5th goal of the game. You did say Pads has been quiet. Pads hasn't put a single goal in, but I think they maybe have changed the roles up slightly here. It seems like Misery is the one that's doing the shooting now. Pads is just happy to sit back on defense and make sure that nothing goes in the net. And Tevenin is just being that disruptive player. We see him all over the pitch, just getting touches like that one there. He was there so fast, and it's almost going to catch the defense out. That's what Tevenin has been doing so well, is just, you know, forcing Cardiff to react quicker. In many instances, they're not able to. Pads almost got one there, saved by Kato, but it just shows how flexible this Exeter team is. You know, they can just reverse the roles if they want to, and see if things work.
And it's certainly working, it's fair to say. Finchy will nearly get a flip reset to force the Brazil, but it doesn't seem to be on for Cardiff. But for all we've praised Exeter, who have been magnificent, as you can probably tell by the scoreline in this first game, Cardiff could just get a kickoff goal at the start of game 2, defend it, park the bus for 5 minutes, and just win 1-0, and it would be worth the exact same. And that is quite the scoreboard there. That is 19 shots to 4 in favour of Exeter. That might be one of the most dominant games we've seen all day here.
Yeah.
And yet it's in the grand final.
Yeah, if you weren't going to mention the amount of shots, I was quickly going to draw on from your point that they could just score a goal and park the bus. But if you're shooting 19 shots onto net during a single game, then I think you're going to need a pretty big bus to be able to keep anything out of net there. So, yeah, I really can't see this happening with a scoreline like that. 7-0, a statement in game 1. We could even say they're not even warmed up yet. You know, they've played in the first final. They've had a break while Cardiff have played their series, and they've just come hot off that 4-1 victory. And now Cardiff have just been slapped in the face, down to the ground in that first game. I don't see a way back from here.
It's one game. It's one game. Your prediction's looking pretty good if this keeps up in any sense of the word. But we can't. It's one game here. We're on Forbidden Temple, not Utopia. Forbidden Temple for Game 2. Calm, peace and tranquility is probably not what Cardiff will be feeling if they're immediately on the defence and all of Exeter are flying around trying to demo them and shots are going on the net. Doesn't really scream peace or tranquility. But, you know, it's a situation they probably are going to find themselves in as the players switch back and forth. I don't know if they...
Everyone's here.
Yeah, everyone's here. Oh, they appear to be going. Here we go.
Yeah, game 2 getting underway. Previous score was 7-0. As much as you do, I want to see Cardiff get back into this. You know, I'd love to make a series of this. But, Excite, I didn't think he was going to reach that one. Yeah, I would love to see Cardiff get back in this. My heart says no, and my head also says no, to be honest, but I would love to see them get back in this. They're going to really have to dig deep. They're going to have to play faster. They're going to have to control the boost. They're going to have to basically play as perfectly as they can play to have any chance at taking down this Exeter team. Meanwhile, Exeter, I guarantee they're just going to try and break their maximum score limit every game, to be honest with you.
Defense, though. I mean, there's a chance here, and it's a goal and a lead for Cardiff. I don't even know if they're going to need to park the bus if they can keep up here. Exeter still a team that's looking sharp, and we'll be looking forward to seeing in standard competitions like the NUEL as well. I mean, if you're interested in playing esports, then check out NUEL in general, thenuel.com, so you can get in touch with your local gaming society as well. Place to be, so you can compete in tournaments just like this. Cardiff have immediately proved your armour. Okay, never mind.
Did they?
I mean, kind of. They did get the lead, and whilst it is gone here immediately from Misery, this is a lovely pass from Team Star to catch out the defense with that flick. Finchy just chilling in there.
Wait.
I mean, in fairness, he figured that his team Star, is there another change?
We've had a change.
Yeah, they've changed.
Tessenen's not playing.
Exeter just don't care, do they?
They really don't.
They just have a rolling 4-man roster, and it's working.
Oh,
seriously? Well, not even close.
He's going to be so bad. He's going to be so bad.
I imagine Finchy might be a little bit frustrated about that not going in. Nearly the goal of the tournament. A ridiculous musty flick, but it doesn't matter because it hit the crossbar.
And he's dead. Oh, man. Yeah, that was an insane play, but
wild.
Finchy, you know, can see there, flexing his mechanics. Definitely a mechanical player. I've said before, he can just pull the rabbit out of the hat and do something like that. That would have been probably goal of the tournament had it come off.
Is that?
That's going to be the opposite of goal of the tournament. Steve Star is going to get credited with that one.
It's a strong challenge. Excite took the 50 as best as he could, but the bounce is cursed for Cardiff as no one at the far post. It just sails in over the defence, and unfortunately the defence and the bus that they had requested to blockade their goal and keep their lead intact did not come in time. And Exeter are 2-1 up here, 2 in quick succession. It didn't take them long. I think they want more. Is it going to be? Yes, it is 3. The defence on the back foot, not making the touch, and this time it is Pads.
Well, Cardiff off to a strong start. If that musty flick had gone in from Finchy as well, we could have been looking at a very different game, but now it seems that the floodgates are slowly being opened, as if they hadn't already. We did have kind of a tsunami in game 1, and apparently now there's more. So 3 goals have gone in the space of about a minute from Exeter at this point. Just reminding you, we are in the grand final. But yeah, Exeter, I think, in this tournament so far have just proven that they are a cut above.
They have just looked so damn good. Like, they are a team to watch this year as well. Agreed. Cardiff getting to this final, and they're not out of it. They could pull off a comeback to remember, and it certainly would be the way that the series has opened. Exeter are a team that just keeps looking better as this tournament goes on. The hurdles get taller and taller, and they just keep jogging over them with ease.
Yep, they really do. Pads. Oh, he actually went for the bump on Excite. Very smart play. Didn't pop out quite enough from Misery to be able to take a shot. Cardiff going to get some pressure here. Kato into the corner. Finchy tried to chase it. Demolition onto pads could have opened something up, but immediately down to the other side. Kato with a defensive touch this time. Excite really needed to put that one towards Finchy. A bit of a double commit coming out, and Cardiff scrambling on defense once more. Finchy trying to take this one slowly, but not the best decision, and it is going to cost them with a goal. Absolutely no time or space being given by Exeter at the moment. Finchy just challenged in the corner there. He was trying to take it slow and buy his teammates some time. It turned out to be completely the wrong decision, unfortunately, for him.
It was a tasty free flip from Misery. He did a great job to read that backboard and get to the ball so quickly as to catch the Cardiff defence off guard, and it will keep them 3 to the good now. Put them 3 to the good, I should say. Here's still plenty of time for Cardiff if they're on the back line, and it seems to be getting worse and worse every time we see that happen. A lovely pass across, and Exeter just continue to pick them apart.
Yeah, it seems like Teamstar has just swapped straight into that Tezanen role where he's just disrupting. He's just going for the ball and causing chaos on the back line. You can't, it's so hard to rotate when you've got one player that is just, their role is just to disrupt and touch the ball and take the ball away from you on defense. Even if their touches aren't really helpful or going anywhere, the fact that they're touching the ball at all just makes it so difficult to work around. And it's working exceptionally well for Exeter at the moment.
Cardiff not quite finding their rhythm. How different this game could have been if a particular flick went in to restore their lead. A long time since that chance, it feels like, for the difference. And 4 to the good are Exeter. They continue to annoy Cardiff. But will Cardiff get another one to boost their confidence? They're certainly leaving it late if they want a full comeback, but they're only down 1 game in the series as it stands for now.
It seems like Finchy is also having to play a very deep role just to make sure that Cardiff don't concede, but I feel like he's best used on offense. Sorry, his mechanical ability is probably the best on that team. He's also very good at creating chances, just beating a player and setting something up for a teammate. But the fact that he's having to sit so deep on that back line just to try and make sure that the pressure from Exeter is snuffed out, it's really hurting Cardiff. They're not able to operate kind of at their optimum level.
It's all good on the defense, but it was saved off the inside of a post. Misery made the first touch, and then with a little bit of help from Teamstar, Exeter will get it away. Haven't conceded in over 4 minutes this game. Solid defense is back here, and Pads is back to make that touch as the time is all but up for a comeback from Cardiff, who look to be going 2 down in this grand finals. Best of 7. Still a ways to go, but I mean, as much as this scoreboard will be a little more flattering, it's certainly not where you'd want to be at this point.
No, 5-1 down in a grand final and 2 games down now. Next game could be match point if it goes the way of Exeter, or putting them onto match point, I should say. And it's at a time like this where, yeah, the series really can start to slip away from a losing team if they don't start to build some momentum of their own. We're technically, we could be halfway through the series already.
Well, I mean, the shot count has gone down for Exeter. They managed 19 in
really
game 1. It's only down. It's down to, like, I believe 14 hours. So it's on the way down. Cardiff are going in the right direction, but it may be too late by the time that they get there. We're going to be going to Urban Central for Game 3. And the question is, will there be a change of pace? Will there be a change of direction in this grand finals? Because the rank disparity is not major. It's very minor. Exeter may have a slight edge, but they have a lot more of an edge when you look at the gameplay, the scoreline, the scoreboards. Cardiff just being outmaneuvered in so many departments.
Yeah, they've... You know, I don't want to be rude to Cardiff, but the fact is that they have looked second best.
They are. Like, I mean, I don't think that's mean. I mean, they've lost 7-0 and 5-1. It's in 2 games that might change, but in the first 2 games, absolutely. Yeah.
No, it's tough when you're spectating a match like this and you want a nice contest. You want to see back and forth action, but sometimes it is just the case that one team absolutely dominates. A la Bournemouth Salford. We saw that game 4 games back to back in a grand final, and it seems like this one is very much going the same way.
we are yet to see here in the grand finals of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament, of course part of the Virtual Student Festival. Cardiff will be trying to make it one to remember with a comeback here. They need to start this one off strong again, but even if I say that, they did start last game strong. Nearly a double touch to do it here. The follow-up not quite on target. But as I was saying, even if they did get the lead, last game it was far from enough. Maybe here the post, oh my goodness, it bounced inside, but just not quite enough. And it doesn't seem like there's any fortune going their way either.
No, very early opportunities for Cardiff. Finchy had that double touch attempt and very capable with those. Saw him just put it onto the crossbar, almost a dunk coming out as well for Excite, and then there was one there for Finchy. So Cardiff starting off with the majority of the offensive pressure, although it did take a while for Exeter to score in the previous game. But once they did, they didn't really show many signs of stopping. So I think even if Cardiff get a 1-goal lead, it's not going to be enough. Cardiff need to get a 1-goal lead and then extend it and try and maintain it if they want to have any chance at overcoming Exeter in a game.
I wonder if their heads go down when things start to go wrong. The game, like the last one, has started fantastically and they look like the more likely team to score. It's just once they start conceding, it's like they get this mental block, they turtle up, and it just seems like a matter of time until the next Exeter goal every time you watch it in open play. Cardiff, like I was saying, need that good start to continue, but that's just not how the game works. There's always back and forth and swings and roundabouts of momentum. If you cannot take that roller coaster, then unfortunately you're always going to end up falling off, as they have in the first 2 games. It's the sort of grand finals that could mould them as a team and bond them together if they can overcome the challenge. But it just seems like they're falling short when things do start going wrong, which Exhibit A, they have started to go wrong, Orion.
Yeah, I was going to say that Cardiff do look like they're speeding up. They look faster, but in doing so, you know,
it was the first time they had to defend.
I know. You increase speed, but sometimes you sacrifice consistency, and your decision making isn't quite as sharp either, because your mindset just becomes see ball, go ball, and try and beat the other team. No way.
What? Surprise! Team Star is back! What is this? He gets bumped, lands and catches out 2 defenders, just collects his delivery, and he's going to get a 2nd goal for Exeter. I mean, as we said, Cardiff aren't getting any fortune. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay, Team Star. Right. I mean, to be fair, he had the sense to be like, I'm up here, and if I was down there, then maybe I could score it. And that's exactly what he did. But the fortunate bounce to actually end up in that position in the first place, yeah, that was quite something from Team Star. But in terms of this game as a whole, the dynamic has felt different. You know, it's not all Exeter. Cardiff are putting up more of a fight. They're still losing the fight. You know, they're
but
kind
ever
of like,
since they've conceded, they've not really had an attack until now. And even so, I mean, Exeter have the ball. Maybe it's a little awkward, and they've outbuilt it out. So maybe it is the change. I mean, the dynamic, you're right, I feel like has changed. But the trending of the scoreline, the stats that matter, hasn't just yet.
No, not just yet. But it could keep going that way, as we see a very awkward exchange on the back line for Exeter. Team Star actually read that beautifully. Literally, Kato pretty much gave him the ball as Team Star was just 1 step ahead. Long pass from Pads. Here comes Team Star. Couldn't get over the top of that one and redirect it onto the net. Pads playing a more offensive role now, clearly identifying that his team is having a bit of a lack of goals compared to where they've been the previous 2 games, so trying to get himself more involved in that offensive play where he has been thriving for the other games in this tournament. So with a bit of a dunk there, no boost, is able to get another 50-50. Going to steal that boost away in the corner though. It could just be, it could be boost control, I was going to say, as Excite thought a touch was going to come through, read the dunk, but in actual fact that ball didn't move at all. Going to get a nice touch there and force a save out of misery, but it was actually Team Star required on the back line. Finchy, I don't think, is going to make his way back to this one, and we'll just have to rotate. Bit of a scuff recovery though is going to open things up for Exeter. Can Pads send this one on target? Yes, he can. Wow. Beautiful shot from Pads at the near post. Exeter were wide open after poor recoveries from the retreating players, and Pads there to capitalise.
I love the angle through the explosion, but I have to commend the defensive work that Exeter have been putting in. Suddenly the clock is all the way down to 45 seconds. It feels like in the blink of an eye, a couple really big stops on the defensive end as well from Misery, who was exactly where he needed to be and when he needed to be there. 3-0 is the scoreline. Still improvement for Cardiff, but still not the sort of scoreline they'd be happy with. Defensive plays are just too strong from Exeter.
No, but if the trend continues, we should expect to see a close game in the next game. We've gone from 7 goals scored to 5 goals scored to now 3. Don't curse me, Exeter. Don't score another one, please. I want this pattern. That is an insane goal, though. I'm not even mad about that. What an angle from Pads.
Worthy of ruining the streak here, recovering from the wall, and the flip timing is perfect to snipe the top corner from there. Just unnecessary, outrageous, audacious, and yet doesn't care. 4-0, 7 seconds on the clock, and Cardiff are still stood at the drawing board, or the sort of blackboard with the chalk. They haven't really come up with anything yet.
I would more say a piece of A4 paper and some crayons, to be honest with you. It feels more like that.
That is true. The blueprints they've come up with just have not come out of the design phase yet, and before they know it, they'll be out of this grand final. 150 quid on the line for Exeter. They're one game away from it.
Yeah. You're right. They're one game away from it because they're going to win this game.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're one win away from it, I guess is what I should say. But Cardiff, yeah, I mean, it's rough. They've looked somewhat better that game. They've outshot 6-5.
Oh, wow.
Know? Yeah,
Did
they also
not
lost 4-0.
expect that at all.
No, I mean, Exeter were forced to be clinical. They really had to be wrapped down on the shot count. But it is what we said. When it starts going wrong for Cardiff, it just doesn't stop.
No. Well, I mean, on the other side of that, if it starts going right for Exeter, it doesn't seem to stop
those
either.
Two
so
things
we
do correlate quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are statisticians here. We are very high IQ, analytical.
Big brain, 5-head players.
No, in fairness though, I think Cardiff can get a game because they're
really
masters.
think so? After
they're
that?
Masters of the 3-goal swing and then dropping a game. They know how to be victims of it, so they know what to do to Exeter to make them. So I think Cardiff take one game.
No, I'm not buying it.
And then Exeter finish it.
No,
you're not buying it just because it would ruin with your prediction.
Yep.
Prediction.
Yep.
Okay, right.
Yep, not buying it.
Have it your way.
I will. You will see.
Okay.
Watch.
That is confident.
Learn. Anyway, so game 4, final game of this series.
That is overconfident. I will not have this slander towards Cardiff. They are not on the offense, but they will be soon. Watch this. On the defense. Don't concede, please.
I told you, it's Pads. He's too good. He's just a different level, you know. Pads all tournament has been proving he's now back on the offensive. Might not have been the best shot, might not have been the best defending, you know, but if Pads is there, he's going to score it.
Thanks for that. 1-0 is the scoreline. Yep, in favour of Exeter, as much as it is pleasing my co-caster Orion to great amounts. Cardiff are not out of it yet. Exeter, an incredible performance this entire tournament long. They're looking to wrap it off with a cherry on top that will be a sweep in the grand finals here. They were looking for a second, if not to be denied, on the defense there by Kato, who's been kept quiet for the majority of this series, but a player that has certainly made the difference when Cardiff have been at their best. Pads for the double touch, not quite there. The ceiling of the net, I should say, denying with the crossbar. The rebound not put in either. We stay at 1 for now.
Very, very close attempt for Pads. You can tell that he's just like feeling himself, going for those mechanical plays. I didn't even think he was going to get back to that double touch, but used every single drop of boost in the tank to try and get that angle, almost finding the top corner. Tevinin just going to sandwich that ball. I think he has a flip as well, but chooses not to use it. Kato over to the sidewall, gets another touch. Very nice, but Pads going to drop it down. Only as far as Excite though. Kato's still there, but not able to turn the ball on target before a defender from Exeter came out to meet it.
Nice challenge from Misery. Going to get it the length of the field, uncontested. Excite forced to ping it back off that corner wall, but it's controlled nicely by Pads, but caught out by Vinci maybe, who takes 2 out the game and then takes the corner boost. Cardiff can maybe transition off this. I think all 3 of them might have gone for the ball though, and 2 of them got taken out by Eternal Misery. That was quite the double kill for him right there. The rebound, nobody there because they both just respawned from Cardiff, so Exeter going to be okay for now.
Yeah, Cardiff's copium right now is that only one goal has gone in, and when the first goal has gone in from Exeter, many more have followed. And that hasn't happened just yet. If Excite keeps making touches like that, it might do, but Finchy is, I was going to say, going to recover from it. He did, and then he didn't. Very sloppy on the side of Cardiff at the moment. That's a better save coming out from Kato now. Let's see if they can transition onto offense. Huge dunk coming out from Misery. He's going to make his way back to it as well. 0 boost in the tank. Going to get the bump. Very sloppy play. Thought that was going to go in. We do have Tevenin back on the field, by the way. Team Star has been yeeted off the field, and I've only just realised halfway through the game.
He's a tough cookie. I'm sure he'll carry on no problem, but the fact that they've made that switch is consistently throughout the entire tournament, and basically not seem to notice the difference from us to the point where we don't notice until we look at the names.
No.
Is truly impressive from this Exeter side, making the 4-man roster work. Something very, very rare in Rocket League. Something that would be rare for us is a Cardiff comeback and actually they're winning a game in this series. But to prove you wrong, hopefully they can. Just the ones that they need. They've had a couple of chances on the counter as Kato is going to pick it out in the midfield. Tevenin is beat. The recovery is there, but it's so slow and takes so much time and boost. But that just means there's so many waves of Exeter defense that Cardiff are finding it near impossible, understandably, to actually get past.
Oh, I went for the musty flick with no boost. That was optimistic, but he actually almost pulled it off. So, testament to how good of a player Misery is and how well he's performing in this grand final. Kato thought about it, but in the end decided that it was getting beaten to that ball. I think it was Misery going for that very light touch off the corner. Pinch goes to space and caught by Misery. Beautifully done. Got the flick. Excite. Great save to deny that. Cardiff are still in this game. They're more in this game than they have been in any other this series. They just need to hold on and try and get a goal of their own. Pads is going to try and deny that though, trying to get the pinch off the corner. That one's going to go straight up, straight back down. Pads is there. Kato to block it out. Excite going to have to make a save here. It's actually going to be Finchy at the near post, but rotations are breaking down. Here is Pads with the shot. Excite is going to be able to get in the way of this one and get a 50-50 though. We're under a minute left for Cardiff to score. I believe they've only scored one so far this series as well.
So uncomfortable on the defense, but it was a huge chance for Pads. That shot above the crossbar, how significant may it end up being that that didn't hit the back of the net? Usually you'd have backed Pads to put that one away from what we've seen from him all day today, but the question is now is, will it end up mattering at all? Because still, Cardiff need to get themselves out of their half, and Exeter are just holding them ransom at this point. The challenge for Finchy, but he can't follow it up. Misery just too fast in the midfield here. It's picked up by Excite, but he's just not able to keep control of the ball. It's bounced around back off that corner wall, and Tevenin is there. 13 seconds on the clock. It's 2 for Exeter, and you have to think they might have just done it.
Yep, that time was burning off the clock. Kato had to avoid a demo as well, and that just opened up the net for Tevenin to put in the second. And Cardiff, they haven't really looked like scoring all series, so I don't know how they're going to find 2 in 13 seconds here. Finchy has sent one to the backboard. It's not met. They might find one, but now Tevenin away, and I think the final blow has been dealt. Finchy to try and get a consolation goal at the end, but it does go to a sweep. Exeter have been absolutely supreme throughout this tournament. All 4 players, I should say,
really,
actually have really stepped up and shown their worth at different points. And I think we have a worthy winner in Exeter.
They were back up to 14 shots in that final game. Exeter University are the champions of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. Cardiff, well fought from them. They go home in second, but the prize pool, £150, that will be all Exeter's here, and like you were saying, it is well deserved. They dropped just 2 games in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I will say though, Exeter have kind of shot themselves in the foot by using a 4-person roster.
True.
Because now they get less each.
Well, that's their problem, not ours.
True.
We've had a great time here at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Thank you to everyone here, the NUEL, and of course the Times, putting this event together. Everyone working together. I know we've had a great time here, and I'm sure that you've had a great time watching as well. I imagine we may have a short break after this, as the series was so quick that after it we'll come back and recap the bracket in more detail.
a great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to and have been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day.
It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that is pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
In his twist, he's very dangerous. Glaive can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's got past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
I'm pretty happy I completed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually have never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And the Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
But he can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1, and that's it.
Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass. They won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPL.
Keep running, keep running, keep running.
Invective's looking at numbers advantage. Chris will arrive and Captain's in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The real top from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
With their own style of League of Legends, they are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and you're joining us here at the conclusion of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament. We just had the joy of watching the grand finals between Exeter and Cardiff, and my oh my, that was quite the performance, certainly from one side, wasn't it, Ryan?
It gave me a lot of joy, that's for sure,
yes.
because I did correctly predict the series score.
Yes,
I don't think I've had one
yes.
incorrect prediction today. I'm very smug about that. This is my smug face. Yes.
Really? I actually couldn't tell. Actually, thankfully you pointed that out, because I'm sure you guys couldn't have figured that one out. But I figured we should certainly recap all the games from today, because it's been a fantastic tournament. So we'll take a look back at the bracket, as you can see here. And before we talk about the games, I will give you one last reminder that there is, of course, a banner below the stream where you can check out the rest of the Times Higher Education virtual student festivals. You can join tons of other prospective students from around the globe, leading universities, leading student brands, and you discover anything you could possibly want to know about studying in the UK, as these students who played here in this tournament do. And of course, the ones who left us earliest on were Kingston. Tell me about that series they had against Newcastle.
Yep, well, that was our first game of the day, and it went much like our grand final, to be honest.
It actually did.
It was very similar. Newcastle were very much the better team over Kingston, and the sweep was pretty much on from game one. I think they took the first game 8-0, and Kingston warmed up into that series. They
did get a goal.
They did get one goal.
A goal.
It was at 22
to 1. Yes, you're recalling that correctly.
So yeah, the first game was a bit of a whitewash, shall we say. The second game wasn't much different either. Exeter obviously winning the whole tournament, disposed of Manchester quite easily, who were actually playing with a weakened roster. Anyway, I feel like even without that weakened roster, it still could have been the same result.
But they did get 3 goals.
They got 3.
It was an improvement. And to be fair, the game 1 was actually 4-2 and relatively close, but it was our first sort of red flag raised that, oh damn, this 4-man Exeter roster is legit.
Exeter definitely showed they meant business from the start. But then we moved on to the second half of our bracket with Imperial College London and the University of Glasgow. Now, this really threw up a surprise because we were predicting maybe maximum game 5, game 6 for our first rounds. But this one went all the way to game 7 and was the only game out of all 7 series, only match out of all 7 series that we've casted today that went all the way to that final game 7. I believe in game 7 it was only a 1-0 scoreline.
1-0 in regulation time, Glasgow, what a series they put up, though. For a team that, on the rank submission, they put down, they were all Champ 2s. They did not look that far behind their competitors on the side of Imperial College.
No, not at all. But moving on to our 4th game in round 1, 4th and final game, we had our grand finalist Cardiff go up against Coventry. It wasn't a sweep. It was 4-1, 3-0, and then lost the next game. Took the match point at the second time of asking, and in our second semi-final, they did exactly the same thing to
Cardiff
Imperial.
Special. It was great. Imperial had come hot off their game 7 win, and Cardiff said, no, we just take the first 3 games, let you have one, and then finish it off. But unfortunately, there was a beast brewing in the top side of the bracket, of course, in the side of Exeter, who put away the top seed of the tournament 4-2. It was a great series. It included a fire alarm as well. It was great entertainment all the way through, but Exeter took it towards the end, and it was a standout performance from Pads, who really put that series through for them. But coming on to the grand finals, where Exeter showed up there, who was the standout player for you that time?
There wasn't one. They all played exceptionally well. Even the 2 people that were rotating, Team Star and Tevenel. Yeah. So they were... we couldn't even tell that they were different players. It took us about half the match to realise that they'd actually swapped.
That's probably just us, though.
That probably is just us. Yeah, it reflects on us. Yeah, that's Anyway, everyone played exceptionally. And also, I think Misery took a step up as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Misery.
Scored 5 goals in that first game, was just an absolute machine. So I think Pads, you can give him MVP for those first 2 games, but I think if you're going to actually pick an MVP, Misery was the person that put the goals away and ultimately won them the series.
Well, that was the end of the tournament. It was in emphatic fashion from Exeter, who take home the £150, and they are champions here, of course, of the Times Higher Education Rocket League tournament, as it concludes our day here as well in person at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London. Thank you very much for them hosting us here today. We've had a great day, I know, casting and producing on the side. Shout outs to AJ and Meow. You haven't seen them, but they've been behind the scenes having a great time too. We hope you had a great time watching. Thank you very much for tuning in here, and I hope we'll see you next time.
Situation onto Zipex. How much can he do by himself? There's one, the straight transfer.
You could be a hero.
great experience just to be treated like a VIP, just to bump shoulders with pros. We got to speak to some players that I personally look up to and have been trying to base my own game off, which is pretty crazy. Players like Zipex especially, I was kind of fanboying over the whole day. It's been pretty cool, like getting to come in the VIP entrance, being treated like VIPs, getting to go in the media lounge and stuff like that is pretty cool. I think my best experience at this event was meeting the pros and just sort of discussing some things that happen in the game with them and like their opinions on certain maps and stuff like that. I think that was great.
It is Twist, he's very dangerous. Glaive can't hide forever. The elbow won't be enough, it's the head. 8 seconds now, running to plant the bomb. No, he's going for elimination. Oh, he's gone past it! Oh! Twist has made it work! What an animal!
I'm pretty happy I completed in NUEL. Some of the prizes have been awesome, especially this VIP treatment at ACS. Meeting all the pros and stuff on the media day and sort of inside access, basically.
So the audience was really exciting. I actually had never been to an esports event before, so that was a really good experience. And the Danish people going absolutely mental at the front, taking their shirts off, beer all over the place. Great experience, yeah.
But he can't get there fast enough. 2 versus 1, and that's it.
Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving. Foot on the gas, cannot let them pass, they won't stop the movement. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, keep pushing. No matter how hard they try, they know that they can't stop the mission.
We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPL.
Keep running, Invictus looking at a numbers advantage. Chris will arrive and captures in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The rail pop from Wanda!
Good luck trying to catch us. We ain't gonna never stop.
I was going to watch Worlds last time I was in Europe, but I never got the chance to because tickets sold out too quickly. And tickets for Worlds sold out apparently very quickly this year, but it's really amazing to be here and having the chance to come and actually getting the tickets from NUEL.
The atmosphere in the arena was, as I expected, amazing. Having an EU team playing in Europe was made the crowd extremely excited.
To people that want to join the NUEL or an esports society, I would just recommend doing that. It's just fun to play with people as well as just compete and be in an environment where it means something.
The world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance. And Fun Plus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perks kills Jimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun Plus Phoenix are your world champions.
The best part about this trip has been being able to spend some quality time with people I haven't seen as much since we've all left university. You don't get this opportunity very often.
So I think that this trip will be like one of those unforgettable moments in your life where you're just there with the people that you want to be there with, and you can look back on it with fond memories.
I'm living in shadow. Don't you know? Don't you know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for fool's gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fool's gold. I fell for for love. Yes, I did it all for love. Oh, they say fools believe in it, so I guess I'm one of them. Oh, don't you know I fell for fools gold, I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? I fell for fools gold, I fell for fools gold. What did I know? What did I know? You were fool's gold. Yes, I did. Still as a breeze, a river flowing deep. Don't wanna leave the air you breathe. Living me dreams when I think of you and me. Don't wanna leave the world you see, and I will hold you down if love is still alive. It's all forgiven to my eyes. The tide has turned around. Just listen to the sound.